officially live on the live stream.
Okay.
I will get Shane to tweet it. What is this? He's looking at your...
Yeah, I haven't noticed it yet. So this is my run through.
Okay.
It's all good.
Well, you ready for me to...
Oh, look at that.
Hey, look at that. It's just a blank slide. Okay.
So I'm finishing them.
Same issues, but still, I sort of think, it's like when they ask me.
Hello? Hello? Can we hear me? Yeah? Yay! All right. Welcome, everyone, to GA-Conf, the Game Accessibility Conference. So today is a really exciting day. Thank you, Shane. Because this GA-Conf was actually the first GA-Conf that we had to close tickets at before the day of. So this is the first event to ever fully sell out. So yes, that was incredibly exciting for Ian and myself, because when we put the first one together, we were both anxiously waiting in front of the computer, waiting for anyone to buy a ticket. And so it's really nice to be on the other side where everyone's here and ready to learn. So incredibly excited about that. So a few logistical things for the day, just so you know. We do have a quiet room available. It's located kind of around the corner. There is signage, but if you need help, ask anyone with a black badge that says staff on it, and they'll be able to guide you. We ask that you do use it as a quiet room. Don't take cell phone calls in there, anything of that sort. And we do have several other spaces available if you would just like to kind of relax. Feel free to tweet and take pictures and share everything to the internet. We are also live streaming. You can use hashtag GA-Conf or tag our Twitter account. And the only request is we do have one speaker later in the day who just asked for not taking close-up shots, but we'll remind you immediately before that presentation. Otherwise, we will have a tea and coffee break in the morning and one in the afternoon. And of course, the reception in the evening and lunch as well. And again, I want to say thank you so much for being here today. Ian and I are very excited. I think Ian's also a little bit tired because we kind of burned the midnight oil to get everything going smoothly. And we're actually going to be kicking off the conference with the same talk we always kick the conference off with. Ian's what has happened in the past year in terms of game accessibility. And for us, it's been really exciting. It's really blown up. And so everyone, we are, Ian, did we decide, are we ASL clapping today? Did we decide? Did we not decide? Does anyone have an auditory sensory issue with real claps? Okay, then let's give a warm round of applause for Ian. Ian, come on up.
As if by magic. Hello, so my name is Ian. I'm an accessibility specialist, and I'm going to talk to you a bit about the past year's advances. And like Tara said, it's sold out today, and I think the fact that we sold out for the first time is indicative of the growing enthusiasm and interest in accessibility across the whole industry, which is really nice to see, and that's what I'm going to be talking about now. So there's been way too much stuff happened in the last year for me to be able to cover everything. So I'm just going to pick a few highlights in these broad areas. So I'm going to talk about hardware, platforms and middleware, information, events, games, and everyone's favorite topic, legislation. So starting with hardware, this time last year, we had just had launch of the Xbox Adaptive Controller. So where to next from there? Well, not too long after the Adaptive Controller was the launch of this, which is the Game Control Mixer. So this is a device that basically allows games with really complicated controls to be controlled just by 1 or 2 buttons. If you want to learn more about this, there is some literature out on the table outside. Also find Barry Ellis, he's here today, he can give you a nice rundown. More recently we had this is the eSwap controller from Thrustmaster, so another mainstream gaming company getting into modular controller design. And actually, we're going to go back again to the adaptive controller. So I'm not going to talk about the hardware itself. Like I said, that's all old news now. What I am going to talk about is what happened next. So all the big tech companies have holiday adverts. So it gets to like Christmas kind of time, they bring out an advert to show on TV showcasing their products. So like this past year, Google's holiday advert, they got Macaulay Culkin doing a Home Alone thing demonstrating all this smart home technology. Microsoft, for their holiday advert, did one just on the adaptive controller. Then came the Super Bowl, and they did exactly the same thing. So Super Bowl advertising slots are horrendously expensive. You can look up how much they cost. Microsoft actually booked out a double slot and used it just to showcase the adaptive controller. And Super Bowl is seen by about 100 million people. And this was also shared on YouTube, seen by so many more people. And I don't know if anyone here is familiar with what YouTube comment sections are like. It was uniformly positive, just praise coming from everywhere, and all the mainstream press and stuff as well. Just an outpouring of support and recognition for the importance of game accessibility. Even the celebrities were getting involved. So the US Surgeon General was tweeting about game accessibility. T-Pain was tweeting about game accessibility. Cher was tweeting about gaming accessibility as a result of this. It's like we slipped into some kind of alternate dimension. But an ultimate dimension where everyone was excited about accessibility. And out of all these hundreds of millions of people, there's so many people who had just not thought about the concept before, whose first encounter with accessibility was, oh my God, this is awesome. And for people working in advocacy, that is like the dream. People who have, I know people certainly who've been in it for a long time who spent all that time just like grinding away, trying to get individual people to care. And all of a sudden, someone like Microsoft to put that much effort and investment into that, but wide-scale awareness raising was really quite a thing. And they've been up to all this stuff as well. Kind of the updates on the platforms have slowed down a bit as it's approaching the new generation. But Microsoft's still been beavering away. Things like the inclusive representational avatars, Alexa skill to allow voice control on the console. PlayStation as well. PlayStation also recently launched accessible chat transcription on a smartphone app. Nintendo as well on the Switch. So they actually launched the first accessibility features just over a year ago. This has now been upgraded with some really nice, robust zoom functionality in the console as well, which is up there with PlayStations and surpassing Xboxes. Not dropping any hints there. So platforms aside, there's also been some interesting things happening at middleware level with engines. So there's been a whole bunch of nice stuff happening with plugins. Microsoft, again, have done a bunch of nice stuff with low vision and blind accessibility in VR and 3D environments. But this is my favorite out of the various middleware things that have been plugins that have come out. This is called Yellow Subs Machine. This is an Unreal plugin that basically takes care of all the presentation layer stuff about subtitling and captioning. So it has options for independent subtitles and captions for background sounds, scalable text size, speaker names, font choices, all the kind of good practices that are kind of taken for granted in other industries that are just starting to filter through in the games industry. This just does all of them. And even if you are not using Unreal, the person who made this has actually published all of the research behind it to allow other people to implement the same stuff on other engines as well. So even if you're not working in Unreal, check this out. But what has been really, really interesting about the middleware stuff isn't actually been about the plugins, because the engines themselves are now working on accessibility. So this is a thread that went up on the Unity forums. And the person who put this thread up, Mary Luther, is actually here today, and a bunch of other people from Unity as well. You can see this thread is putting a call out for feedback from developers on two things. Firstly, what Unity can do to help you make your games more accessible. Secondly, what Unity can do to make the editor more accessible to disabled developers. So if there's anyone in the room who's got any thoughts about this at all, hunt down the Unity people. You can see on the badges, find them, talk to them. And there are actually some results coming from that as well. There was a hack week that Unity had in the summer. There was a bunch of nice accessibility projects, one of which is already in the asset store, which is like a guidelines tracker. This was the really, really exciting one, though. This is a prototype of native cross-platform screen reader support, so text-to-speech in games across all different operating systems. This is really, really exciting to see, especially for the people in the room that are involved with CVAA compliance. This should be getting you very excited. So it's not actually made it to launch yet. This is still just a prototype. But again, there are people from Unity in the room. Tell them that you want to see this make it through to life. Then this happened. This is Unreal. So Unreal have implemented the same. They're actually slightly further ahead. It's not fully launched, but it is in the as an experimental feature in the latest preview build of Unreal. So there are, I know, developers in the room who are already using this text-to-speech functionality in their games. So again, if you're involved with CVA compliance, this is pure gold. So next up, information. So I'm talking about a few different types of information here. And first of all, information for developers. There's a whole bunch of new resources available. This in particular is really, really nice. This is a YouTube series called Designing for Disability. This is by Mark Brown of Game Maker's Toolkit. Just search for these words on YouTube and they'll come up. Really, really nice. There's also new guidelines. Able Gamers published accessible.games, which is a set of inclusivity design patterns. There's also accessiblegamedesign.com. That's another new one, a set of UX-focused guidelines. There is been some nice information shared on social media as well. I'm going to start with just one example. And for context, this is going back a little bit to when Assassin's Creed Origins came out. Assassin's Creed Origins did some nice work in their subtitle presentation, and they tracked usage data on how many people use their subtitles, and it was just over 60%. Off the back of that, because most of the players were using subtitles, when Assassin's Creed Odyssey came out, they decided to have the subtitles turned on by default. And then they tracked how many people left them turned on. And then they tracked the same in Far Cry. So that's 95 and 97% of the players of Assassin's Creed Odyssey and Far Cry New Dawn are playing with subtitles turned on. That is a staggering number. So if there was ever a reason to put decent effort into the presentation of your subtitles, this is it. And another useful source of information that's really kicked off in the past year on social media has been kind of the rise of the accessibility megathread. My friends in the room here, I know he's had a tweet that was asking for accessibility feedback. Hundreds of replies, loads of really valuable information. That is happening more and more. Twitter is becoming an amazingly useful source for accessibility information. But the biggest of these megathreads have been on a single topic. This is just two of them. There's been another two as well recently as well, all with the same kind of tractions, like 7,000 likes, 11,000 likes over text size. And this is really important because traditionally, certainly over the last few years, there's been kind of like a core 4 issues that people complain about the most about accessibility, and that is remapping, color blindness, decent subtitling, and text size. Now, text size has outstripped them all by a mile. Because those other areas, those are improving. Games are getting better at that. Games are getting worse at text size. Text size is getting smaller and harder to read, lower contrast. So if there's only one thing you think about accessibility, this needs to be your priority. Think about text size. The industry in general needs to move wholesale to a new approach with UI. UI needs to be scalable, especially if we're talking about moving to streaming platforms, people playing console games on mobile. The current approach doesn't work. So you really need to have scalable UI in your games. If you don't, at least use a decent default. By decent default, I mean at least 28 pixels at 1080p. That's what constitutes a reasonable level of readability for somebody with 20/20 vision on a 40-inch screen at 10 feet. Like I said, 20/20 vision. That's not even taking account any degree of vision loss. You still need that size. But again, scalable text is what you need to move to. That's just an interim solution. So, kind of on this topic, this is starting to get into information from gamers about issues they're facing. And this has been happening in a more formal way as well. And this I found particularly interesting. So this is a Twitch stream. This is somebody playing a game called Hyperdot. And over there in the right-hand corner, left-hand side, is someone from the game studio, and they are facilitating a remote user research session. So this is user research being carried out over Twitch remotely with a whole range of disabled gamers all over the world. This is actually Cherry's brainchild, so if you want to know more about how this worked, hit up Cherry. Sorry, Cherry. And this is happening in studios as well. So this is a session that Ubisoft Montreal, I believe, ran. Getting a bunch of gamers in for a day, like collaborative design session, chatting with developers. And this has been happening a lot. Studios talking quite publicly about what they've been doing along these lines. Design sprints, user research, all this kind of stuff. So companies like Xbox, Warner Brothers, Ubisoft, PlayStation, Splash Damage, all talking quite publicly about the kind of work they're doing here. And that's something that you're going to hear quite a bit more about later on today. So next up, a different kind of information. So the information doesn't just flow to developers from players. It also needs to flow from players to developers. Information about accessibility functionality in games. And EA were the pioneers of this. So Karen Stevens at EA started publishing accessibility resources for gamers. This has now been built upon with other studios. A couple of examples, Gears of War 5, publishing a whole bunch of nice information about the accessibility functionality in that game. Ghost Recon Breakpoint, doing the same. There's lots of studios doing this now. The reason why I picked these two in particular is because they published this information before the game launched. That's really, really important. So people are able to actually build a bit of hype for the game, have the information they need to be able to make informed purchase decisions. And then there was this. So this came a bit out of left field, but it was lovely to see. So this is the Google Play Games app. They introduced a filter for blind-friendly games. So this is taking it to the next level. This is not only providing useful purchase information for people with disabilities, it's also providing discoverability to these games on the App Store. So this is a double win for gamers and developers, and this is something that I really, really hope we'll see more of in the future. So next up, events. This really kicked off in a big way this year, and it was really, really nice to see. So starting with BlizzCon, putting a lot of effort into accessibility of the venue, accessibility of the events. They had an inclusion nexus there as well for people to give inclusion-focused talks. And this carried on with other events through the year. So events like Gamescom, E3, all the big companies putting a lot of effort into accessibility for disabled attendees. So this covered accessibility of the announcements themselves. So companies were providing live captioning, like we got here, providing interpreting, also even providing audio description for sessions as well. And it also covered accessibility of the booths. So this is Melly here at Gamescom. So there's been companies that are taking into account things like providing adaptive controllers, looking at booth height, having people on hand to assist, all kinds of nice stuff that companies are doing. If you want to know more about how to do this, there was actually a talk about this at the last year conf given by Tara. This is the address for it. But yeah, this has all kinds of nice tips on the kind of stuff that you can do at events. And also going back to E3, actually this was another nice one. There was a big Fortnite event that took place directly after E3. This is a deaf gamer called Ewok. She is awesome. That is her talking about how excited she was to be there. They got her up in a tournament on a team with Ninja. That raised an enormous amount of awareness, not just about people with disabilities, but also about accessible gaming as well, because the reason that she's able to take part in that tournament is specifically because of the visualization accessibility that Fortnite has got, specifically for deaf gamers. And actually, I think there's another point I'm going to put in here. So the companies that I've been talking about here, the companies publishing this accessibility information, the companies getting people with disabilities involved with the design process, the companies doing this good work in accessibility at events. So companies like Microsoft, Warner Brothers, Ubisoft, EA, this doesn't happen by accident. Those companies all have full-time, permanent accessibility people on staff. And this is a relatively new thing. So if you go back 6-7 years ago, the amount of people in full-time accessibility roles in the games industry was 0. Go back 5 years ago, we had 2, Evan and Bryce at Microsoft. And then we had Karen join them. Then we had David join them. Now there are 20 people, give or take, across the industry who are in full-time permanent accessibility roles within game studios, gaming companies. So this is something that is rapidly increasing. So there's a lot of people across the industry who are kind of, including a lot of people in this room, who are just kind of doing accessibility either on a part-time basis or trying to squeeze it in around other duties. And I'm sure there's a lot of people feeling the pain of trying to do that alongside their day jobs. That's going to need to change. It's too big of a burden to do in spare time. So if there's people in the room who are in a recruitment position, please think about giving those people the extra time, the extra resources that they need to be able to do a good job. So back to events again, there's been some nice dedicated disability-related events as well. Like this one. This was a build-a-thon that EA held in Vancouver. So this was 150 EA employers who gave up their time to work on building accessibility technology. So they're building accessibility switches, which is the kind of devices that you can plug into an Xbox adaptive controller. MASCON, this was a really nice one. This was a dedicated gaming convention specifically for deaf gamers. But all this stuff I've been talking about, this is the kind of stuff that kind of sits around games. How about the games themselves? So traditionally, in years gone by, it has been the indie side of the industry that has been driving things forward. People who are able to react quickly to feedback. People who don't have to negotiate through a big corporate backlog to try and get what they want done. People who don't have to get managerial buy-in. And that's continued. The indies have continued to up the game. And I'm just going to pick 2 to talk about here. The first one is Sequence Storm. This is a rhythm racing game. These are just a few screenshots from their trailer they released announcing their accessibility update. Loads of really nice accessibility stuff. Just seeing here, high contrast modes, fully customizable color palette for color blindness, being able to reduce the controls, being able to add additional audio cues and haptic cues. And following this, they actually took it further and made the entire game completely blind accessible. So fully narrated menus with adjustable speeds, fully blind accessible gameplay, fully accessible tutorial as well. Really lovely stuff. I'd highly recommend checking this out. And another game, Eagle Island. So this is a procedural platformer made here in the UK. And this has loads of really nice stuff again covering all kinds of different areas of accessibility. You can see a bunch of stuff here, which is aimed at low vision. So configurable backdrop dimming. You can add outlines to the characters and the platforms. Again, it has fully narrated menus. It has configurable game speed, assists. You can reduce the controls, use all kinds of different input devices. Loads of really nice stuff. So these 2 games in particular, Sequence Storm and Eagle Islands, they are really at the top of the industry for the level of accessibility that's being achieved. What these 2 games have in common is they were developed by a single person. These were solo efforts by a single indie developer. So if one person can do this kind of amazing stuff, imagine how much amazing stuff could be done at the AAA end of the industry if it's thought about early enough in development and if there is sufficient buy-in from the top. And this time last year, that was kind of starting to happen. So we'd had Uncharted 4 already. The influence of Uncharted 4 and the rest of the AAA industry and all the other factors that were involved in pushing that side of the industry forward were starting to be felt. So we were just starting to see games like Spider-Man, like God of War, that were building on that and introducing a range of accessibility functionality. So where did things go from there? I'm going to cheat here and read out a little list. So rather than talking through specific examples, I'm just going to read out a few names of games. So Battlefield 5, Madden 20, FIFA 20, Metro Exodus, Red Dead Redemption 2, Division 2, Devil May Cry 5, Mortal Kombat 11, Apex Legends, Gears of War 5, Borderlands 3, Ghost Recon Breakpoint. I could just be reading out a list of the top-selling, most critically acclaimed games of the year. This is actually a list of games that have been taking this kind of approach to accessibility, thinking about accessibility to a broader perspective, taking it into account a wide range of needs. There is still a long way to go. I'm not going to lie and say this is where we need to be yet. It still is developers starting to feel the way around. But to go from, like, not very many years ago, when Destiny launched, Destiny patched in one accessibility feature. That was big news. So to go from that to now, it being actually unusual to see a big-name AAA game that doesn't have a wide range of accessibility features is an enormous turnaround in quite a small number of years. And that bodes really well for the future. So, legislation. Actually, I'm going to ask for a show of hands. How many people in the room are aware of CVAA? Okay, so that's most people. I've asked that question at other events, and that hasn't been a response at all. There's still a lot of awareness that needs to be raised. So for people who aren't aware, and there are a few in the room, CVAA is legislation introduced in the USA in 2010. This was Obama signing in with Stevie Wonder behind him. So it is basically aimed at plugging a hole in legislation in the USA. So since the Americans with Disabilities Act back in, I think, 1990, there was a legal obligation for communications technology to be accessible to people with disabilities. Back in the 90s, that meant telephones. Now, communication has moved on. I'm willing to bet most of the communication people in the room here do isn't by calling people. It's by instant messaging, it's by emails, all that kind of stuff. So basically, this updated the legislation to cover digital communications as well. So if a game is providing digital communications, whether that is voice chat, video chat, or text chat, it's covered by this legislation. And the communications functionality and any interface or information that's needed to navigate to or operate that functionality also has to be accessible. So this is a resource. If anyone would like to read up more about this, it's tinyurl.com/ih-dmcvaa. So this has been coming for a long time. The compliance deadline was the 1st of January. So any games commencing development from the 1st of January are completely covered. Any games that have substantial update since the 1st of January are also covered. Any games that launch after the 1st of January that started development before still have to do as much as is reasonably possible. So this now covers the whole industry. There's more legislation coming as well. There's the European Accessibility Act, which has now been signed into force. That's not actually going to come into effect for like 6-7 years down the line to allow time for implementation and the various different EU countries to enact their own specific legislation. But it's basically the same stuff as CVAA. It goes a little bit further. It also covers e-commerce and mobile apps. So if you're making a mobile game that's got microtransactions, then you'll also be covered as well. So it's nice that there's actually this advance warning. So CVAA took a few people by surprise, but the European Accessibility Act, like I said, there's like 6-7 years notice on this one, so people can start getting their ships in order. And thanks to stuff like the work that Unity and Unreal have been doing on text-to-speech support, that's now going to be a lot easier for people to do as well. So I'm not going to lie, when CVAA came around, I was skeptical. I didn't really think that forcing people to implement accessibility through legislation was the best way of doing things. People do their best work when they want to, not because they're forced to. But I've been very pleasantly surprised because what it has resulted in is people wanting to. So basically, the presence of this legislation has amplified and elevated the discussion of accessibility. And I've seen this time and time again at so many companies, where basically this has opened the door. It's meant that accessibility is talked about throughout the organization. It also means that accessibility is talked about at the highest levels of the organization. So then when someone comes along thinking about this gameplay accessibility feature, accessibility is just something that the company talks about anyway, and it's made people's lives so much easier actually making progress on other accessibility as well. So I said this was the last topic, but it's actually not. There's something else that I want to finish on. So I thought after this heavy legal stuff, I would finish on like a nice, happy, friendly topic. Difficulty in Sekiro. So I imagine you'd have to be living under a rock to not have seen the various nukes that were going off about this. There was a lot of very angry people, a lot of very misguided people as well. And it's been a lot of hard work from a lot of people to try and dispel those misconceptions. But there was one thing in particular that really stood out through all of that. There was a chap who was tweeting about how accessibility ruins game developers' vision. And this person, his Twitter profile picture was Kratos out of God of War. Now, somebody saw this tweet. That person was Cory Barlog, who's the creative director of God of War. And this was his response. Accessibility has never and will never be a compromise to my vision. So Cory tweeted this. Rami Ismail of Vlambeer saw this tweet. He copy and pasted it, tweeted it. Other developers saw. What's that?
I liked it.
Yes. Good. Yeah, so Rami saw it, copy and pasted it, tweeted it. Other developers saw, copy and pasted it, modified it, added their own thinking about how accessibility is important to them. And there were hundreds of developers all the way across the whole industry coming out in this display of support for accessibility. And this, yes. Yeah, so this was a really emotional thing. So again, from people who have spent so long trying so hard to advocate with individual people, seeing this huge outpouring across all sides of the industry of support for accessibility was quite a thing. And I think that, probably more than anything else that I've talked about, is the clearest indication of how far we've come, that accessibility is now the new normal. Accessibility is part of the game development landscape. It's not really feasible in 2019 to be launching a game without thinking about accessibility. So where to from here? I think there's really two prongs. Like I said, people are, at the moment, all these games that I've been talking about, a lot of these are companies who are just starting to think about accessibility, who are doing really cool stuff, but still kind of feeling their way around, doing this kind of late in development as well. So I think there's two prongs of where things need to progress. The first one is consolidation. So moving beyond those initial kind of explorations and experimenting and starting to get more into process and workflow and making accessibility part of the day-to-day fabric of how we make games. Then the other side is expansion. So there are accessibility features which are starting to become standard now. So things like QTE toggles, things like configurable subtitle presentation, that yellow subs machine stuff I was talking about. Those are starting to become standard. I still am yet to see a AAA game that managed to get those four basics of text size, decent subtitling, color line support, and remapping. I'd love to see that. I'm hoping the next year will be the time that we finally see that. But beyond those basics, it's time really that we need to be looking a bit broader and recognizing the huge spectrum that humanity exists across, and starting to think about needs and groups that perhaps we haven't thought about before. And those two topics, that consolidation and that expansion, are going to be things that you'll be hearing a lot about across the course of today. So hopefully by the end of the day, you should have some nice new tools and knowledge to be able to help you with your efforts to take the industry to a better place. Thank you.
All right, so just so you guys know, Ian didn't get a chance to time his talk before. And as the official timing person, I was going to say, you clocked in at 29 minutes, sir. That is amazing. So we're going to be taking a very tiny break while we prep and mic our next speaker. So we will be back very shortly. thing I forgot to announce today. So, your badges, number one, don't lose them. One of you has already lost your badge. And it's been turned into the front, so check to see if it's you. So if you need to leave the building for any reason, or if you want to step outside to have a smoke, you have to have your badge for our staff to let you back in. So make sure you have it. And again, to the one of you who does not have it, it has been turned into the front. I also realized I forgot to mention where the bathrooms are. And by realized, I mean someone asked me, and I realized I didn't tell you guys. So to get to the restrooms, you will go out and take the first right hallway that you can go down, and then you will see a sign that points you to the left towards the bathrooms. About that earlier today. So I am excited to introduce my good friend Brandon, and I wish I could give him an awesome intro because there was a GA Conf in which I was going to intro myself, and he was like, "No, let me do this. I've got this for you guys. Tara's a badass." And I can never do that because I'm already up here. It's not going to be nearly as dramatic. What I can say is that Brandon and I have been friends for years, and he is a 17-year game industry veteran who's been working and promoting accessibility for years. And he is now Senior Program Manager in Game Accessibility at Xbox, leading some amazing work. So I'm very excited to introduce him today so we can tell you about rallying the troops and battle-tested strategies for recruiting accessibility allies. Brandon, come on up.
All right. We got some audio here. Test, test. All right, there we go. Thank you, Tara, for the warm and slightly chaotic welcome. As Tara mentioned, my name is Brandon Zahand. I'm a Senior Gaming Accessibility Program Manager at Microsoft. And as Tara mentioned, we are going to share some battle-tested strategies for recruiting accessibility allies. You know, Microsoft has been on a game accessibility journey for a while now. You know, for me, as Tara mentioned, I've been in the game industry a long time, about 17 years. I've been working on accessibility for about 21 years. But really, it was about 2006 at Microsoft when we, I think, took our first real steps into the world of gaming accessibility with a few grassroots activists who are trying to push accessibility up as broadly across the industry, or across this company. And since then, we've been learning a lot of lessons. And we've been taking those lessons and we've been trying to drive them back into our game development products and our processes. And while we're not done, we're not done with that journey. And let's be honest, we're never going to be done with that journey. We're always going to be learning. We're always going to be growing. We do want to share some of those learnings with you all today. And perhaps the most key of those learnings is that it really takes a village to make an inclusive, delightfully accessible game. There was actually a point in Microsoft Game Studios' existence where the prevailing wisdom was that if you had a single accessibility subject matter expert in the studio, that was it. You were good. That would make your product accessible. But we learned very quickly that even for smaller studios, that just doesn't work. It doesn't scale. It takes a team of people across disciplines and throughout the development lifecycle to make a truly great, inclusive gaming experience. So this is where great accessibility allies come in. So my hope today, share some of our strategies on how to build that village of accessibility allies. But before we begin, some logistical taxonomy stuff I think we should get out of the way first. What's an ally? What do I mean when I say ally? Well, I think traditionally we've thought of allies as advocates, people who will go out on top of the highest mountain and say accessibility is important, because it is, and because people need to hear that. But the role of an ally is a lot more than that. An ally is a knowledge source. They're a resource, a subject matter expert, and they provide information to others within their organization about accessibility. An ally also infuses inclusive design and accessibility principles into the game development process wherever they happen to touch it. And finally, an accessibility ally supports others in their efforts to advocate, educate, infuse, and support. So with that definition out of the way, let's talk about two others. I'm going to be talking a lot about inclusive design today, and I actually had someone recently ask me, well, how is inclusive design any different than accessibility? Inclusive design, as is read up here, is the empathetic design of a product so that it can be accessed and used by as many people as possible, regardless of age, gender, and disability. How that differs from accessibility is that inclusive design is the process to make products usable for people. Accessibility is the outcome of that work. Now, in the definition, we use the term empathetic. Empathy is another word I want to talk about really quickly. For those newer to this space, empathy versus sympathy is a really important point that I want you all to grok. I guess I should define what grok means to understand. Sorry, that might be a Microsoft term. Empathy is the effort to understand what someone else might be feeling or thinking. At Microsoft, when we're recruiting allies, when we're driving accessibility efforts, when we're promoting inclusive design, we always seek to build empathy. The problem is that sometimes people confuse empathy with sympathy, which is feelings of pity or sorrow for someone else's misfortune. We never try to create sympathy for the gaming and disability community, because frankly, they don't want it and they don't need it. They just want empathy. They want understanding. All right, so taxonomy aside, let's get to the meat of the matter. Rallying the troops. One of my favorite pictures, by the way. You know, at Microsoft, we use a number of different techniques to rally troops and to create a network of accessibility allies. These are some of the techniques we've been using recently, and we'll be covering. I should note, though, that some of these techniques will be more relevant to you depending on the size of your studio, as well as the makeup of your studio, how much leadership support you have for accessibility. But my hope is that you can take and tweak any of these strategies to fit your studio's needs. So let's kick it off. Identifying existing allies. This is perhaps the easiest technique to implement, but you would be amazed how often this is overlooked. It's pretty common that I get people who email me and ask me and say, Brannon, I'm super passionate about accessibility. I don't know where to start. No one else at my company is interested in accessibility. And I'll come back and I'll say, how do you know that? Have you asked? Have you reached out? There may be existing allies you aren't familiar with in your organization, or individuals who are allies and don't even know they're allies yet. You know, at Microsoft, we've seen a large influx of allies coming in from our college hiring program. When they learn about accessibility, when they first kind of realize that it's a thing, kind of like Ian mentioned with our Super Bowl commercial, when people first hear about it, they get excited. And it's amazing how eager these individuals are to help us drive accessibility and become allies. So how do you identify these folks? It's actually really simple. First off, what I found to work really well is I'll generally send to a new studio or a new team an email expressing my personal passion and interest for accessibility. I'll tell them a little bit why I'm passionate about accessibility, the fact that I've worked with the gaming and disability community, the fact that I have an invisible disability. And then I'll invite them to come join me for something informal, coffee, maybe a after-work drink. Set a light agenda. Meeting one another, sharing information about roles, talking about accessibility in our products. And during that time, for those people who show up, I collect information, what teams they're on, what skills they have, what roles they're in. And I take notes so that when I leave, I've got that ongoing list of accessibility allies. Now, don't be surprised if at your very first meetup, very few, if anyone, shows up. Actually, my very first accessibility meetup, I sent out this big email. I was super excited. No one showed up. That's okay. It happens. Just make sure you set up a regular cadence for these meetups. Maybe it's once a quarter, maybe it's once a month. And then, every so often, when those times come around, send out another email reminder to the studio. There may be allies who weren't able to join the previous time for whatever reason, or new members may have joined your studio who have a passion for accessibility. But again, use those regular syncs to share strategies, share tips and tricks, and provide updates on accessibility across the team. Now, this is another important point, though, when it comes to sending out those emails and recruiting those existing allies. Avoid reaching out to specific individuals just because they may have a disability. There's this kind of assumption that, hey, if you have a disability, you must really be passionate about inclusive design and accessibility and want to help us and support us. And the fact of the matter is that's just not safe to assume. Just because I have brown hair, if someone started a club that was like, hey, we're starting the Brown Hair Club at Microsoft, I don't know if I'd really want to join, right? This is obviously way more important than that, but the fact of the matter remains that just because somebody can personally relate to the cause of accessibility or inclusive design doesn't mean they actively want to be involved in promoting and supporting it. And that's okay. Instead, make sure you're using broad communications to invite people into your ally network rather than specific targeted invites to people just because they may or may not have a disability. All right, so that was the easiest one. Now to move on to the next one. This one's a little trickier, but it's pretty cool. Inclusive design sprints. Microsoft's been using inclusive design sprints now for a while. Titles such as Gears of War 5, Minecraft, they've participated in these sprints. Typically, it's a 2-day event, usually performed ideally early in product development. We get about 20, 25 people from the studio across a broad set of individuals and roles, and we try to get a few leadership types to join as well. And the purpose of these sprints is to build allyship while learning the basics and the fundamentals of inclusive design and game accessibility from experts in the gaming and disability community itself. We then capture those research insights, and we use them to inform and frame our design ideation for inclusivity. Now, I would love to talk more about this, but this person would kill me because I'd be stealing her thunder. Next talk will be Tara going deep into inclusive design sprints. So, and I'm really upset she's not here to see my really cool slide. I totally rated her Twitter or Instagram or whatever it was. Anyway, I mean, she could kill you in this one. I don't know, anyways. So, anyways, Tara. Ah, there she is. So, yeah, inclusive design sprints, she's got you covered. So let's talk then about our next strategy, which is short boot camps. This year, Microsoft held its third annual Gaming Accessibility Boot Camp. And these events are open to anyone interested in Xbox who's interested in learning more about accessibility and inclusive design. They've grown rapidly over the years. Our first boot camp had about 80 people show up. Our last boot camp had 160 and sold out. We actually had a wait list of about 20, 30 people that wanted to come, and we didn't have enough space, so we're fixing that next time around. So, to give you an idea of what boot camp's about, I want to show you a very short video that kind of gives you a taste of what boot camp has to offer. This was from our very first boot camp back in 2017. The slide says the Gaming and Disability team hosted a boot camp to bring developers, designers together to learn more about inclusive design.
It was really important to us to be able to teach people about game accessibility, introduce people to topics maybe they didn't know about, allow people to network and interact with other people who are interested, but also be able to talk to gamers who need these features and live by these features, and it's their life. And we really wanted to connect these groups.
Just because a person sees themselves doesn't mean it's just gonna empower them right away. You need to give them options, but also you wanna make sure games are fun while making them accessible too.
The modifications they were doing to the hardware had in terms of giving the vets opportunity to actually game and how that gaming element help them in their recovery. I think that was really moving for me.
Thinking about accessibility or thinking about making gaming for everyone real is all about those little things that can add up. And so the fact that people already had examples of little things that they are doing, I just love that. That's just awesome.
Just the fact that once people start seeing accessibility features in games, it breaks down a few misconceptions. People realizing that actually this isn't some scary thing that's going to break our games, it's actually making things better with gamers as well. Gamers seeing that kind of stuff and being less worried about and actually seeing this as a really positive thing. It's inevitable that things are going to get to a really good place. It's just a case of joining the dots in between to get there.
And my apologies to the interpreters and the captioners. I'm not sure why the subtitles didn't pop up on that, so thank you for handling that. So yeah, boot camp is a really powerful event. It's been very successful at Microsoft. And again, that first one, the video from that first one, it was something we had never tried before. We decided that we'd take about one day. We'd invite the entire organization to come to a place on campus, and we would bring in members from the gaming and disability community to help build empathy with members of our studios and our platform teams. And wildly successful. It was wildly successful. The feedback we got was incredible, and the number of accessibility allies that one event alone generated was, it was really impactful. It was really amazing. The way we ran the boot camp was kind of like this. We started out with a welcome, yours truly. Hey, welcome, thanks for coming. And then after that, we stopped talking. And we let the gaming and disability community come in, and we let them talk, share their stories, share their passion for gaming, and why inclusive design is so important to them. That was the most impactful part. But it didn't hurt at the end to bring in one of our leaders, one of our executives, to kind of close things out by reaffirming our commitment in Xbox to gaming for everyone. And in the past few years, we've had a number of executives come and close out these boot camps. Phil Spencer, Dave McCarthy, some of those Xbox bigwigs. And it's powerful. After you've heard so many stories and the problems and the heartache and the love and the passion for gaming, to then have a leader come and say, that's important, and I commit to making things better for that community. We also, because, hey, we're in the games industry and we like to party, we had a little party afterwards. It was fantastic to get members of the gaming and disability community interacting one-on-one with members from our studio. It was really powerful. It was great to see those interactions. So if you do one of these, highly recommend you save a little bit of time for some libations and getting everyone together just to chat in an open, safe environment. Now, our first 2 boot camps were real short. They were those one-day empathy-building ones. But we kept seeing more and more people want to register. We kept getting more feedback like, this is powerful, this is important. And then we started to get feedback that was, okay, you've sold me, I get it, accessibility is important, but now what? How do I go and do the thing? So this last year, we tried something called an extended boot camp. And this was a desire to build a set of talks that were not only empathy building, but also focused on design and technical training. And rather than try to cram it all into a single day, we put it into 2 days. We, at our second talk or day of boot camp, we had 3 different tracks on the second day of different talks, ranging from talks focused on test, to design, to engineering and APIs that were available, tool sets. And we also used it as an opportunity to also talk about things that were tangential, or parallel to accessibility, rather. Things like inclusive hiring, game representation, community involvement and discussion, and etiquette. It was really, really powerful. So what I would say to you is that if you decide that your studio can have a boot camp, first, make sure you're bringing in members from the gaming and accessibility community. Reach out to people with a broad set of experiences, both personal and professional. And if you decide to go longer and you want to add technical content, you want to add design content, look to members in this room. You may not have all of the resources you need to host a day of technical design-focused talks, but there are a lot of people here who would be more than willing to come and talk to your teams and help you provide that content. All right, the CHAMPS program. I actually tried to find a picture of Messi because my son is going as Lionel Messi for Halloween, but no luck, so Ronaldo it is. Our CHAMPS program. Our CHAMPS program is probably our most ambitious program when it comes to raising awareness for accessibility and driving allyship and really influencing impact in products and processes at Microsoft. Our CHAMPS program is an ongoing process. It's run by our gaming accessibility team, of which myself and my manager make up. The audience is volunteers and or those people who have been identified by their management as being appropriate contact points for accessibility matters relating to their areas of ownership. And as mentioned above, the purpose is to build empathy, deliver that design and technical training, but then go a step further and actually provide logistical support, such as supporting accessibility test efforts, tracking features, providing bug reports. We want to make sure through this process that we are driving accessibility in our studios and on our platform teams and on our service teams from end to end while we're cultivating and developing our allies. So how do we do it? What does it look like? What's the structure look like? Well, each team has a champ. So if I'm a game studio, we might have a multiplayer team. We might have a campaign team, a sandbox team. Those teams each have at least one champ. And depending on the size and complexity of the team, or simply just how many people are interested in being champs, some teams may have multiple individuals working as champs for their team. When that happens, we generally designate a lead champ. Lead champs take on additional roles and responsibilities, which I'll mention in a second, and help coordinate the rest of the champs on their team. This helps share the burden and maintain consistency across the different teams that have champs. But of course, if you are the only champ on a team, you are the lead champ. Now, these lead champs, they provide a connection between the teams and their champs to the gaming accessibility team. And then the gaming accessibility team, we provide status updates to our accessibility executive sponsor. So, what are the roles of champs? What are the roles of champs leads? Well, first and foremost, whether you're a champ or a champ lead, you need to be evangelizing accessibility. The goal is to influence ongoing and future design and development work. This is done by having champs and champ leads share training, tools, best practices, but it also involves them learning and growing their knowledge bases by participating in training and participating in quarterly meetings where we all sync up and share knowledge and tips and tricks and technologies with one another. Now, champ leads, they have a few additional responsibilities. They sync monthly with our accessibility team. Let us know what's going on in their products. Let us know if they have any concerns, anything exciting to share. They recommend training agendas based on what their team needs to learn about so that our team can help drive documentation and training development. Champ leads create and maintain bug and task dashboards so it's easy to know where any given product or feature sits as it relates to accessibility. They also help us coordinate inclusive design sprints, which again, Tara will be talking about shortly. And they serve as a conduit for asks back to our accessibility team. They come to us and say, hey, our team really is struggling with X. And X might be a platform ask. X might be a documentation ask. X might be a problem with getting the appropriate level of leadership support. So that our accessibility team can then go back and help them drive those areas to success. So what makes up a good champs program? Well, it's pretty simple. You need to have enough coverage across your studios, enough people in the right teams and in the right roles. You need to make sure you have regular communications amongst those champs, whether it's meetings, whether it's team chats, whether it's email threads and DLs, ensuring that everyone is sharing their struggles and their successes with one another. And finally, accountable champs. At Microsoft, we hold our champs accountable for ensuring that they are delivering value. This is actually part of their job descriptions. It's added to their job descriptions. On our quarterly success metrics as employees, this is added to our, we call them reviews, to our reviews. And that ensures that these individuals are not only delivering the value that we seek, but it also ensures that they're rewarded and given time available to work on those areas. Because again, their managers have signed off. It's part of their commitments. So a quick reminder, allies are precious, okay? Don't squander them, don't neglect them. Once you've built your allies, make sure you set them up for success. Give them the tools and resources they need. Create shared lists of allies so that people can easily find one another to collaborate. Speaking of collaboration, create collaboration spaces, team events, MS Team websites, SharePoint sites, whatever you use. Documentation. Make sure that your team and your allies have the resources that they need to deliver the results that you want them to deliver. You know, as champs, we get a lot of questions. As allies, we get a lot of questions about accessibility. And it can eat up a lot of time. Provide information that people can easily share out so they don't have to keep reinventing the wheel over and over again. Collect tools. tools for checking color contrast, for checking text size and the like, tools for documenting accessibility, tools for checking websites for accessibility. Whatever tools you use, put them in a single space so people can easily find and use them. Help your allies create bug and feature backlogs so that people understand where their products sit in relation to accessibility. And finally, help foster community connections. Help your allies create feedback loops with the gaming disability community. Whether it's on social media, forums, or on Twitter, those connections are absolutely essential to growing your allies and improving your products. Because as the disability and gaming community says, nothing about us without us. So in conclusion, it is dangerous to go alone. No one person should be the accessibility person on the team. Inclusive design is most effective when it's a natural part of everyone's thought process and infused in all stages of product development from end to end. So with that, I'll say thank you, and go out there and make some new accessibility buddies. Thank you.
I will want to say it is quite jarring when you step out of the room for 2 minutes to do some troubleshooting with a live stream, only to look at the live stream and then see a bunch of pictures of your own face.
You should have stuck around.
Well, I'm sorry. Brandon, thank you so much for your talk. The champ system is really great. Does anyone want to take a guess who Mixer's lead champ is? Yeah, that was a bad joke, I know. All right, so it is now time for a half-hour break. We will be serving tea, coffee, water, and it'll be right outside. And we will have you back at, Shane, can you tell me what time it says on the sheet? 10:50 for my talk on inclusive design sprints, which you've seen previously plugged. Thanks, guys. We got like 2 minutes.
2 minutes? Okay.
I guess you could say 2-minute warning.
2-minute warning. This is your 2-minute warning. Get comfy. Sit down, kick back, relax. All right. Come on, I get to go up on stage now.
The soothing
So-
sounds of Brandon.
It's like one of those like ASMR things. No, okay, good. So, hi, some of you may know me. My name's Brandon Zahand, and I'm a gaming accessibility program manager at Microsoft. And I'm up here to introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker actually really needs no introduction. Tara Velker and I have worked together for way too long. I feel very old when I think about how long we've known each other. And she has consistently been one of the most amazing gaming accessibility champions in the industry. It was so amazing when we were able to finally bring her over to Microsoft and have her join our team, where she leads accessibility efforts on Mixer. And with that, without further ado, I'm sorry, I know it's not as exciting as last time, but please welcome Tara Velker.
Hello. Oh God, where's the mouse? Wait, there it is. Wait, what? Ha! Hello. All right, so I'm here today to tell you about inclusion through design sprints, or more simply, this is what we kind of did, and you should probably try it too. So a little bit about me. Brandon already did a great job introducing, but the other thing that I want to plug is that you may have noticed that there's always a sponsor named Shara, the Game Accessibility Conference. So Shara is Shane and Tara Voltron together. Shane right there in the front. She's running our social media today. And every year we sponsor Game Accessibility Conference by doing fundraisers on the internet, and we get money donated to us from real gamers just out in the public who want to support game accessibility. People like Sean, one of our staff members there in the back. He's looking like we don't see him. But he has been one of the people who has helped Shara help make the Game Accessibility Conference happen. So I just wanted to let you guys know that you guys can find gamers in the public who will help you on your cause. They will literally give you money to help make games more accessible if you ask for their support. So you've heard about inclusive design sprints a little bit, previously mentioned, but what actually is an inclusive design sprint? So it's really a dedicated time for a product team to learn, to build empathy, and in some cases actually work on starting to build a product or a piece of product specifically made for people with disabilities. Now, within gaming at Microsoft, it kind of has a convoluted history on how we got here. So there's an inclusive design team that's in Microsoft, they're part of Windows, and that's kind of where the inclusive design sprint originated. There's a whole inclusive design toolkit that they have built and formed that is available to use. And back when it started, it was actually a full sprint, a full 2 weeks. So after you would go through learning and empathy, you would actually start to build something that you would want to ship in your product. And again, the goal was to, after these 2 weeks, have something that you would ship. Going to bring it to gaming, it was kind of interesting. So back when I started, Xbox was actually still part of Windows. And so we were able to basically take these Windows resources, because we were in the same org, and get inclusive design sprints run by this inclusive design team. But one of the things that had started to happen, and was even happening before I was part of Xbox, was that's a long time to take a game studio offline to work on a piece of your product if you've already started development and you stop specifically to work on something else. And because of that, they were kind of gradually shortened over time. And then additionally, they were The group sessions that were happening were adjusted based on feedback from the studios or other facilitators. Honestly, when we ran the one for Mixer about 2 years ago, we just kind of started changing stuff in the second day because how it was built was not suited to work with our team because we're a service, and even more as games as a service, we needed something to change, and so even we started updating it. And so now sort of the inclusive design process that we've been kind of trying out with studios is actually about just under 2 days. But even though it's been massively shortened, it still has the same 4 goals as the original inclusive design sprint. So the first is probably an introduction to accessibility in a non-legal context. Because a lot of times for game devs who are going to implement stuff, maybe the first time that they're learning about accessibility is the CVAA, which is a terrible thing to start learning about accessibility on. And there's so much more, especially because accessibility is so much about understanding your users and empathy. So there's a huge part of that you want to build in as well. The third part is still obviously giving the customer themselves with disabilities direct voice to the team. As Brandon said in his presentation, nothing about us without us, and so it's getting that us in front of the dev team. And then finally, giving the devs a safe space where they can create these ideas where they go forward. And so when you're making inclusive design, these are really the 4 things you have to do. And so the current gaming sprint is about, like I said, just under 2 days. The first day is about education, empathy, and barrier identification. It's literally about learning to understand the problems that these gamers are facing. The second day, after a brief recap, is all about brainstorming and presenting these ideas to the rest of the team. How are you going to solve what you learned about the previous day? And I want to give a special shout out to Playground Games. I know there are some of you guys here. Yes. So as I said, this has been something that's been adjusted for a long time, but I also mentioned that this used to be run by the inclusive design team. Well, we're not part of Windows anymore, so we had to kick it off ourselves, and so kind of me, Sean, and Melissa, they're back there, we're like, we can figure something out, and we tried our best, but basically it meant that Playground had to be the ones that we tested everything out on to see if it worked. You guys were great. Thanks for putting up with us. And now, the user research team at Xbox, and they're going to be going forward and doing more. But again, I want to say shout out because I had no idea what I was doing, but you guys seem to like it anyway. So if you guys were going to run through one, you probably want to know a little bit more about what we do in the day-to-day. And like I said earlier, it really starts with the Microsoft Design Toolkit for inclusive design. The inclusive design sprint is still deeply built off of these ideas. You can actually access all of the Microsoft Design Toolkit online. A lot of the things I have here are actually slides that you can get or videos you can download. You can do that at microsoft.com/design/inclusive. But it's really about teaching the 3 main pillars of inclusive design. So the first one is recognizing exclusion, realizing when people aren't able to be a part of the community and joining your product. Learning from diversity. When you talk to more people who are not like yourselves or people who have different abilities, you're going to learn from them. And then the final part of solving for one and extending to many. So by solving for one very particular use case, you will solve for a whole bunch of other use cases. So when we're trying to explain inclusive design to devs, we kind of start off with the beginning of, number 1, explaining the numbers. I'm not going to tell all you guys here, because I'm sure someone else in another presentation will, talking about the number of gamers with disabilities, how important it is. Talking about literally the definition of disability, because we believe in using the World Health Organization's definition of disability, that a person becomes disabled when they hit a conflict with their environment. Actually, one of my favorite things to do in that scene is, have any of you guys ever watched Drunk History? Yes, okay, Drunk History is amazing. There is a really great episode on the signing of the ADA in America that has Zach Anner in it. So I totally recommend that, but that's my excuse for plugging Zach Anner, because I'll be like, look, here's Zach in front of a staircase, what's the disability? Go watch Drunk History, because it's great. But from there, talking about that, and then we actually walked them through an actual example of the inclusive design process at work within Xbox specifically. And normally we do this with the standard controller, because if you think of the traditional controller a lot of us use, we make a lot of assumptions about using that controller. We assume that you have 2 thumbs. We assume that you can hold it up for an extended period of time. We assume that you have full range of motion in these fingers, which you may not have. And so once you realize that, you realize you may have excluded people. And that's when we take that step into learning from diversity. So in this example of talking more about our controller, if we were to learn from diversity, talking with Able Gamers, the Cerebral Palsy Foundation, Special Effect, Craig Hospital, and Warfighter Engaged, you can realize a lot of people with a diverse set of needs are doing a lot of things to basically circumvent the standard controller. So if we're continuing our narrative, basically we see that a lot of the gamers that we interacted with through these charities were cracking 2 controllers together to form 1 controller. They did it in massively different ways, but that was one thing we saw very specifically. We then continue to the last point, solving for one and extending to many. So again, it's a very specific example. If I solve for this one case, I will find other things that end up being solved along with it. So in the example that we've been talking about our controller, the result would be Copilot. So Copilot is a way that you can take 2 controllers and have them come in as 1 input. So now for all of those gamers that were cracking 2 controllers together to wire them so they could play, they have their issue solved. They don't need to do that now because they can use Copilot. Additionally, if I'm playing games with my 10-year-old cousin who's like maybe terrible at steering and Forza, but great at gas and brake, we can also use Copilot together. So it's solving for that particular example extended to another example. We also then go and try to show other resources from the toolkit. One of the things that we like to do is learning from an expert videos. I can get up here and talk about what people need or their experiences, or I could let them have their own voice. And so as part of the Microsoft Inclusive Design Toolkit, we have a bunch of people who are telling their own stories, their own challenges that they're interacting with day to day, and you're able to go and watch them explain their life. So the one that I end up using is from Antoine. He is a deaf dance instructor. And it's just the one that I happen to like. There are others on there, so if you wanted to run your own inclusive design sprint, you can select any of these videos. So that's kind of how day one starts off. Like, we dump a bunch of information on you right at the beginning and kind of get you primed. And then that gets you ready for the meat of the day, which is the larger empathy building session. So basically, you have your group that you're going to have in your inclusive design sprint, and you divide them into 4 teams. You're also going to have 4 subject matter experts, or SMEs, as I tend to abbreviate. You'll have basically a 35 or 40-minute session with one SME, and then you'll rotate to the next one. You'll break for lunch, and then you'll do the other 2. Before we send the developers off, we tend to give them some guidance on these are questions you should ask, people first questions, but also telling them what to listen for, which is what's the most important. What adaptations are you seeing? What frustrations are you seeing? What are you seeing in terms of solutions? What works well? What do they like? What do they don't like? Why do they like or not like that? And after we do that, it's kind of a bunch of time where you are getting a lot of information coming in. And after that, it's time to take everything that you've absorbed and kick it back out. So we actually go into a note-taking exercise. So after you've talked to all the subject matter experts, you go back with your group, and you are going to need so many sticky notes throughout this entire process. Like, I cannot stress the amount of sticky notes. We have maybe personally decimated the rainforest. I don't know. So many sticky notes. But you will go and have everyone in their group write down the main things that stood out to them. And then after that, the group, because you will make a whole bunch, because each person will probably make like 5 to 15, depending on how much they want to write, you will have everyone in the group kind of go over. You'll see themes or similarities, one thing that a bunch of people picked up on, and your group will then decide 5 to 7 that they want to share with the whole team. So you take those notes, share your 5 to 7. Now, after you've shared these 5 to 7 things that you've identified within your group to the team, you will notice, again, themes are starting to emerge within the entire team together. And what you're going to want to do is take those themes and literally take your sticky notes and start sticking them on the wall and grouping them in themes. So an example of a theme might be you could hear people talk about, so for example, in Mixer, we had an example where we had a streamer who played games with his face. And so if he wanted to talk to chat, he would have to stop playing the game so that he could talk to chat, because he used his mouth to play games, couldn't do both. Another participant that we had, he was deaf and did not like to speak on stream. And so if he wanted to interact with chat, he would also have to stop playing to interact with chat. And so you've kind of identified this theme of having to stop gameplay for communication. It could be based around control types. It could be based around multiplayer themes. You guys will kind of figure out in your own title what's working best, but you guys will notice there will be things that stick out about your product that the people are identifying. And really, that's it for the first day, because although I know I mostly talked about sticky notes, you will be fried. It is a lot. Depending on how your group goes, it can actually be very emotional. I have been in an inclusive design sprint in which people started crying afterwards. It's not uncommon. It can be a lot, especially if you realize that you were the one that made a choice that later resulted in one of these gamers coming in saying, I can't play because of this, and basically the friction was just like, oh shit, I was the one that said we should do X. And then kind of going through that struggle of like, okay, how do I get better as I go forward? Then you move on to the second day. And you're honestly just gonna want to start with a recap. Like I said, you're going to be identifying things as a group, you're gonna have ideas, and you want to ask the group, what was surprising, what was challenging, what was interesting, and kind of get everyone's brains going back again at the beginning of the day. Now, this is an area that actually I was talking with Melissa that we'd like to get better at going forward, is that they are inclusive design sprints, they're not accessibility sprints, and so it's taking the idea of expanding it from accessibility to inclusion. So accessibility really covers motor impairments, sensory impairments, neurotypicality, but there are other ways that someone could be unintentionally excluded from enjoying your product, such as their socioeconomic status, their gender identity, their race and culture. And so we really challenge everyone to also think about these when working on inclusion. So something else that the inclusive design team has made that I have also then since stolen, like most of my work, is this idea of this chart. So on one side, you would have all of your pillars of whatever you want your product to be and what matters to you about your product and what you want to hit. Across the top are the areas that we just talked about: motor, sensory, neuro, economic status, gender identity, and race and culture. The idea is that when working with your product, you can fill this out and then identify areas that you may need to improve. So for example, this is a really old one that I filled out from Mixer a long time ago. So you can see going across on our basic pillars are about attracting new streamers, getting viewers to the right streamers, and then encouraging streamer support. So if we fill out what we have in our product on this chart, you can see that we have a really good horizontal story about attracting new streamers. But if we look specifically under the gender identity column, you can see that we don't have much there. So if we were thinking about a way to be more inclusive in our product, we could think of things to fill that vertical column so that we're better at it. I also wanted to call out that I have a bunch of things crossed out on mine because I don't believe they count because we're required to do that anyway as part of Xbox, so no freebies. So after we've kind of done this education, we've talked a little bit more about extending inclusion, we send you off for another group activity. So I really hope you like your coworkers. So what we instruct people to do, particularly for us at Xbox, is to think of one way the product, the title, can improve on one of the themes that you've identified. We also ask that you think about it in terms of your engine, because we both have, some of our studios have custom engines, some of our other studios use shared engines, and so maybe there's one thing in particular that's very hard to do with this engine that you would love to do, so maybe there's a way to fix it in the engine. And then the last, because we are part of Xbox, is we ask for a way that maybe the platform could help solve this challenge even easier. So we do give people these 3 prompts, but we do not enforce that they stick to it at all. You will find that one particular group will have 20 ideas of things they can do in the product, and they don't even get to what the Xbox can do to make it better. And that's totally okay. Honestly, the real reason we provide these prompts is so that if people are in a group, they get stuck, they have something they can think about. Normally, you don't actually even need these. But the goal is, while you're brainstorming, is to have people come up with ideas. So I said over time, these have been adapting. One of the things that we introduced in Mixer when we were doing it was the idea of this brainstorming one-pager. We wanted people to get their thoughts literally down on paper. And so on our one-pager, you just name your feature, you draw a little picture, a short description, and then you think about a few things. So is it one and done or continuous? Is whatever you're pitching something that you will just implement once, or is this something that you have to continually update? And then thinking about the impact that it could have on some of the areas that typically have accessibility issues, auditory, visual, cognitive, and mobility, and thinking about how much will it impact these areas. And the reason that we still have all on the sheet is because one of the things I'm sure a lot of us know is adding something that is good for one group is frequently better for another group. And so this is a way for the team to look and realize, oh yes, we wanted to make our subtitles better for auditory reasons, but by doing it, we've also impacted certain cognitive areas as well. And then finally, a development cost, just t-shirt size. So we tell everyone to imagine you have infinite sprints and infinite resources, infinite man-months, and every kind of dev you would ever need. What would it be? Because by having them pie in the sky, they won't limit their ideas. There is always a time and place for scoping. The inclusive design sprint is not it. It's about getting in the right headspace first. And so after that, it's honestly show and tell. So each group, is probably going to have like a shit ton of these documents, which is great, but we don't have enough time for you to present all 20 of your amazing ideas. What we ask is each group select 3 to 5, and then share those 3 to 5 with the wider team. And again, what you're going to find is groups will have similar ideas or ideas that are complementary, of things that can really be integrated into a product. And that will get the team excited when you see, they said we should do this, and I said we should do this, but if you Voltron that shit, it's the best. And that's the kind of excitement that we want people to have. So obviously, this is just what we'd done previously. I know that over in the user research team, they have other changes they're gonna make to make it even better. So, that was just kind of how I did it when not knowing what I was doing, and I felt it went pretty well. But I do think that it's something that, with a little bit of work, and even just looking at the Microsoft toolkit, you guys would also be able to take and do for your team. Which is why I also have a bunch of pro tips of things that I learned. Number 1, having a list of things you're logistically going to need. So you're gonna need at least 4 meeting rooms that have 5 to 8 people for each of your breakout sessions. You're going to need 1 very large meeting room that can fit your entire team in it. You're probably gonna have a PowerPoint there, so make sure that works. And you're gonna need somewhere for all of the aforementioned sticky notes. Have a nice place where everyone can eat lunch. You are going to need markers and pens, paper, and again, a whole bunch of sticky notes. I know this slide may seem very duh. These are things that we learned that I should put on a slide because it wasn't obvious. So please, learn from our mistakes. Have the sticky notes ahead of time with markers. The other thing that I really want people to be good at is selecting the right subject matter experts. If you can, try to find people who are local and can attend in person. I have done inclusive design sprints where we had people remote in just because travel was impossible, but having someone physically in the room with you makes a big difference. If you can, look for people who are already public advocates and educators in accessibility. I just want to remind people that telling your personal story is hard, and there is an emotional labor that is associated with it. And so you're more likely to get someone to agree if it's something they're already doing and already practice that. So I say accessibility advocates. I didn't specifically say tech. Bonus points if they are already working in tech. Again, try to get a variable group. Don't pick people who are facing the exact same barriers because then you'll get less out of swapping your groups. Try to look for people who play your game, but what's important to realize is there may be a reason that someone isn't playing your game, so shopping around other titles could be beneficial as well. So if you are a certain type of first-person shooter and you can't find someone that plays yours, but they find your competitor and they play them, maybe there's a barrier in your product that isn't in your competitor's product. So there's something you can learn by bringing in people who play similar games to yours, but not your exact game. And the only other thing I can recommend is if you want to keep having these, don't use the same people all the time. Bring in different people so you can grow your network of gamers with disabilities that you can work with as you go forward. On selecting attendees, you're gonna look for about 20 people from your studio to run one the same size that we did, and I say have a hard cap at 24. 4 of them will need to be facilitators. The reason I say hard cap is because in addition to your team, you will have your subject matter experts, and then you will have anyone who's there to assist your subject matter experts throughout the day. And depending on the number of people, that can easily swell. If you have one person who has 2 assistants in addition to your team, that's a lot to shove in one room together. That'll get very warm very quickly. No one wants that. And again, try to cover as many disciplines as possible. I want to stress that social, marketing, PR, QA, all of them are game dev and all of them need to be included. There are ways that end of pipeline can also exclude in your product, and you don't want that to kind of crush any work that maybe an engineering team has done because later in the pipeline you ended up being inaccessible. And I also really recommend for aiming for leads, more senior members of your team to come to this who can pass their knowledge down. Having lots of knowledge at the bottom is also great, but without top-down support, it may not go anywhere. And so you have to have people who, when they learn this, can instill it and also be held accountable for if nothing comes out of the inclusive design sprint for their team. And I also want to say that I've heard before someone being like, oh, they're already into accessibility, I don't need to bring them. Not true. Having people who are already sold and excited come in doesn't make you a bad candidate. It means that you can bring energy and knowledge to a team as part of the groups that maybe they didn't have. So don't exclude someone just because you think they're already, great at it. As we mentioned before, each group will end up having a facilitator. And the facilitator really needs to be someone who is ready, bought in, preferably already has at least a base knowledge about accessibility, because what they're going to be doing is keeping conversations on topic. They're going to be moving the group forward if the conversation stalls, and if it does stall, they may have to have a prompt ready. So by having someone who has some base knowledge already, they can help keep things going forward. They're also going to be the one that's giving 5-minute warnings, all that sort of stuff. Tips for forming your groups. So don't group all of one team together. You shouldn't have a group that's this is all of our UI artists. You shouldn't have another group that's like, this is all of our network engineers. Don't do that. You want to have various disciplines mixed together within the group. Something else I highly recommend is trying to have a balance of extroverts and introverts. If you have one group that's only extroverts and one group that's only introverts, extroverts are going to just talk over each other all the time and maybe not let the subject matter expert talk, where maybe in the interview-only group, it's just very, very quiet and there's not as much conversation. So obviously, whoever is putting together the groups, you probably need to know your team a little bit better so you can plan ahead for this, but something to think about. And you should have one person in each group who's comfortable being the presenter, because again, there's lots of here are my ideas on a sticky notes, here's what our group came up with, and so one person from each group needs to be comfortable presenting. Let's see. Tips for preparing your subject matter experts. So this was something that I learned because I was not 100% great at this, especially on the Mixer one. Sorry to everyone who was there for that. So if possible, tell them what game that they're going to be working on. If you can't, which obviously if you are early and you're unannounced, giving them an idea of the genre of game is a good idea. Try to give them the schedule as early as possible so that they can prepare. Let them know what sort of questions you think the dev team's going to ask. Let them know they're probably going to answer the same question 4 times. Because pretty much every group, as an icebreaker, will be like, well, what games are you playing? And so 4 times, they're going to have to answer, what games are you playing? Which is totally cool, but just prepare your subject matter expert for that. If possible, let them see the space before it begins so they can get acquainted with where everything is and more comfortable. Share any relevant information with the subject matter expert in terms of their needs actually with the dev team so everyone's prepared. In addition to all of their social information, I got asked a lot about like, oh, what was Vivek's Twitter? And I was just like, oh, I have it. I should send it in an email. I could have just sent that out ahead of time. My bad. And of course, let them know any relevant NDA rules, where photos are allowed, et cetera, et cetera. All right, guys. We're almost done, I promise. So some tips for follow-through. So you have ran an inclusive design sprint, you're really excited. How can you make sure something happens? So number 1, I highly recommend assigning a producer to be the person who makes sure that everything gets entered into whatever tracking software that you're using. Get it in your backlog, because then it's harder to get rid of. Second, I actually really like, immediately after the sprint, sending a report out to everyone, because you probably didn't have, especially if you're a large studio, your entire studio attend the sprint. And so if you send out something about the sprint to the entire team, everyone knows about it, and they may come and ask attendees questions. In that report, you will set a date in which you will send a follow-up report, which means you are more likely to have done something because you've already committed that you will do something, if that makes sense. I work that way. I'm more likely to do something if I give other people a date or time. If I just say, yeah, I do that, no, I'm going to do it last second when Ian emails me and asks me why I didn't send anything to the captioners before I got here. That's a real example. The other thing I highly recommend is creating workflows that will facilitate preventing some of the unintentional exclusion that you saw. So for example, if you're working and you realize, oh, we did this, but if we just did Y instead, that wouldn't have happened. You can create a workflow that will prevent that from happening. So for example, not part of an inclusive design sprint, but when Shane and I worked at Turtle Rock, we realized that by having our VFX artist do a certain check on her VFX, she would realize that something was going to be inaccessible in terms of color blindness before she built it. And so we introduced that check into our workflow. And that was just something that we identified we could easily work around. We just needed a process to catch it before it went too far. And then if you can, send out as much resources to your team at the end so they can continue to learn. Now, when should you be having your inclusive design sprint? Honestly, the earlier is the better. If you can have it in pre-pro, great. I would love to have everyone, when they're in the idea phase of a new title, their next game, whatever, to have an inclusive design sprint. But I also realize that people in this room have probably already started working on their title. And you know what? Better late than never. I will take whatever you will give me, because it'll have an impact. So talking about Forza, one of the things that we learned in the Forza Horizon 4 sprint was one of the gamers was one-handed. And the team had worked very, very hard at Playground to have a one-handed control system that they had at E3 when they were demoing the LEGO update. And that was awesome. But they also found out that this gamer couldn't actually use the one-handed control setup that they had made. So it was a great learning moment, even though it was already shipped. But the flip was, it then validated other work they were already doing. They had started working on fully remappable controls and bringing over what was on Windows to the Xbox. And so he basically came and said, if we only had remappable controls, I wouldn't even need this one-handed control scheme I can't use. Well, great, because they were working on it. And now it got validated how important or how useful that work actually was. So even if you've already started, you can still learn or help prioritize future patches. But if you do get to have them early, it's really great. So I have a screenshot from a video that I hope gets released one day. But on screen is Rod Ferguson from Coalition. They did an inclusive design sprint, and he was talking about subtitles. Said, well, our subtitles in particular don't tell you who's talking, they don't tell you what emotion or the context for the line, and there were a bunch of other readability issues with the subtitles. But they had that inclusive design sprint, and they learned and they heard, and they were early enough in the development, they were able to make changes. And the result was the Can I Play It review, in which they got a 6 out of 6, first ever that this website had ever given in terms of deaf friendliness in a game. And this is 100% a direct result of talking to gamers who are hard of hearing or deaf early in the production process as part of the inclusive design sprint. But it wasn't just this that came out of it. So as Zoe says, during our inclusive design sprint, while in pre-production, we saw a lot of light bulbs turn on for our team, including myself. Inclusive design language became a part of our everyday culture, and I can't be more proud of how that manifested in Gears 5. Seeing the reviews and how much being inclusive affects your fans is in such a positive way is the best reward. And what that actually meant was they had a huge amount of accessibility info just shared before the product launched, and a massive accessibility list of options in-game, which again, they directly attributed to learning early as part of the inclusive design sprint. And so I just want to challenge all of you guys today that if you're interested in this, that you do some version of it yourself with your team. Do what you can, do what you need with your own resources. Again, the Microsoft Inclusive Design Toolkit is online. Please come take it, use it wherever you are. Any resources that we have that we can share, we try to put online for you guys. And I hope you guys are able to actually get gamers with disabilities in front of your dev team like we did. So, thank you. All right, we're gonna prep for the next speaker, so it'll be a very tiny break.
Yeah, right.
All right. So, as we continue our day, one of my favorite things is having devs get up and talk about what they managed to do in their title and how they did it. And then I'm very excited to, again, I think that first-person shooters are one of the most popular types of games, but also frequently one of the games that most frequently need improved in terms of accessibility. So I'm really excited to have you guys come up and talk. So you guys, I would like to, I also want to say I've decided not to say last names so that I don't mess them up. You can read them on the screen. I'm sorry. So please welcome Patrick, who was the localization manager, project manager. I can't even get this right. And then Matt, who is the senior gameplay designer. Yeah, I did it. All right. Come on up, guys.
Hello, everybody. I just want to say the only correct pronunciation of my last name is Gorgeous, just so you know. And I am here to represent all the talented people who worked on subtitles. And I want to start by getting a common misconception out of the way, and that's that subtitles are easy to get right, and they are not. And that's because in TV and film, subtitling is a human effort and governed by industry standards. And given the nature of our medium, not to mention that a game like ours has over 365,000 words subtitled, subtitling as a human effort is not feasible. So we have to come up with systems that interface with audio code, UI, and engine. And until fairly recently, there were no real standards. In 2017, I started looking into subtitles and how we could improve on The Division 1, having seen the good example set by Assassin's Creed Origins. And I just want to start by showing a video of the subtitles in the first game.
Listen up. I spent 6 years in medical school. I don't give a shit what you saw on TV while you were jerking off to soap operas in your mom's basement, but setting a bone isn't pretty. You want your buddy fixed? You get your gun out of my face.
So, as you can see, perhaps the subtitle splits were not the best they could be. So this led to a proposal to improve subtitle splits, which you can see here, and which is actually better illustrated by these mock-ups of the same scene with improved subtitle splits. From there, we started looking into, I'm missing my notes, but I'll just wing it. We started looking into other subtitle improvements, most of them inspired by TV and film, such as natural subtitle splits based on punctuation, a max number of characters per line, a max 2 lines per subtitle, minimum time on screen, better stacking, center alignment, and sequence dots. And we also started looking into accessibility features, which I think are also just advanced quality of life and user customization options. And those were adjustable font size, letterboxing with adjustable contrast, speaker colors, subtitle settings in the first boot configuration, a subtitle preview in the options menu, and the big one is closed captions with subtitled barks. And I mentioned barks specifically because barks are usually not subtitled in big open world games, just due to the sheer number of them. And for those of you who don't know what barks are, they're like short systemic lines that are like reloading and cover me. And just to illustrate, over 75% of our VO lines are barks, and that's over 60,000 lines in the main game. And so for closed captions, because they, at that point, had never been done before in Ubisoft, we had to do all of our research from scratch. And one of the biggest, I guess, inspirations was the work of Reed Kimball, an American designer who was part of a, I think, pioneering modding group called GameCC. And one of their projects was a mod of Doom 3, which they called Doom 3 CC. And I have a video here, which is pretty low res. It's old, and hopefully you can see it.
Warning, coolant rod 2 offline. Main reactor operation temperature exceeding safe levels.
Marine, Bravo team is down. Their operational status is unknown. We're carrying a military transmission card. It's vital you retrieve that card as it...
So you get the picture. Other resources that we used were, among others, the work of Ian Hamilton, the BBC, and our accessibility team in Ubisoft Bucharest. And this all led to the official subtitles and closed captions design for The Division 2, which I think might be the longest in the industry. And what we learned from this is that we need to do, in the future, the design in a more technical way, because it proved pretty difficult to translate the design to code. And so in hindsight, I kind of see this more as an aspirational document. And you can see it's still scrolling. So in the design, we identified 2 degrees of captioning. The first was stage directions and onomatopoeia in scripted dialogue, and the second was, I guess, the real closed captions, full captions, including sound effects during gameplay. And the one that we identified as feasible to do in the production time that we had was the first, stage directions plus onomatopoeia in scripted dialogue, plus the subtitled NPC barks, which I mentioned previously. But we would be set up to add full captions later. We also settled on 3 subtitle modes. The first is scripted dialogue, which are your box standard subtitles. The second is scripted dialogue plus barks. And the third one is full captions. From there, we got to the UI design stage. And you're not supposed to read this, but I have a first mock-up here of closed captions and subtitles. And this led to the first UI art mock-up, which you can see here, which also includes our directional marker for closed captions and barks, showing the direction a sound or bark is coming from and the player's proximity to it. So in terms of closed captions, what we have in the game right now is captions during scripted dialogue, and you can see a screenshot from the game here. And I want to tell you a little bit more about how they work. So in this video, you can see me turning closed captions on and off, and you can see that the caption is appearing and disappearing in the example subtitle in the upper right corner. And I won't talk too much about technical details because I'm not a technical person, but I just want to show you what this line looks like in the back end. So this is a screenshot of Oasis, which is a Ubisoft asset management tool for text, among other things. And this is the line you just saw with the closed caption. There is no second line without the closed caption. When closed captions are disabled, our engine omits any text between square brackets, including the leading space before the opening bracket, which you can see highlighted now. Also, since we have 3 subtitle modes, we need to tell the engine which lines to show in each mode. And we do this with the subtitle column in Oasis, which you can see highlighted now. So when this box is checked, the line is classified as a normal subtitle and will appear in all subtitle modes. When the box is not checked, the line can only show in the barks subtitle mode and full captions. And any text that is between square brackets, even as part of a bark, will only show in full captions. So when we shipped, we knew we did a decent job in terms of subtitle accessibility, but we knew we weren't perfect. But luckily, as a games as a service, we didn't have to stop at launch, and we actually asked the Games Lab at Massive to invite players from the deaf and hard of hearing community and to see what we can improve about our barks and closed captions, which has led to some of the improvements we have made so far. For example, the improved directional marker for barks, which actually launched just last week with our latest free DLC episode. And the marker was supposed to show, is supposed to show the direction a sound or bark is coming from, including the player's proximity to it. And it worked, but the research showed that players didn't notice the marker or found it hard to read, so we improved it. And the redesigned marker will now show to the left or right of subtitles, depending on if the sound is coming from the left or right. And I actually have a video here of the old marker in action.
Gotta reload. Cover me.
And the new one.
Reload. Got your back.
Another thing that we noticed was that during the number of lines that could be on screen at any given time, our stacking system made things a bit too chaotic and difficult to follow, as you can see in this video here.
Keep moving. Don't stay in one spot for too long.
I can see. Reload.
Electronic device detected.
So that was not great. So we improved it, and scripted dialogue now has priority in the bottom slot with 2 slots for closed captions above that. And if I can just find the mouse. Is it? Okay, there we go.
Hostile threat detected. Take cover.
Get this fucker. Got his position. The run's coming behind that barrier. Fuck. Cover me. I got you low. I'll watch your back. Hold the line. Relax.
We also added the speaker colors functionality, which gives each speaker a different text color. And before I move on to future improvements, I just want to show you a video of the current state of our subtitles in the live game.
Incoming alert on the SHD emergency channel. Flash priority.
The base of operations is under attack. Hostile forces have breached our southern perimeter. We are in need of immediate assistance. Repeat, need immediate assistance from any nearby agents.
You don't have to keep beating him. I'm pretty sure he's dead. I want to make sure whoever finds his body knows better than fuck behind. Good idea. Let me help.
All government personnel, the White House is under attack. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill.
Our job is to make sure nobody comes up from behind. Just keep your goddamn eyes open. I'm gonna drop the motherfucker. I want to see blood. Oh yeah. Come on. Die. Somebody's coming up on me. Oh shit.
I gotta get back to work. Thanks for the movie, Manny.
Anytime, Theo.
You coming over for dinner?
Not tonight. Gotta meet with some National Guard buddies. They're worried they'll get called to hell with quarantine in New York.
Okay.
This is serious.
It's the flu.
Okay.
You worry too much, mijo. Give me your wallet. Yeah. Don't make...
So we plan to keep improving, and one of the big things that we want to add in the future is the standalone closed captions during gameplay. And we hope to ship this in an upcoming release. And some of the sounds that we're looking to caption are, of course, explosions, weapon fire, ambient sound, et cetera, et cetera. One thing that we want to be careful not to do is to give players a competitive advantage, because The Division 2 has PvP modes. And I'm going to show you a video of Left 4 Dead 2. And if you've played the game, you know that it has very distinct sound cues to alert you to the presence of certain enemies or items. And in this video, the players turn on closed captions, even though the sounds are not audible, so they still have the advantage of knowing when certain enemies show up. And I hope I can get the mouse back here somehow. Oh, there we go.
Okay. There we go. Okay. That kind of worked. Just keep your eye on whatever happens. For example, see, there's the pipe bomb ticking right there. Hunter growls. There's a hunter somewhere. Okay. Tank. There's a hunter right there. And the tank is here. Oh,
So we want to be careful to avoid this, especially in PvP, of course, without sacrificing on the feature. So before I wrap up, I want to share some quick stats in terms of font size. About 2/3 of our players uses the default small font size for subtitles. About 1/4 uses the medium font size, and about 10% of our players uses the large font size. In terms of subtitle modes, about half of our players play without any subtitles. About 1/3 plays with normal subtitles. About 4% uses the scripted dialogue plus Barks mode, and about 14% uses full captions. So combined, more than 18% of our players uses an accessible subtitle mode, which is evidence that these features are not just used by deaf and hard of hearing players. Which takes me to our key takeaways. The first is advocate for accessibility features as advanced user customization options, especially if your features aren't mandatory under the CVAA, because everybody loves user customization. The second is that these features are used by all types of players, as evidenced by the statistics. And the third is continuous improvement. For game as a service, launch is just the beginning. Use post-launch to your advantage for continuous improvement, because people will notice. And with this, I'll give it to Matt for his part.
Is my mic on? You hear me? Okay, I couldn't hear myself. My name is Matt Wagner. I'm a senior game designer. And I want to talk about adding our accessibility options, specifically with CVAA, or how to add more wheels to a car while driving. So to clarify our role, we at Red Storm, kind of a lot of what people know us for as far as the Division and the Division 2 is our Dark Zone and the PvP game mode. And then we were also responsible primarily for the PC version of the game. And so for the CVAA stuff, I just want to make sure it's clear. We were responsible for communication among players, right? The Division 2, you can play in a group. There's also public spaces. There's also things like raids, which have kind of this pseudo large group of 8 players where you normally would have 4. And so we had to support communication under CVAA for all those situations. So that became our primary responsibility, which ended up actually going out kind of into the rest of the game and adding more features where it wasn't necessarily required under the law, but we wanted to make sure that as many players could have access to these features as possible. So at this point in the game, we had a little amount of time and we had lots to do. I had just come onto the project and we had about, I believe, a year until ship. And they said, hey, welcome. I had just come off of working on Star Trek, a virtual reality game. And they said, welcome to this huge third-person shooter. You get to design all the CVAA options. So it actually was one of those moments where I didn't really know what I was getting into. But like I think a lot of people are going to say today, by the end of this process, I have found myself being a strong advocate for these features. And I know that I will be advocating for them in the future as I move forward. So it actually ended up being a great process. Our mantra was fast, efficient, and high quality. So we knew that for these communication options, we weren't going to be able to roll something from scratch, right? We weren't going to be able to take our time, kind of find every dot that we needed to connect. We knew that we needed to ship this thing. But it also had to be high quality, right? The Division 2 is a AAA game. Players have expectations of polish, and so we wanted to make sure to satisfy those expectations. So Our thought was to upgrade existing features, deliver quality solutions, and look to others for inspiration, right? Let's not reinvent the wheel. Let's just do what works and do it well. Which leads me to our text chat. So I think the text chat feature in The Division 2, which again started with PC, is kind of a great all-encompassing feature that encapsulates our attitude towards the accessibility options we put in. So we wanted to combine usability with functionality. Again, echoing what a lot of people are saying, right? There's no need to bury these options in menus. All kinds of players are going to use these for all kinds of reasons, right? I mean, I keep subtitles on now all the time. I have a little baby. That's just one of those moments where it's like, oh, I absolutely am going to use this feature as well, right? So you can see here, this is our old text chat feature. So this is from The Division 1. This is my very dapper agent. And you can see that we had some basic chat filters, and we could kind of turn them on and off and have notifications. But it was pretty streamlined, right? Not a whole lot of options in there. But our thought was, it's already a communication tool. Let's flesh this thing out, right? Like, let's make it so that players have options that are easy to access. Let's make it so that they are frictionless, so that settings applied in the text chat menus are applied to the whole game wherever appropriate. So we ended up having most communications options adjustable within the chat itself. And this is my big old design dialogue, but this was the original design for our text chat, right? Kind of our flow chart here. And there was what could be considered accessibility options. There's a section, but it's kind of sprinkled all throughout, right? There's emotes and tabs and messages and all this super complex stuff. And that was before we knew what we wanted to do. So our decision was, let's focus on the things that are most important, which is organization of communication via this tabs interface and our accessibility options, right? These are going to be used by everyone, or for many people, for many different reasons. Let's streamline those. Let's make those good. So you can see here, this is kind of where our text chat ended up. We just had an update came out. There's a button change, not too much of a difference. But you can see here, so this is all our options, right? And with each update, we've continued to add more. And we've got kind of our tabs interface there in the middle for better organization. And then we've got our accessibility options down here. So one thing that's important to note is, in some ways, The Division is kind of an MMO, right? There's spots where you can hear lots of people talking all the time. And our solution was, the purpose of these features is to help players communicate with intent and not just hear whatever randomness people are yelling out in public spaces. So our options primarily focused on the group chat, which is that one with the green tab right there. But you can see here, all you have to do is press this gear button, and all of these pop up, and you have full access to all of our options here. And you can turn those on or off at any time. And the goal was to have them surfaced here instead of forcing players to go dig into a menu and turn them on and then go back out of the menu and then test them and then they don't like it and then go back. No one likes doing that, right? So what if you could just check them on or off? And that's what we did. So you can see here, using text chat as a tool, you can see that we've really blown this thing out, right? Instead of just this simple set of filters, we've given you text chat as a tool. And this is a kind of synopsis of what we updated. So we added color-coded channels so that you can separate what information you're seeing. Toggleable group information so you can see what's happening with your group when it happens. Group text-to-speech, group speech-to-text. Both of those work on console and PC, which we'll get to console in a second. We added the high contrast option, the large font option, the menu narration, scrolling text, toggleable message info, and more of our slash shortcuts. And what's important to remember is that we were a year away from ship, so a lot of this was things that many people in many places thought we would not really have to look at. Things like adding large font meant that we now needed to go back in and build a stronger scrolling text that accounted for font sizes and window placement. So nothing comes for free. And this is kind of just a basic mock-up of how the flow went, right? But we would get some kind of basic functionality implemented into the engine, say the large fonts. We do a UI mock-up of how that may look within the game. We implement that mock-up of how to access that feature, and then we could activate it maybe via debug. Then we say, cool, this thing works, it looks good in the game, this is how we want it. So we go back to engineering to plug it into that menu system, and then we go back to UI to make sure that it fits in. So it's not as easy as just right-click, add to drop-down menu, as I'm sure many of you know. But it meant revisiting approved features, right? So things like the menu boot flow, we had pretty much put a pin in that, but we had to go back in because we wanted to make sure that players could have menu narration on and some font options, and that meant revisiting this menu that we had all kind of like, okay, that's how you start the game, and then we're gonna go finish the rest of the game. It meant that we had to open that back up, which is a bit risky, but it ended up being fine, and it was stronger for it. So there were some platform-specific challenges, and primarily the challenges were getting chat on a console. But I am super excited, and I've seen a few Reddit posts floating around, but you can totally use text chat with your group on The Division 2 on PS4 and on Xbox. It's compatible with a keyboard. But I want to show you here, this is our speech-to-text, and I unfortunately was not able to get the actual speaker, but what we ended up doing, we had a few versions of this, and we kept trying to write our own keyboard system, right? But what we realized is because we were in different territories, the strongest method to do this was we were on a system that had this functionality already. Let's leverage that. So you can see here they dictated into the keyboard, which is on a activated hotkey. It brings this up, you can speak into it, it uses the Xbox interface, you can go back in and you can correct it. You can do this either with your controller or with a keyboard. And then it pops down there in the corner. If they have then speech to text enabled, it'll then read it out. And so that's pretty great that we got it on console. We're very excited about that.
Was awesome.
And then same thing here for the PlayStation version, which we tried to mimic their signs and feedback. Button, there we go. So I'll skip ahead a little bit. But you can see down here in the corner, we've got feedback. The player has spoken into the microphone. The system is reading, trying to write down what they wrote. Same thing pops up, right? And this is at the system level. So if you are thinking about or investigating the possibility of text chat or communication options for your console title, I highly recommend looking into something like this. It's worked out great for us. So, sorry. Our goal also was to deliver more than minimum, right? I think a lot of developers feel the same way, right? We get features online, especially as we started becoming more excited about these features. We wanted to just put them everywhere, right? Like, why can't I read everything everywhere? So we did what we could, and we were able to fit our large font and high contrast options into our entire menu here, which was certainly not required by law, but we wanted to do it. Technically, what we were only required to do was make what we call the golden path to accessibility options have these settings, but we thought it's good for everybody. Let's include it. And key takeaways. So I wanted to say it's funny because Patrick and I, who worked pretty separately on this project, ended up with a lot of them, and I'm sure anybody else who has taken this journey into these options has come to the same conclusions. But planning for these features from the beginning cannot be overstated. The earlier you can start talking about like global variables for text color, right? Being able to scale text size, as Ian talked about. All those things, if you build them early, are going to pay dividends later. Designing for accessibility hardens designs and makes them stronger. I mean, you could have many talks just about that, right? But it forces you to reassess your designs and make sure that they aren't good just for one situation, that they are strong and good and meant for a wide variety of players. These features are used by players of all types, and don't bury these features, display them prominently, right? So, speaking of other Ubisoft games, Ian already gave you some of these stats, but I have more stats. So 60% of Assassin's Creed Origins players turned on the subtitles. Far Cry New Dawn booted with subtitles on by default, and only 3% of players turned them off. Odyssey booted with subtitles on. 95% of players didn't turn them off. And then The Division 2 booted with subtitles off by default. And 75% of players turned them on at least once. And 50% of players still have them on at the time of this writing. And also for Breakpoint, which recently came out, David got some stats that currently about 6.5% of players have turned off subtitles. So that many players are still keeping them on after the fact. So we just want to say thank you, and thank you to all the other Division folks that are in the room. And have a good conference. Thank you very much.
Just got caught on my chair. It's pretty, be careful about that. So we are going to be prepping for our next panel. So we'll be taking a short break. Thanks, guys. Yes. Oh, yeah, you can grab one of those, yeah. Sorry. Hello. All right, everyone. It is time to get started back up. So one of the things that we do at every Game Accessibility Conference is we always have at least one panel of gamers with disabilities to come up and talk about not only their similar struggles that they encounter in games, but how although that they may have some similarities, that they also will have differences in how they play or even their day-to-day lives. And so I'm excited that this year we have several repeat speakers coming back for this panel. So we're going to be talking about grounded in neurodiversity, accounting for the invisible. So you guys come on up, and then once they're up, Shell will be moderating, and she will give everyone a full round of introductions today.
No, you're great. Fucking crushing it.
Yes. Lit. I almost fell yesterday, so that was an improvement.
Hang on a minute.
Yeah, we're a little bit jarbled here. That's okay. We'll rearrange. Cool. And Steven, if you want to sit over here, you can.
Yeah.
Wow, we're like really close.
It's cool.
Yeah.
It's like we're friends.
I know. It's almost like we like each other.
Hi, Mum.
All right. Hey, everybody. My name is Shell Little. I'll be your moderator for today. I apologize in advance. So my intentions today are to start my timer that I need to run right now. Okay, so I'm going to introduce myself, our panel, and then our panelists. So a little bit about me. I'm a digital accessibility specialist. I work at Wells Fargo DS4B, meaning I work on the corporate side. On my team, I am the inclusive design lead and the mobile lead. So all mobile projects have to go through me. I'm incredibly passionate about gaming. I'm a streamer. I stream on Mixer. Go Mixer! And I'm super pumped to be here today. Flew in from Seattle. Jet lag is painful, but here we are. So a little bit about our panel, which I know Tara gave us a little bit of an intro, but something that I'm really excited about today is not only are the lovely people up here on stage gamers with disabilities, but we're also subject matter experts, specialists, and we're also advocates. So not only are we people who experience barriers, but we're also people teaching about those barriers. So the perspectives that we have are pretty unique when it comes to cognitive, and it's really exciting, so I'm glad that we're all up here and hanging out. So something that's kind of fun is we're the kind of people that surprise, delight, and maybe frustrate designers and developers, because we're the neurodiverse group of people that make other developers, designers, and people recognize the fact that assistive technology and things that are built for a particular user, neurodiverse people use. We're screen reader users. We are people who use voice to text. We are the people who need controller mapping as well. So it's really fun that we're all up here together to talk about kind of the unique perspective that we have. So above me, I have pictures of everybody, and I also have some contact information. I'm gonna turn around and look. So I have Cherry, then I have Jamie, and then I also have Steven. So I'm gonna say, go ahead, Steven, if you wanna introduce yourself, and then we'll just kind of go down the line from there.
Cool. So my name's Stephen Woodgate. I've had 15 years working in technology. So everything from working for Microsoft and Dell, predominantly working also for some tech agencies recently to build different solutions as well come to gaming. My kind of experience of gaming is actually one getting frustrated. So my invisible disability is that I'm severely dyslexic, but I've also got speech dyspraxia. So you may not hear it, but I'm stumbling in my head like every time I speak. So I'm speaking a lot slowly in terms of the process of information. So I'm a huge advocate for accessibility gaming to understand about how to simplify communication and make games much more effective and simple to play.
Hi, I'm Cherry. I am looking at my notes because I have really severe memory problems. But I live in Vancouver despite my weird accent, and I'm also very jet lagged. We flew together. It was really fun. So I actually have a background in film and photography and art and design. But I had to leave that career about almost 7 years ago and find a new career. I found that in gaming. It was really amazing. I'm giving a talk on that at Accessibility Toronto this week. It's going to be very emotional. But I started as a subject matter expert. In fact, one of the biggest things I did was, in the beginning, an inclusive design sprint for the Coalition. And the developers at the Coalition believed in me and told me I could be a developer if I wanted it. And so, one more to get emotional. They encouraged me to learn game design, which I did. And today, fast forward, I'm now a developer and a game designer and a accessibility specialist in UX and systems design, because I'm a really big nerd. I run workshops, collaborative design meetings, and audits of products at particular important early milestones. I've worked in AAA and indie. Here's some quick examples. I worked at Media Molecule on Dreams, Guerrilla Games on Unannounced, Crystal Dynamics on Marvel Avengers, which is a big one, and at Ubisoft, and then indies like Gambrinus on Cardpocalypse, which you should all play. It was developed in Ireland, and it's freaking amazing, and I love the main character.
Hello, I'm going to keep staring this way as much. Hello, guys.
Hi.
I'm Jamie, this is Lion. I work for the BBC. I'm a senior research engineer, which basically means I break things for my job. One way to describe what I do is I pee on all the fires, basically. The accessibility fires, it's my job to pee on them. On that note, Gareth is here. He's my line manager. He's going to tell me if I'm fired or not. Thumb up mean fired or thumb down mean fired? And he's also got the most important line.
This is not the opinion of the BBC.
So now I'm free to say fricking anything. It's great.
Let's go.
Yeah, there we go. So I do some gaming stuff. I mostly do web accessibility, digital accessibility, and I am autistic. There we go.
Awesome. So to wrap up our intros, obviously I talked a little bit about my professional and my personal life. I have ADHD. I have dyslexia, dyscalculia, and a lot of other fun big words that go along with who I am. Definitely ADHD forward. So if you see me hiding somewhere, that's how it is. But it definitely, all of us come with very different backgrounds, very different disabilities. But there are a lot of similarities, and as Tara mentioned, there are a lot of differences. So when you're thinking about people with cognitive disabilities, we definitely do not fit into a clean box. We are all very unique and very different. So on that note, I'd like to start our first question. So for our first question, I just want to talk about the subject of sliding ability scales. So a lot of people in the disability community understand the concept of sliding ability scales, where what you can do at noon, you oftentimes cannot do at 8 o'clock at night. So, for those people who understand that, it's obviously pretty normal. But when we're talking about cognitive, what I can do and what we can do in the morning does change, because depending on thousands and just limitless possibilities of what happens throughout our day, it will definitely weigh on us, take cognitive load, and we end up out of steam by the end of the day. People who are privy to spoon theory, we're out of spoons. So let's see. So with that kind of understanding, I'd like to ask my question of, when your cognitive needs are at their highest, or out of spoons, what is your go-to game or gameplay? So what do you go for? Jamie, we'll start with you.
So my one is, I really like racing games because they're repetitive and structured. But they have to be something like Forza rather than Forza Horizons, because Forza Horizons, you can go anywhere in the world. No idea. But go around this track until you're sick. That works really well. One of the things I'm really happy with recently is on iOS 13, you can now use an Xbox controller, and they also ported Grid to iOS. So there's now a proper sim racing game on iOS. So if I carry an Xbox controller on my phone, I can access that anytime I want, which is really fun but terrible for my productivity. So yeah, I like the repetition. The repetition is the main thing. It's structured, there's no surprises, and most of them have also got a rewind function. So when I do totally screw it up, I can just rewind things. I could do one of those in real life, but the physicists are working on it. The R&D at the BBC, very busy. Yeah, so that's me. Sherry?
I'm weird. Hello.
We should get T-shirts.
We should get T-shirts. I'm just weird. I actually didn't talk about my disabilities, which is really unusual for me because I'm an oversharer. But I am autistic. I have ADHD. I have everything that goes with that, like dyslexia, dyspraxia, all of that comes with it. I also have had strokes, so those have impacted my cognitive ability, which is why my memory is so bad. So everything I lived with growing up got worse. And I'm weird because Destiny is one of the most inaccessible games to have ever existed, but it's my go-to game when I don't have energy, because once I got over those bumps, for me, accessibility isn't about can or can't, it's often about impact, and whether that's going to cause a meltdown, whether it's going to burn me out, whether it's going to overload me or hurt me, which I do get a lot of pain associated with all those things and my physical disabilities. But once I got over those bumps when I first got into Destiny, now I have a routine, and it's a game full of routines. Like every day you have like a set number of things you can do, and you get to go do those things. And then days where I can't, there's so many things you can do. Days where I can't decide because I have really severe problems with decision fatigue and I just cannot make decisions, I can play with my partner, and he can drive and make the decisions, and I just go along for the ride and kill thousands of aliens, and it's really fun.
Stephen?
For me, with the information overloads that you can often get from games as well, I often like to strip back to old basic arcade games. One of my most favourite is Worms, or Worms Armageddon. You know, really simple, effective, a lot of fun, a really sociable game as well, so which you can come through, but it actually makes you think much more strategically and things. So when there's an overload of information, actually having something where you think about and where other people have goes, so you can actually have that time to actually think about it, actually saves me a lot of time, which is really good. And I'm a big FIFA advocate as well, so trying to be, I know, Harry Kane and trying to score loads of goals can always be quite handy.
And I would say, for me, that's a struggle. Like I wrote this question and I have a hard time answering it because having an attention-related disability, when you're out of steam, and at the end of the day, and my cognitive needs are high, it's almost impossible to pay attention to anything. So paying attention to a game can be very difficult. But I have found games that you're able to play with friends, it makes the attention, it's not a task to play, it's part of an adventure, and it's part of team play. So I'm strictly a Nintendo player, which I was going to ask you guys what you play, but I got thrown out. But as a Nintendo player, I have found a lot of joy in Splatoon. I don't play shooter games. I don't play games with guns. That's just what I say on my stream. But Paint, now that's a little bit different. So there is a PvE mode called Salmon Run that I find so much joy in. Putting friends on comms on Discord and just playing. So it's repetitive, it's pattern-based, it's very formulaic. So it's, once you know the controls, you're good to go. But it took me forever to get even competent in the game. And I think it was just perseverance that I don't normally find in myself, because I was like, I want to be good at this game. And when I say good, I mean able to actually play and not die for 30 seconds. So I achieved that. So on that note, when we're talking about game mechanics, sometimes when we talk about cognitive disabilities, people find it interesting that when there's user experience design, and when we build usable products, and there are like nice to haves when we think about those, oftentimes those are things that for someone with a cognitive disability, those are make or break. So being able to use spell checker in a game, being able to use something that helps you understand time better, those things, they're nice. And I can think a lot of web examples because I work in web, like being able to have something that remembers your password for you, having something that you can, a form field you can paste into. Those things become assistive technology, and they become things that break down barriers for us, even though some people would just think of them as, oh, that's just a good nice to have kind of thing. So my question for everybody would be, if I can find it on here, is there like a mechanic in a game or something you find in a game that makes them more playable, more enjoyable, more accessible for you guys that wouldn't traditionally be thought of as an accessibility feature? Which, on that note, Cherry loves to say, there are no such thing as accessibility features because everything helps everyone. So on that note, we'll start with Stephen.
Yeah, one of the interesting elements which maybe not everyone think of is like black and white mode. So things actually turn in all colours off. Especially with my dyslexia, colours actually translate and confuse. A lot of thinking patterns actually comes through. A lot of people who have dyslexia like reading stuff off a green background, as an example. However, when it's like a specific task which I need to focus on, whether that's on a laptop or phone, I often turn it into black and white just so I can actually focus on what's on hand. So if there's a game with a particularly really tricky task, actually all the distractions, whether that's color, notifications, people joining the game, online menus, actually acts as a deterrent for me to actually be enjoyable with the game and actually find it overwhelming. So actually having that kind of function, the simple black and white version, even if it's just to get through the smallest of tasks or boss or really complicated scenario, actually would be a lot of benefit to me.
Cherry?
Yeah, so as Shell said, I love this question because I am the person that always comes up on stage and like throw everything out that you know because all features are accessibility features. I really want us to move past as an industry, past the idea of these are for disabled people and this is for everyone else. I really want us to be inclusive as possible in our approach and understand that any feature in a game could potentially have accessibility impacts. And that disabled people don't need special accommodations. They just need to actually be included in the core pillars of our design and how we approach games design, because games design is about creating barriers, so we just have to be deliberate in that approach and understand who we might be excluding in that approach. So with that in mind, a few years ago, Horizon Zero Dawn came out, and I really struggled with that game at first, and I was super bummed because I was so excited. I love robots because I am a very stereotypical autistic person in some ways. But I struggled, and I'm really good at games. Like, that sounds like bragging, but I've played games for over 35 years because I'm older than I look, and I've played them a lot, and I couldn't play it, even on like normal, because there's no such thing as normal. But what really helped me was there was something called training grounds, which were not meant as practice areas. They were not meant to be a place to go practice your skills. They were meant to be a place to like earn achievements and prove yourself. I think they were actually called proving grounds now that I think about that. I used them as practice areas, and I got really freaking good at the game, and now I've completed it on ultra hard mode like 4 times. So it's unusual. This is why I became a systems designer, basically, is because all these systems really contribute to accessibility in a really fundamental way beyond settings, and I really think that's the future of accessibility, and I'm trying to wrap up. Go on, Jamie. I'm really sorry I ramble.
No, you're good.
That's cool. I ramble too, so here we go. So for me, it's anything that adds structure. So structure is the main thing that I miss in games. So a couple of examples could be things like in Forza Horizon, you can filter the map to the championship I'm currently in. That changed the game from something I could pick up and play with or something I go, oh, actually, I need to do that another day. So that got me in the door. Another one is I'm in love with the pause button because it buys me time. So I love being able to pause things and think for a moment. Or sometimes, so for example, if I'm playing Gears of War or something, I'll get through a thing. That was freaking brilliant. Ah! Pause, have a moment, wait for my peripheral vision to come back, then go again. So the pause button and being able to play with time can be really useful. They're not necessarily obvious, but once you think about things in terms of what is adding complexity and what is messing with time, those are the sorts of features that work well for me.
I actually use the pause a lot. Sometimes I leave it on pause for like an hour just to decompress.
Yep.
No, that resonates a lot with me as well, where, sensory processing disorder or something else that, I have in my day-to-day, being able to pause and get that peripheral vision back, because we get our own tunnel vision. We don't need it at all in your game, and we're already dealing with it IRL. So having that pause button, but to note off of what Cherry said, I found great joy. Granted, I hit a barrier and stopped playing it because I abandoned games, and that's who I am as a person. But playing Bayonetta, when I was able to play it on Switch, it did have, when you would purchase new moves, you just had a really safe ground where you were able to play. You weren't taking damage, which is so overwhelming. So being able to remember the controls, because that's, like Cherry mentioned, like we say, like learning is the hardest part. Like that's the biggest barrier, is just getting through the learning, remembering the buttons. So when you try to play Bayonetta and then you go to Smash and it's the same character and they're totally different controls and you die 1,000 times, having that space where you're able to be safe and just play is really beneficial.
I've got a similar one, which is at the start of Call of Duty, there's like a thing that you can run around and shoot things, and you get like 43 seconds. That turned a shooting game into a driving game for me because I could just do laps of it. So I used to do that a lot. Or the starting plateau on Zelda, Breath of the Wild, I would just take a new gameplay and hit it over and over and over again. So ultimately turn everything into a racing game.
Yeah, I think that's actually why I like Destiny, because a lot of things are structured within a bubble, and you do that bubble, and you can breathe for a bit, and then do another bubble. Yeah.
Destiny.
So on that note, we're going to move to our next question, which is something that I'm excited to take time on. We're doing great on time, so we can discuss this one. And it's about, let's see, next time. I got confused about because it's behind me. See? There we go. It should be about overstimulation. So when it comes to our types of disabilities and who we are, we as people deal with overstimulation, overprocessed, burnt out, fried.
Like, I just got to say, it's really freaking hot in here.
Yeah, right?
It's really, has anyone else noticed?
Yeah. So I feel that. So it affects everybody differently. We all have experienced kind of this overload and overstimulation differently. For me, with my sensory processing, it's very visually based. So when I'm being bombarded with visual information, it's really overwhelming. And it will, the joke that I like to make is with sensory processing disorder, it's like your eyes are making phone calls and your brain's not picking up. So nothing is processed. I can see clinically, but the brain, if your brain's not processing it, it's like your eyes are closed. So for me, being just bombarded with damage alerts and bloody screen, so real, like those are really difficult for me. And I struggle with that for visual overstimulation. But for you guys, is there any type of overstimulation that you experience in games? And if you're comfortable talking about it, would you please describe what it's like to go through that as a player? Something that I think is really important. We hear, don't do these things, but to hear from us, what is it actually like when you go through it? Jamie, would you like to start?
Sure. So I can take in about 3 new concepts at once. As soon as it goes over that, it goes horribly wrong, and I can't keep up. So I'll start mixing things up. So for example, if someone's introducing this character and this character, in this weapon and this place and this location, and you'll go, I'm already lost. And then I start feeling really freaking stupid because I can't keep up with what's happening. And there's a fair few games I've ended up just turning off because of how they make me feel, because I couldn't keep up. There's another example as well, which is like the first opening 6 minutes of The Lord of the Rings. The way we ended up tackling that was to watch it 1 minute at a time and then to write down the things and draw a mind map, because I just couldn't take in the concepts quickly enough. So one of the things to consider when you're designing games is that that kind of curve of introducing concepts. The other side of it is games are slowly getting more and more of these concepts that don't really relate to anything. So there's a rally game called V-Rally. I can do the driving, really enjoy the driving, but it wants me to recruit people and build a team, and that's beyond my head. So I can't play that game. I tried and tried, but I've just now go and play time trial mode. Now, if they just had a button that said bugger off and do the defaults, I'd be fine. So that's kind of the big ones for me. Is it's just too many concepts, too quickly, not enough processing time, and I'm out of there and I'm going to go do something else or go for a sleep.
Cherry?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I might change my answer because to the one I made notes on, because I have a feeling we might all say the same thing. And so I'm trying to, I usually talk about audio, but it's everything for me. Like, I'm going to be really honest, it's everything. Like, it's really everything. God, I always say I won't get emotional.
This is the place to do it.
J-Conf is very special to me, so it makes me extra emotional. It's really hard to feel stupid when you know you're not. And I think we're very intelligent people and we're very good at our jobs. And now I understand game design on a really fundamental level. Like, being a designer makes you understand these things. And even when you know how a game is made and what contributed to that process, and you still stumble because it's just being overloaded. And then on top of that, I was actually going to wait to talk about this until Accessibility Toronto this week, but I'm just going to do it now. We talk about impact, but we talk about it in a really abstract way. Meltdowns are really hard. And I've never talked about this publicly, but they're very embarrassing, and they cause me a lot of shame and guilt, and I have no control over myself, and I lose control of my body. And I'm a grown person, and I shouldn't do that, but it happens. And video games do that to me, even though I love them. And that's why I always want people to understand, is that it's not always about can and can't, sometimes it's just about impact. And being overloaded, that's what that does to me. Like Spider-Man, I tried to love that game because it was so successful on an accessibility front, and I was so proud of the industry for getting to that point. But for me, it was awful. It made me feel stupid, it made me feel stressed, it made me feel uncomfortable. I couldn't get the concepts, I couldn't understand, and that's why I got into systems design, because for me, the core systems of a game is where we can have the most impact on players and improve their lives so much. So it's things like skill trees and character progression and the way mission design is done and the way these systems are introduced to the player, the way controls are designed. All of these designs are so powerful. And if we just approach it from the right lens of who our players are, what they can and can't do, what their experiences are, what that impact is, and what challenge really is for everyone, that's when we can have the most impact. And so for me, that's where I really focus on, is trying to introduce those in more helpful ways, in more gentle ways, in ways that don't come 10 concepts at once, where like Spider-Man interrupted me about 100 times with a new mission all the time. Like I was trying to get from place to place, and it was like, oh, you've got a phone call. Oh, you've got a police chase. And it was so overloading, and it was just, yeah, really, really emotional.
Another concrete example as well, which is something that I had all the way through primary school, which is where people much younger than you overtake you in being able to do something. So for example, I can't remember what game I was playing. It was something on the Switch. And like my 12, what age did they start secondary school? She's that old.
I don't remember.
She's secondary school years old.
I don't know what secondary school is.
It's like high school, but worse.
Oh, okay. High school, all right.
Also, distractibility. Oh yeah, so when my niece started being able to outperform me in certain games and was having to explain to Jamie how to do things, that was very infantilizing. And you're sat there going, I'm a freaking research engineer. Millions of people use my code every day, but what does that button do?
Right.
I can't remember. You just told me, but I can't remember. So that can have a real emotional kind of kick in the gut.
Yeah.
And then it makes you want to back away from things so
Yeah.
you don't get into that position in the first
That's
place.
actually what saved Spider-Man for me. The one thing that kept me in Spider-Man was they had a list of all the moves, and just being able to go to that, once I discovered that, helped me deal with all the other overload, because I knew that that was there. It was like a safety net, and it made me feel more capable, and like I wasn't the problem. Like,
So
that's the important part for me.
There's another cheat for this as well, which is I'll wave at him because he sat there looking bored. So Ollie is one of the people who supports me, makes sure I don't get run over. I've recently been playing Zelda Link's Awakening and I got stuck. So given that Ollie has lots of downtime, I gave it to him. He's played it all the way through, and now when I get stuck, I've got a walking walkthrough. So, you know, there are some strategies that are quite effective.
I'm trying to get an Ollie. No one's picking up my calls. I'm like, how do you
He's waving at you.
Acquire another? I need another. Where am I going to take your Ollie?
He's available, very reasonable rates.
Do you rent him out? Are you like...
No, he rents himself out.
Okay.
Wait, hang
I
on.
was like, don't hassle
This
me.
is sounding worse.
Yeah,
by
we
the
don't need to
minute.
go down that path.
His rates are very reasonable.
Reining it back in. Oh my God, you guys are hilarious.
Sorry.
No, I totally resonate with that concept of feeling like I'm an intelligent human. Like, I know things. Like, I do things. And not being able to play a game. And there are so many games that I just have never picked up. And I probably never will. Like I say, I don't play games with guns. That's a political thing. I mean, you guys know what's going on in America right now. I don't play games with guns. But the types of games that are gun-oriented are so overwhelming and overstimulating that they don't even appeal to me on a preference level. So I was always like, oh, I just don't like those games. Oh, I don't like those games. And then as I learned more about accessibility, learned more about how my brain works, I realized, do I not like those because I just am not interested, or because I know they're going to be really unpleasant for me? So where does that puzzle piece fit together? And I know when I'm streaming, you know, you've got chat running, you've got interactives, you've got all kinds of things going on, and the cognitive load of being able to remember certain things, it's embarrassing sometimes. I have dyscalculia, so I always say numbers are nonsense. So for me, you know, not being able to understand time and how numbers work on stream in front of people, it's embarrassing. I'm like, I'm a grown-ass woman, and like, you know, like, I have a college degree, damn it, you know, and not being able to read numbers on stream, because that's a perfect example of when the cognitive load is high, and Cherry streams as well and understands, where it's just like, you know, you're like, I'm not dumb, I'm just being made to feel dumb. So walking away from games is something, like Jamie mentioned, I will never go back. Like, you made me feel stupid, I'm done. And there are so many games where I'm like, the first 3 levels were fun, kind of, and then I hit level 4, and then I'm like, never gonna go back ever again. So I'd love to do that. I'd love to talk to developers like, this is why I left your game and never will go back. Because it's important to know, like, where are people with cognitive disabilities hitting those barriers to the point where they never wanna go back? Jamie?
This is one of the major changes for me was about how I thought about myself. So this is where the social model comes in. So I used to see myself as having a defect, a flaw. I had a disability. It was a thing that I had that was a flaw with me. But actually what it is people are missing my requirements when they design systems, and then I'm encountering barriers in those systems. So it's not me that's broken, it's the system that's broken, and then I can be proactive and help them improve it. And what you do to help me when I'm really derpy will also help someone who's tired or in a hurry.
Absolutely.
So changing that mental frame from the problem is with me to the problem with the thing that's being designed was really important for me, just being a happier person.
Yeah, and that's applicable to designers and developers as well. When you're thinking about your design problems, it's not your users are special or broken. They're people who just have needs that might not be what other people's needs are, and all needs are different. Stephen, do you have a great example of what, you know, what do you deal with? I want to know.
I suppose a really good example of that is that technology over the last even 5 years, is you've always had to be a slave to technology. So whether that's input in, input out, always certain criteria. Like with things like artificial intelligence and machine learning, like what's coming in now, it's actually technologies are bending around the person and the human, which is amazing. So technology is now becoming a slave to the person who's programming it. So from the games like Spider-Man and different things, if there was actually better integrated AI and machine learning to actually understand the gameplay from the person straight from them up, that actual process to get into levels can actually potentially be a little bit slower, but it can actually be much more engaging to keep the people in. Imagine learning a language as an adult. Imagine learning a language from someone who's got dyspraxia, who can't break down words or phonetically. And imagine going through like a Duolingo process where if you can't say the word, you can't actually get through the level. So therefore, you actually need a simpler word to say. So naturally, why isn't that concept actually been coming into gaming in a much more effective process as well? And you think this is not necessarily just helping people with disabilities, it's also helping children, you know, getting into games a lot earlier as well.
Can I just advertise BBC Games? We do exactly that. We have a requirement about adjustable. Gareth's going to look at me now, and I need to remember the name of a guideline on stage. That's a terrible idea. It's like an adjustable game. So if we've got a platformer and any user is failing to make the jump 3 times, we silently make the platform a little bit bigger. Things like that. Because what we're aiming for is a fun and enjoyable flow, not necessarily a black and white line between completion and failure. So that's a really good design technique.
Not actually a children's game at all. Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice did that really, really well. British studio, Ninja Theory. They had intelligent AI-driven difficulty. They didn't have difficulty options. They had a difficulty that would respond to the player and how well the player was doing, and it made the game feel so like it was such a flow, and it was so seamless, and it didn't make you feel patronized or like you were failing. It just adjusted. As you failed, it corrected itself a little bit as you went. Or then if you started to do better, as a lot of people do once they learn the systems, then it got harder, which was really, really satisfying.
Yeah, and that's a great lead into our next question, which is about barriers. So, you know, I've played a game that I really wish I could have kept playing. It was a little bit too much cognitive for me, but I maybe would love to go back to it. But Way of the Passive Fist, which was designed with accessibility incredibly in mind. And you're able to determine, it's a side-scroller fighting game, so you're able to determine how many players can approach you, how many enemies can approach you at once. And I cranked it all the way down because that's so overstimulating, because you have to memorize their patterns and the buttons to know what button you have to push at a certain time to block, and I'm not a fighting game person. which everybody who plays fighting games is like, that's fighting games. But what was really great was I was able to tailor those to where I was at cognitively at that time. And then when I got the hang of it, I was able to bump it up once, and then I was like, oh shit, no, and then bumped it back down. But it had those tailorabilities. But there are certain kinds of games that I will never be able to pick up, as I mentioned earlier. Like, they just have so many barriers for me. But we understand at the same time, some games aren't for everybody. And that's something that everybody on the stage, we fully understand. I will never be a Souls-like person, ever. My partner, that is all my partner loves. I have no desire to burst through that grueling, I don't get self-satisfaction. That's not enough to drive me, is you did it, yeah. I feel that way about taking my trash out. I don't, I didn't get my electric turned off because I remembered to pay my bills, because remembering those kind of cognitive tasks are difficult. So, the grueling task of beating your face against the wall, which is a Souls-like, I find no joy in that. So that game will never be for me, personally. But I'm wondering for you guys, are there any types of games that you guys would love to play? Maybe they just have too many barriers that could be changed. Cherry mentioned some games that just had some things that, had decisions been made differently, you could have played them. Are there any games like that for you, Stephen? Can you start off?
Yeah, things like the most recent Mortal Kombat as well was so much fun to play. However, it felt very limited. There's only a certain amount of button bashing, which is a very enjoyable way of gaming you can do before you have to get in much more complex skills. One of the interesting ways that I certainly learned about it to learn patterns was actually use the Xbox adaptive controller with additional buttons. So I was able to do buttons with my feet as well as my hands and as well as my fingers. So suddenly gaming became much more accessible for me because I was able to input it in differently. So it's not always necessarily about UX design, it's always that thing which you hold as well, which was so important for me, and especially with co-piloting, so playing with my nephew and my godson. It's just a really interesting way of actually able to come together to actually really enjoy gaming, which is necessarily accessible for them. So think about how more than one person can actually play on one controller as well, because a lot of games now you can't split screen, for instance, which is gaming's getting more sociable, but it's also becoming a little bit more antisocial as well. So actually, how can those things actually come together much more effectively?
I think for me, like Jamie mentioned earlier, I can connect my Switch controller to a PC, which opened up so many games for me because I cannot keyboard game. My anecdotal comment that I always say is I played Ori and the Blind Forest platformer on PC. 16 hours of gameplay of me being like, I'm gonna persevere, I'm gonna do it. 16 hours of gameplay, I did it in 3 with a Switch controller. And I was like, I'm never, ever going back. I'm not dumb, I'm not a bad player. This just doesn't work for me. And by getting my Pro Controller connected, and Steam did accept Pro Controllers at that time finally, I was able to map it, and I was able to play and crushed it. And I had such a great time, and now I'm obsessed with Metroidvanias. But I never would have been able to access those games had I not controller mapped. So that was a really big, eye-opening, like, oh my gosh, like this is everything I've ever needed. Now I can play Steam games. Like, it was great having my partner help me controller, because I'm an indie player. Like, that's what I love. I love indie games. They're creative, they're beautiful, and they're brilliant. And I love, there's so many games that I've never been able to play, but now, Marshmallow hot tub game, hell yeah, I'm gonna map those controls and I'm gonna play the Marshmallow hot tub game that I love. So there's games that, they're silly, they're quirky, they're small, that I now have access to. What about you, Cherry?
I'm gonna try and be really quick. So I'm really different to Shell and maybe even everyone else on the panel. I punish myself. I don't ever give up. It's probably why I'm here. I really love Souls-likes, which is like, doesn't make any sense because they're like, in some ways they're really inaccessible games, but some ways they're actually really accessible games. Like, just being able to change the audio means that I can pull all that really distressing sound down, and suddenly I can be better than almost any other Souls player. Like, sorry, but it's true. So, like, I didn't actually know how good I was until I was streaming it, and people were like, you have beaten these Bloodborne bosses in 2 attempts. What is going on? And I was like, it's not, you just learn the patterns. It's just patterns. Like, I'm really good at patterns. So for me, a weird one that I would love to play because I love watching other people play, and it's so relaxing to watch other people play, but I tried to play it, and I just couldn't. Is the one time where it can and can't is a thing for me, is Stardew Valley. The time limits, the menial tasks, like the numbers of menial tasks, the lists you have to keep in your head, your massive inventory that you cannot sort, and it's just full of overwhelming stuff. All the people you have to remember that's going to be here on this day, and there on that day, and there on the other day, and you have to remember what they look like, but they all look the same because they're all like 8 pixels.
Yeah, and people had to make a port for that.
Right.
Like, people were like, this is overwhelming.
Right, and I was also trying to play it on keyboard and mouse, and I cannot play keyboard either cognitively and physically. I can't hold my hand out for very long. My hands go back to claw shapes, which is controller shapes, conveniently. But keyboards also cognitively, even though I grew up with keyboard playing, now suddenly, since my strokes don't make any sense to me, I get confused about where the letters are, which is really awkward typing emails. But yeah, Stardew Valley, God, I'd love to play that game because I love watching other people.
It's
I just
so cute.
sit on Twitch watching people play that game all day. I don't, I work, I promise.
Jamie?
Stardew Valley was another game that I couldn't get into, same reason. Alarmingly, almost every game genre is slowly becoming harder and harder for me to play because there's just so much faff and tat.
Yeah.
Like the racing games where you need to manage a garage, or Forza Horizon. Here are your skill points tree. Oh, fuck off. It really... I'm here to drive the car. Anything that is not driving the car can take a hike. Take a hike, is that polite enough? Good, still not fired.
You already said fuck off, it's fine.
Oh yeah, good point.
It's true.
Damn. So specific genres that I'd love to get into would be real-time strategy games. When I was a kid, I used to love Command & Conquer Red Alert because it was very straightforward. I tried to play some Warhammer one the other day, and I was just like, a what? A tau? Okay, that's great. That's a mathematical symbol to do with ratios. And oh no, that's an alien race now. Okay. So redefining words that I know from other contexts and then throwing them at me was just driving me crazy. It just had so much complexity that I was like, I just want to point my men to go and shoot at that thing, please. So real-time strategy games, if they were simpler.
Command & Conquer was actually the first time I hacked INI files.
Yeah?
Yeah, it was really fun.
Nice.
Sorry, carry on.
I actually I have a PlayStation 1, and it's the console that I probably play more than anything else. Things like the original Colin McRae Rally, many older games. They're just simpler, and I really love the fact that when you want to play it, you put the disc in and press the button, and it doesn't connect to the internet, nothing updates, it just works, and then when you lose, you press and hold the reset button, because it hasn't written it to the memory card yet.
Save's coming!
Yeah.
It's
what it's
accessibility feature!
Oh yeah, definitely. So slowly more and more game genres are getting harder for me rather than easier. So it'd be nice if game developers started just trying to, even if you're giving me a simplified mode, that's fine. Let me focus on the core gameplay and make the rest of the faff disappear.
Yeah, and just added the insistence of having in-game advertising as well. And that's so overwhelming and completely needless. The whole thing.
That was like my flight here. Suddenly Air Canada advertised to you.
Oh, it was
while
aggressive.
they're doing like the safety stuff. And just like, and you can't turn it off.
Nope.
Yeah.
Sorry, carry on. Just tangents.
I was there too, and we were across the plane from each other, but I was like, this is a real-life pause-stop hide issue, WCAG for us web nerds, and I was like, I can't, every screen is on, every screen is moving, and I'm like...
the lights, the colored lights, and they're so bright.
Having lights and the color palettes being able to change, that is something that affects us. A lot of us are really sensitive to blue light. It causes migraines for me from a brain injury. And those simple things, they're really important to us. So we've talked a lot about, a little bit of barriers, a little bit about some wins, but for the last question on the panel, I'd love to ask about, were there any games that you played recently or things that you have, experienced recently game-wise that were accessibility wins, were access wins, be it, like we talked about earlier, where it wasn't necessarily an accessibility setting, but something that delighted you and brought you joy. Stephen, anything that you've had recently?
One was actually Forza Horizon. It was to ask what to do next, because you're just driving through a bunch of fields, not knowing what to do, or you could just end up just driving aimlessly for ages. So actually having suggestions of go here, race here was actually one of the good advertisers. I know that's been in the game for ages, but suddenly it being in a very complex game like that was very good. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, it's so important, those hint levels are so
Yeah.
important depending on where you are cognitively. Jamie gives a great example in your talk. I couldn't remember the game. It's when they have a wipe on the wall of paint, and depending on the difficulty level, it becomes like stronger to see. Tomb Raider, where that's brilliant because sometimes I can't see color very well, and sometimes I can't read very well. It just depends on where we're at. And for me, I would say when it comes to a game or something that I was delighted with is I had the access to a game called Hyperdot. It's an indie game. If you're going to the Toronto conference, there'll be a presenter there. But they did a ton of accessibility research, and they talked to disabled gamers, and I was one of the gamers they picked to stream it. And they paralleled data calculations about where you were at your progress, which is awesome progress indicators to give expectations to users, holy cow. But by showing a graph and a chart for me alongside the numbers, it was amazing. I could see when you lose, they tell you how close you were to winning, which is great to know like, oh, I just missed it by this much. A lot of it's time-based, but it's so well designed in the aspect of if you don't do numbers, you can still really achieve success in the game and know where you're at, because they had load bars and different, and like it was brilliant. And I loved it because as I'm streaming it, I read the numbers are all wrong. My mod like pings me like, hey, those aren't the numbers. And I was like, oh, I messed all the numbers up, but I have the bar, so I know where I'm at. It doesn't matter that I switched around all the numbers. I'm good. So I really enjoyed that. Cherry?
Yeah, I actually worked on that project. I was one of the researchers, so thank you.
She's why I did it, so you know.
Thank you to
Or they, sorry.
everyone that took part in that, because it was the players that really made that research project, and it was hugely successful. So please come talk to me about it, because I really want the whole industry to take that idea and just steal it from me. And the Glitch team, who are amazing, who we simultaneously had a similar idea, and then somehow we came together at E3, and they were like, I have this idea, and I was like, oh my God, this is like this idea I've had for ages, and it was great. So that actually, my wins are mostly under NDA.
Damn.
Yeah, my friend Zoe, who was in Tara's talk, one of the reasons I am a game developer now, because I've known her for almost 20 years, and she really inspired me to get into the industry. But back in the day, she told me, when you work in games, you don't have time to play games. And I understood that, I know what those words mean. It wasn't until I worked in games I was like, shit, how real that is. I have such a backlog, and people keep giving me games for free now. And now I don't even have time to play them.
It's the money
and so
triangle.
all these wins that everyone else had this year, I just enjoyed them vicariously through the community, because part of my job is to be really connected to the community. And so those are my wins, is the community, and seeing everyone else getting emotional and excited about the games they can suddenly play or play with less impact on them. So yeah, that wasn't my answer, but that is my answer. And also Falcon Age is great, so everyone should play that, because the thing about Falcon Age, I'm just going to really quickly say this.
Their Twitter's amazing and hilarious, so just follow them.
Yeah.
Their developers,
Falcon Age,
hilarious.
So I trained to be a falconer before I was physically in a wheelchair, and now you can't be a falconer when you're in a wheelchair because everything's grass and fields and mountains. And so this game was very special to me because it took those menial tasks that I have a really hard time with and I hate, and it turned it into me having a bird friend who went and fetched things for me and did all the cool stuff for me, and that was a big win for me.
Cool. Because if we're being honest, there's somebody in this room who gave me a free game to try. I won't name them and I won't name the game. And it was on Origin. And if I'm honest, I couldn't work out how to install Origin, so it's still yet to be redeemed. Sorry.
You didn't name the game, but I mean, there's not many games that
are on Origin.
Yeah.
Ooh, sick burn.
We appreciate
That's
your
a very
candor.
specific company.
Anyway. So games, I've got a nice story to end on. So I play Horde mode with my friends. And up until now, I've always played as a sniper. Because what would happen is if I played any other role, it would turn into the picking Jamie up off the floor game, because I'd constantly die. And then what would happen is I'd play as a sniper, and a friend of mine would play as the engineer. And we invented the playpen of death, which is when you have a sniper, you surround them with barriers and turrets, because otherwise they die constantly, because your sniper is rubbish. So we had to adapt our gameplay to make it accessible to me, and it meant that other people had to take certain roles. With Gears of War 5, there's an aim assist, which means I'm now starting to play as a scout and a soldier, and I've stopped playing as a sniper. Because I've stopped playing as a sniper, my friends stopped playing as an engineer, and we're exploring whole new ways of playing the game. And it stopped becoming the stop Jamie from dying game and the bloody, for crying out loud, Jamie's most valuable player again. Woo! So that social aspect has been huge. And all it was a one accessibility option that I tried one day when I was feeling quite spaced out. I was going to sit the game out, but I was like, oh, well, saw it on Twitter, I'll give it a go and let's see. And it's completely changed the game for me.
It's amazing how one setting can be make or break, one option.
That's like Apex Legends. I always wanted to play Battle Royale. I observed from afar. I was like, well, that looks so much fun. I would love to play it with my friends that love those games, but Fortnite, no way. Like, there's so many buttons and so many things to do. Building, what? And Apex Legends, first of all, is my aesthetic, 100%. But then that ping system, I saw that, I was like, instantly, I know I can do this, because the problem for me is, like, I cannot be verbal. I'm very verbal up here and in a particular space, but there are times where I am nonverbal. Most of those times is when my cognitive load is really intense or when I'm very tired. And being able to play without voice chat, but still communicate in an instant with one button what I need my friends to know, changed everything.
I know when I'm streaming Minecraft these days, which I never thought I'd ever play Minecraft, so talk to me about it later. It's a problem. But having narrator narrate my chat for me is amazing. I'm streaming, and I'm able to have it read out loud for me, which is just, takes that load off of me when I have my mods, playing with me in the game, which is fantastic. So to end this lovely discussion, because we are at time, I hope today you guys learned a little bit more about how diverse cognitive disabilities are, even though I said we have a lot of overlaps, and how sometimes when you think about usability, you're actually thinking about cognitive accessibility, because we're the people that forget our passwords. We're the people that forget your controls and how to be played. We're the people who need those settings, and we want to buy your games and we want to play your games. I will ask, as we wrap up, if you will refrain from clapping, and we will just do the beautiful jazz hands instead. But that is our talk. Let me go to the last slide. That has our contact information up, and we'll leave it up. But thank you guys for being here. We appreciate your time, and we hope you guys enjoy lunch. So thank you guys.
Again, thank you as always. This was a great panel. I love having you guys on. So it is indeed lunchtime. So the food is right out here. We do have a series of build your own sandwiches and such. So if you have food allergies, you can just not pick the things that will kill you. Look, I have food allergies. I can make that joke. You may see me eat dairy anyway. It's okay. So in addition to some of the seats we have out here, actually going down this hallway, like if you were heading towards the quiet room or the bathrooms, there are more tables. And then at the very end of the hallway on the left, there's also another room with tables and chairs where you can sit and enjoy your lunch. And I think that's all I was supposed to remind you guys for that. So yes, please go eat, take a nice break. See you after lunch.
Thanks, Sarah.
I want to change the presentation based on what's just
how were you guys? I hope you had a delicious lunch and you had some great conversations, made new friends, or didn't, whatever you're in the mood for, I don't care. We're kicking off the afternoon now, and we're having Sightless Combat give yet another talk. I've been lucky enough to know Sightless for, how many years? A minute. And every time he comes and he gives a presentation, I learn something new. And so without further ado, I'm gonna kick it off to you, Sightless, and you can talk about audio description.
Thank you. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Audio Description, Seeing Video Game Narrative Through Sound. I am Sightless Combat. I am a gamer without sight and accessibility consultant. So it's completely understandable as to why I'm here. Now, this is only a short talk, unfortunately, so I can't go through my whole career, which includes beating Halo via co-op as a franchise and Gears 5 via Copilot, amongst other things. But if you want to hear more about those, as well as Tales of Daring Do on the Sea of Thieves, amongst many other things, you can come and find me afterwards. So what is audio description? Actually, I'm going to first clarify what a gamer without sight is. So essentially, when I say I'm a gamer without sight, I mean that I have absolutely no sight whatsoever, and I use the term, you might be thinking, well, you're blind, aren't you? Well, yes, that's technically correct, but I use the term gamer without sight to clarify that legal blindness, whilst often just shortened to being blind, can and often does include usable and/or residual vision, which I've never had. Now, with that out of the way, what is audio description? Audio description is a very common thing in TV, film, and theatre, where essentially you overlay a second track of audio over the top of everything else, and that audio track has a voice in it that is scripted to describe visual actions and facial expressions, things that you wouldn't be able to discern without having any sight in the first place. Now, to illustrate how this works, well, actually, I'll just say as well, it's not just film, TV, and theatre. So, if I go to the cinema, I can see a film audio described. If I go to buy a DVD at a shop, it's normally got audio description on it, if it's one of the latest releases. And, even adverts are audio described now. Allegedly, porn sites are even getting in on the action. But back to a gaming note, for a really cool highlight milestone in audio description happened earlier this year when Microsoft's E3 2019 briefing was audio described for the first time on Mixer, which was amazing to be to sort of sit back and watch. And of course, they're improving it as well as they go on with Inside Xbox, which has audio description. But I've done enough talking on what audio description is, and I haven't actually shown you what it is. So here's a little clip from Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 2.
Night. The rippling waters of Hogwarts Lake are surrounded by dark mountains. On the far side, a white marble tomb on a tiny island. A large marble block slides back, and two supports beneath it tumble away. The Dark Lord Voldemort leans down into the tomb. He gazes at the black Elder Wand in his hand and thrusts up his arm. A massive force of energy shoots from the tip of the wand, illuminating the dark sky.
Yep, I know that cuts off rather quickly, but I think you understand, for those of you who can see it, that without sight, you wouldn't really get anything from that if that secondary voice wasn't there. That's a real problem in terms of, you would just hear the loud sort of electrical thunderclap at the end, and it would just be like, well, what happened there? That doesn't make any sense. So, if film is doing it, if TV is doing it, if adverts are doing it, why aren't video games doing it? After all, the cutscenes are essentially mini movies, and there's so much that can be gained from understanding the world, understanding the characters, and you can really get into a game by immersing yourself in the story. Allow me to shamelessly plug the Transcribing Games project. A project that I am the founder of, and there's also, it's a community-driven project, essentially, which I started sort of last year and got into working on in earnest this year, really. It came into its own this year. And it seeks to, in its simplest form, add audio description to video game footage via pre-recorded editing and such. The main thing we've done is a guide for God of War. We've been working on that. That's been a really cool project. The scripts are all being written by the community and recorded by, mostly by the project, what's her title? Project coordinator in the States, Jenna, who may or may not be watching this presentation. But she does a lot of the AD voice work for it. But to give you an idea of what actually goes into these community projects, because it's not just God of War we're working on as a guide. To give you an idea of what goes into it, I'm going to show you a clip that I've put together specifically for this. So this is a cutscene from Gears of War Ultimate Edition, and I'm going to get you all to close your eyes. And if you don't feel comfortable with that, please just bear with me while I show this. And I want to see how much you can get without actually looking at the screen while I play this. So 3, 2, 1.
August, you gotta drop that data right now!
Still have it? Hell yeah, I do. Right here.
Whoa! Engage!
Yeah, so you can all open your eyes now. And how much did you get out of that? How many of you actually got sort of all of the information in that scene? Probably none of you, because there are definitely parts of that that I wouldn't have known, had I not worked on this mock-up as an example of how this all works. So where do we go from here? Once we have this scene, where do we go? So we have the first dialogue stage here. For those of you who can't see this, there's a bunch of wording up on the screen, which includes timestamps, and it's basically a rough transcript of the scene based on a pre-existing video that I actually found to show the very kind volunteer who wrote this, what cutscene I was going to be using for this presentation. So the timestamps, for instance, are 35:05, and that's one of the lines of dialogue. And with that, that's just for me to have a reference point to work from when I'm recording all the description and to know where the scene starts if I were to use that particular video as a base point. There's also an unknown character marked on that list as well, an unknown individual delivering a line of dialogue. Now, that's not so much a problem for me because I was aware of who that character was, but when you're working through this, it's always good to have an idea of who the characters are who are actually speaking. But essentially, that's where we start. We start with a rough idea of the dialogue and everything as it collates to the scene. And then we have the first format pass. Given that transcribing games as a project is an online resource, not only putting together the videos like the one you're going to see shortly, but also textual information, which I will come to in a moment, I have to start converting it into HTML. So for those of you who can't see it, there's essentially much the same wording as before with a few tweaks and removal of the timestamps with HTML code to indicate, amongst other things, paragraphs and headings. Now, from there, where does this go? Well, it goes to the final script stage. This is an example of what a final script looks like. We've had to split this shot up into two because there was so much information. That's because what you actually see in the final script isn't just the scene that you're going to see in a minute, once it's been sort of converted to have AD, actually audio description or AD, put with it. But you will also notice that there are character descriptions, there are weapon descriptions, and with the character as well, in this case being General Rahm, there's actually references to both his appearance in the original game, in the original Gears of War, released back in 2006, and in Gears of War Ultimate Edition, which released nearly a decade later, pretty much. And those things can be important depending on what version of the game you're watching. And that kind of thing, really increases the amount of immersion you get and understanding you get of the character as well. So what I'm going to show you now is the final version of this scene. I reckon you're all probably ready to see it in its final form, as it were. So if you want to close your eyes and see how much you get as a gamer without sight with this, feel free to do so. So everybody ready? 3, 2, 1.
August, you gotta drop that data right now!
Still have it? Hell yeah, I do. Right here.
Marcus and Dom crouch behind cover. General Ram raises one hand as he stands within a swirling mass of krill.
Wow! Engage!
Inside a Raven, Cole turns on a light, shining it directly at Ram. The krill disperse. Vaulting a ledge to face Dom and Marcus, the General hefts a troika in both hands. So, a massively different experience in terms of actual understanding. And yes, if you're wondering, that was me doing the audio description for that. I sat down for a little while, recorded the lines, and put it all together myself, and then got feedback from my fellow Transcribing Games project contributors as to whether I needed to change anything. Now, that's just, this is a community effort. Developers are actually sometimes getting on board. We recently had input from Sony and Guerrilla Games to legally license use of the script for Horizon Zero Dawn to do an audio an audio described guide for that, similar to what we're doing with God of War, which is still in the works at the moment. So when videos come out for that, they will become available on my YouTube channel and on the Transcribing Games page. Now, what can developers do to actually start implementing things that will help in, if not in an identical way, then in a similar manner? We come to native audio description, or native AD for short. This is simply where the information that would be conveyed visually in terms of cutscenes, story, sort of story segments, or text or anything like that is conveyed with a narrated equivalent. So what I'm going to use as the example, Ian Hamilton mentioned it earlier, quite fortuitously really, is Sequence Storm. Now this is the beginning of one of the missions. There are no real spoilers in this one though, and it's a very short sequence. So I'm going to play the version without the menu narration feature turned on. So 3, 2, 1. Yeah, so as you can tell, that is just a load of beeps and boops, essentially, when you can't see it and when there's no narration. That's a real problem because the entire story is conveyed like that, other than during races which involve gameplay. Though none of the story is voice acted, and during races you still get these text things coming across the screen to explain what's going on. Now, when you turn the narration on, this is what happens.
Story screen. Sky says, I think I've got time for one more. Elijah says, yeah, I'm getting tired too. Sky says, and little Azhar is going to be waking up soon. Elijah says, oh, are you sure you've got time? Sky says, oh, yeah, it's no problem.
And that's a massive difference. That's, again, huge difference from, an indie game as well. That's the key thing. It's a small team in the sense of, there's the amount of effort that's been put into this, definitely shows in terms of the benefit it gives. And, I hope, if you want to ask questions about, potential projects where you might want to include this or any, ideas you've had about putting it in and you're not sure where to start, or anything else about Gaming Without Sight, feel free to come and find me. And there will be links after this as well to my social channels and to the Transcribing Games project as well. Thank you very much for listening. And if we have time, any questions?
You don't have time for any questions. I guess that means they're just going to have to find you during the social hour after the event to chat with you more.
Yep, and there are the links if you want to take a brief picture of those.
I will stand out of the way. Sightless, thank you so much again for coming and chatting. This is such an amazing project, and it's just another example of the community having to step up to fill barriers and gaps that are being created on the developer side very frequently. Yeah. So everyone, let's wait. Where's Jamie? Okay, everyone, a round of applause. All right, and after a brief break, we will have our next speaker. So we're continuing on with our next session. So for this session, I ask if you are taking any pictures that you take wide shots. Let's not zoom in too specifically on our speaker. Let's try to keep them more focused either wide or on our lovely presentation he's going to have today. So I'm very excited to have a series of these 15-minute talks and to have another one coming in today. So, and this is actually a topic that we haven't really covered yet, which makes it even more exciting. So, voice gaming, here to talk about design considerations for playing using voice commands. Thank you.
Hi, I'm the voice of the YouTube channel Voiced Gaming, where I upload tutorials and gameplay of me playing computer games using voice commands. I started doing this because I developed RSI several years ago. As my condition progressed, I used more voice recognition software, including dabbling in it for gaming. I also have problems with working memory, which is why I'm having to read most of the presentation. I've been testing a range of voice software for gaming over the last 5 years, starting with Dragon Naturally Speaking with no speech recognition macros and VoiceFinger, later graduating to VoiceBot, VoiceAttack, and Vocula 3. I also use AutoHotkey and Cheat Engine, which are not voice software but are very useful, and note that I'm not trained in Vocula 2 voice macro, GavPi, or GlovePi. I've made commands for a variety of games, including Golf with Your Friends, real-time strategy games, video editing, Portal, and done some very passable driving. I'm here to talk about how game designers could account for people who use their voice to play. The field of research for voice commands for video games is still fairly new, and most people only try it once instead of coming back to improve their commands. So with few innovators, it's hard to know what the limits are. But for now, there are some basic challenges which can be identified and designed for. A little terminology. You feed your software command words, it outputs actions. Command generally refers to the combination, but can refer to the input words. Different commands can do the same action, for example, 180 doing the same as turn around. But you generally can't have the same command do different things without toggles or variables. A collection of voice commands is called a profile. Good profiles need commands which are phonetically distinct from each other, but still linguistically intuitive. Also, everything I say from now on assumes that all of the player's commands were heard correctly. I'll be referring to voice players and manual players as ones who do and don't play entirely by voice. Playing by voice is different in a few ways. If the cursor started at the left point of this line and had to click somewhere on the line within a tolerance, a manual player could hit any of them with equal difficulty. For a voice player, the mouse movements have to be pre-programmed, generally done in steps, and everything in between those steps requires slow and careful correction. This difference applies more generally. Manual players have a continuum of equally difficult outputs available to them, but voice players can only do a small set of those easily and the rest with difficulty. Clicking an arbitrary point on the screen, like a menu confirmation, might take 10 to 20 seconds. And whether doing regular commands or corrections by voice, it takes more concentration than playing manually. Yet there are some upsides. Because inputs are pre-programmed, the voice player will hit those few points with pixel-perfect precision and can hold buttons for exact amounts of time. Coordinates can be set for confirmation buttons, making them only ever one command away. And special combos, like the hyperdash in Celeste, can be set to a command and done perfectly every time. So while voice recognition loses a lot of variability, it gains a lot in repeatability. This also means that in games that aren't very time-dependent, I can repeat the same sequence of commands on a given level and I'll get roughly the same outcome, such as a few holes in one in golfing. More generally, imagine a bank of switches, one for each button or key, and each voice command flips some of the switches, which will be left in position until the next command, with exceptions for combos and loops. Now, the primary challenges with voice recognition start with the time delay. It's between 1 and 1.5 seconds from starting to speak until the input has been sent, longer for commands with more words, and depending on computer power. Adding on reaction time and thinking time, roughly 2 seconds is your voice player's minimum response time to a surprise. Separate commands need to be at least 1 second apart, ideally more like 1.5. If you push your luck and they're too close together, the system will merge the two commands and do nothing, or an unintended action. This means you generally can't do one thing less than a second after another. Because of the time delay, it's tricky to hit small time windows. Over time, you adapt to the delay, but games that need lots of precise timing feel quite punishing, especially when the time and correction cost for missing the timing window is high. Part of why driving games are so difficult is because a small crash or bump requires loads of time-delayed commands to get back on track. Choosing the right actions for your profile is non-obvious, as you have to compress the entire range of possible outputs and combos into a small set of bite-sized chunks to span the output space. If the game needs a very wide range of precisely done actions, this means more guessing and more correcting, making it tiring and difficult. Moving the mouse around is a big challenge. By default, commands will move it in steps, so you can efficiently move it on a rectangular grid in puzzle games with commands of the form direction, number. And you can extend this to isometric grids. But the less it's like a consistent grid, the more guesswork and correction needs to be done, which is slow and irritating. For voice players, moving the mouse is fairly unintuitive and unfriendly. The utility voice finger sometimes helps, which creates a semi-transparent grid across the whole screen, useful if you need to click a wide range of places, but it becomes clunky when doing anything more complex and isn't easily combined with other software. I did invent ways of moving the cursor continuously, useful if I didn't know when I was going to need to stop it, but I can still only stop it on a time delay, and I can only hit a moving target when it's specifically moving in the 4 or 8 directions I've programmed in. So with those in mind, my recommendations to make a game voice playable are: have the game playable with each input state change done at least 1.5 seconds after the previous one. In other words, can you complete it in a fairly stop-start fashion? Allow time gaps closer to 1 second for a few tense bits, but aim for most at least 2 seconds so there's plenty of breathing room. Make the game have some predictability so you can forecast commands accurately beyond the next 2 seconds. And as much as possible, make the game playable using only the keyboard. In some ways, it's like trying to do a tool-assisted speedrun for your game, but instead of changing inputs almost every frame, you're changing them every 90 or more frames, aiming for the largest gap you can, though some inputs last for a given length of time. Now, that list is not as restrictive as you'd think. While on the default dashes setting, almost all of Celeste can be done with this, and I've seen people do Ocarina of Time, Skyrim's main quest, and even with a lot of rehearsal, the Dark Souls games. However, some game types are simply not playable right now, or are exhausting even when slowed down. This includes racing, flying in space, sandbox games, shooters, fighting games like Smash Brothers, precision mouse games like Slither.io. Either the range of outputs needed is too large, or they need too much timing. Now, to complement my recommendations, I'm going to detail examples of things that do and don't help, because the more of these that are approached, the easier it is to play the game. I'm only covering non-typing games today because typing games have an extra layer of complications. Things out there which are already well appreciated include options for invincibility, greater health, unlimited lives, more frequently spaced checkpoints, and changing the game speed with your own internal system. Windowed mode is essential for checking how well the voice commands are working. Quick save and quick load are awesome. Please include them or an option to enable them. Linking to your control scheme from your game's store page helps with setting up commands before first loading the game, as switching windows several times mid-tutorial is tiring. Similarly, it helps to see normal gameplay footage on your game's page, as that will show how voice playable the game will be. Most trailers don't help. As said, add keyboard controls for an alternative to the mouse. Adding hotkeys as shortcuts for every option and special in-game function would also be useful, as these can be encoded into commands. For example, Control-3 could activate the third menu option, or my third spell, or pick up the third item, or even all of them if they all had different contexts. Adjusting the game speed by hotkey would be great too. Note that whether the specific hotkeys are obvious or obscure doesn't matter to voice players. We just set the profile once and forget the controls. But as manual users might also use them, make them sensible, list them online, and make them remappable. I mentioned predictability. In classic Sonic, when Sonic is at top speed, he clears the right half of the screen in about half a second, so I can't react to anything. But in Celeste, Madeline takes 2 seconds to clear half the screen, 4 seconds at half speed, letting me react well in time. So a wider angle or slower game speed helps in platformers. QuickTime events aren't that great. On top of the 2-second reaction time, if the pressure makes the player panic, they'll say the wrong command or not say it clearly. While commands can be rehearsed and button mashing can be mapped to commands, it's just cheap stress. Options for making them skippable or a lot slower would help. Half the challenge in driving games is maintaining and changing speeds. A cruise control option would do wonders, especially if you can change the cruise control speed with some key presses. Slowing down the game helps a little, although it ends up feeling like you're driving on ice. So a better option would be to reduce the maximum speed of everything and scale race times to that. In 3D exploration games, because voice players are often holding W until they give a stop command, it's easy to get stuck in the corners of decorative things sticking out of walls and having to do a bunch of correction commands. While those can be part of the aesthetic, If they weren't there, it would be much easier to move around. So consider having a low environment detail option, providing more flat walls and fewer obstacles to bump into. Also in 3D games, the mouse is used for looking around, but I need to know how many pixels are in a full rotation, and the vertical maximum and minimum to set my commands for turning by 90 degrees and so on. Having those numbers viewable somewhere in the options would help, as otherwise I have to measure them. Scrolling up or down is very hard to calibrate by voice. Think of alternatives like arrow keys, using page up and down, and control or shift applied to each of those for extra possibilities. Do all of those at once, and you could scroll multiple lists on screen at the same time, even while using the cursor keys to pick. For zooming in and out, hotkeys could choose the zoom level, like they do in audio editors. Now, for reasons mentioned before, mouse use adds a lot of difficulty. Point-and-click games can easily lose a lot of their charm if I need to do tons of guesswork, as simply getting the cursor to a given place becomes half the challenge of the game. Pixel hunting on a single screen for a tiny clickable object might take a manual user 20 seconds, but it could take me 3 to 5 minutes, long enough for me to close the game for good. Highlighting every clickable object helps, like in Puzzle Agent and Gorogoa, as does providing large hitboxes for each object. Mapping to keyboard control would also save a lot of time and effort, so if there were only a few things on the screen that you could click on, consider labeling them with numbers and letters, and have the keyboard keys activate them as if they were clicked. If you selected something that can interact with other things, highlight and number those it can engage with. For example, a simple jigsaw game could be played much faster if I could select pieces and pick their destinations with hotkeys. If you felt there were too many things to index, you could consider browsing them with the cursor keys and selecting with Enter. But if the game absolutely has to use the mouse, there are some things to avoid. Some game grids are easier to make commands for moving on than others. Square and rectangular are best, followed by consistent isometric, consistent hexagonal, and then it gets dramatically worse when you add perspective and rotation. Instead, provide an option to remove perspective and switch to isometric or rectangular grid view. Perspective does look great, but it's really unhelpful. For puzzle games, have an option to scale your grid to the smallest resolution the game uses, so that every puzzle can be played with the same coordinate set, and list somewhere the number of pixels in that resolution, as again, that would save me a lot of calibration time before gameplay. Not keeping a given action or menu button in the same place causes problems with setting coordinates. See in these examples that sometimes they have areas in common, so I can, and sometimes there's no way to pick the coordinate because they're inconsistent. Instead, either design it from the start that they stay in the same place, or have a symmetry breaking interface option to fix them in place, or allocate hotkeys. It would be great if every OK and cancel could be done with enter and escape, because I could be out 10 to 20 seconds every time otherwise. Relatedly, Phoenix Wright's present button has multiple contexts in multiple locations. So please put different names on buttons that are in different places and keep same names in the same place, or add hotkeys. It's hard to do mouse movements from a specific but changing position on the screen. This happens in Hue's color changing menu, where I have to move the mouse onto Hue before dragging, giving me an extra challenge on top of the platforming. Similarly, in Hitman Go, I need to move the cursor onto the hitman before dragging in 1 of 4 directions. Instead, either allow relative cursor movements from anywhere on the screen to do the same thing, like in the game Hocus, or add some hotkeys. Chaotic and unpredictable card locations, like the ones on the left, get in the way. Instead, have an option to switch to a structured grid layout so that the cards will only appear in specific slots, like in Sentinels of the Multiverse on the right. Chaotic and unpredictable clicking locations are similarly difficult. Instead, think about how you could restructure your locations so that they are on a nice repeating grid and remove the need to zoom in, or use hotkeys or allow the cursor keys to select. Similarly, think of ways to avoid having to pan the game area left and right, if it also needs you to click on key locations. Consider splitting the area up into multiple screens so that the locations never move. Needing to do specific mouse movements in your point and click, like dragging in a circle to turn something or wiggling back and forth to activate something, is very slow and difficult. Instead, make the action be done by clicking a button or pressing a key. Now, should you supply voice recognition with your game? It is possible, but it doesn't always work. Ironically, I've generally had difficulty with these, so at least allow regular inputs as well so that voice profiles can be made. Technically, you could make, test, and provide a profile for your game for one of the common voice software, though choosing which one is tricky as the marketplace is still fragmented without any common standards. So I hope I've given you a good glimpse into how to design for this fairly niche way of controlling games, and the ways that it overlaps with good practice for making accessible games. You can find me online at Voiced Gaming on Twitter and YouTube, or greet me afterwards with a gentle fist bump if you have further questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your presentation. One of the things that just stood out for me were there were two things. Like number one, the idea of just breaking something into quadrants. How many mini maps do you have, or full-size maps that you have to endlessly scroll over? Especially if you're like, I want to teleport and I have fast travel, which would make it easier if you could get to where it was, but maybe you can't. But you also brought up windowed mode, which I know that probably Cherry and Shell can say that when you're streaming a PC game, having a window mode that works well, it can be very beneficial. So it's just another example of solving for one and extending to many. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. As well.
All right, we will have another quick break, and then we'll be back with our next speaker. Good. All right, everyone. So one of the things at GA-Conf that we always love to show is one of the things that, or we try to dispel this myth of that game accessibility requires a lot of people and only AAA studios will ever be able to make accessible games because they just have enough people and small studios will never be able to make it happen. But obviously that's not true. Every year at GA-Conf we bring in indie devs who make some of the most accessible titles that we've seen. And so we're really excited to have another example of another indie title that's going to be coming. And it's about, as it says, accessibility as a design pillar. So everyone, please welcome Johnny. And I'm so grateful that you came to talk with us today.
So hello there, GA-Conf. Thank you all for attending my talk, Accessibility as a Game Design Pillar, or, if it only has one button, how hard can it be? So who am I? Just to quickly run that down, I'm Johnny Wallbank. I've been a games designer working in the industry for a little over 10 years now. I've worked as lead designer on 5 projects now at companies like Codemasters and Pixel Toys. I found myself wanting more creative freedom and design agency over time, including pushing for better accessibility features in games I was working on, and so I decided to go indie at the start of 2018. I also do a charity gaming marathon with a group of friends over the Easter weekend for special effects. I'm a special effects ambassador as well. That's where I was introduced to the fantastic work they do, and it really raised my awareness for how important accessibility is in games so that everyone can play on. So I'm going to be talking about the first indie game I've made called Bubbles the Cat in relation to its development and how I used accessibility as a core pillar to develop the title. So here's some GIFs to show you the game in progress. All the different power-ups. I'll be breaking this down in a bit more detail as we go through and explaining how it all works. So I'm going to talk about the approach I used to guide my decision-making for this game. I'd very much designed this title as being accessible from the very beginning. So as I said, I was inspired by the work of Special Effects and other high-quality games I'd seen at the time that were really pushing for better accessibility features. And I wanted as many people to be able to play my game as possible, young or old, platform fan or not, and designed so that people who may not be able to play traditional platformers would be able to enjoy Bubbles, such as those with challenges with respect to motor conditions. I also wanted to prove that accessibility doesn't mean that a game can't have depth. I'm sure we're all familiar with various comments around the internet that say that, oh, you've included the accessibility features, just take all the challenge out of a game, and I wanted to prove that's absolutely not the case. So I'm going to run over what pillars are in game development. These are some that are traditionally established very early on, and sort of like high-level rules that determine the game's identity and guide all aspects of a game's development. So design, code, art, and production all need to make sure that these pillars are being met in all the work that's being produced. I'll give you a couple of examples from some fairly contemporary games. Great item game is one from Diablo 3, where a lot of emphasis was placed on making the loot feel really impactful. So stats, set bonuses, skulls, pauldrons on fire, all that good stuff. Another quick example, military authenticity from the older Call of Duty games. So having weapons behave and feel like their historic counterparts, and the same, making sure that the battles are based around those that took place in World War II. So for this project, I thought I'd extend the principle to have accessibility pillars for my game. So these would be core tenets that wouldn't be the game I'd want to make if I broke them. And for me, in this game, this meant that I was going to have simple, ideally one-button controls to have as few barriers as possible for players, for my players. So the holy grail for me would be if the game could be played with something like eye gaze, for instance. I wanted pick up and play gameplay, so a game that anyone, regardless of experience with platformers, that could just immediately see, understand the game, and go, oh, yeah, I get how that works. And I wanted customizable assists so that players could just play the game however they want. So let's tick off the first one of these pillars, and that's customizable assists. So at any time in the game, you can just pause it and turn on the ability to toggle invincibility or have infinite bubbles or even skip the level. The bubbles are effectively what controls your air jumps. These lasted the whole way through the game's various iterations and redesigns, but which we'll come on to shortly. So you may have noticed that I've sort of borrowed these from Celeste, the game by Matt Makes Games. I think it's now called Extremely OK Games. And it's amazing. It's one of the best platforms ever made. Please play it. I think what surprised me about this is that these also ended up being great for so many more different types of gamers than I expected. There are folks who prefer to play the game with a more analytical, puzzle-solving approach who were able to enjoy the game playing this, and also younger gamers like my 4-year-old nephew who couldn't really enjoy traditional platformers, but he had a lot of fun just making a cat with a silly hat and a rainbow trail jump around. So that was hugely rewarding. Please put these in every game. So my first attempt to develop this game with accessibility in mind was a mouse-controlled platformer. So it was kind of like a hybrid between Lemmings and an auto-running platformer. So the idea being that you'd click or tap on Bubbles the cat, proper noun, to jump, or click outside of Bubbles to place Bubbles, the collective noun, in the world. Yeah. Didn't think that through when I was naming the game. So the idea effectively being you'd click on that part of the world to interact with it. So sounds good on paper, right? Let's have a look at how the game looked back in the earlier prototypes. And yeah, the graphics are a little rough. It's a combination of open source artwork and my own handiwork. I am not good at art. So you can sort of see like how I was trying to get depth from the game here by having all these different bubble power-ups that you could place within the environment, like there to blow up a wall, and then your makes your jumps really powerful. And also in the next slide here, you can see the bubbles being used to absorb all the fireballs, and that was a really cool environmental feature, standout feature for the game. So just to do quick pros and cons of this iteration. Yep, it's a unique platformer, so it stands out, quite important in the marketplace these days. Interactive environment's really cool, and it's a single-button platformer. So, all good, right? No. It is actually not that great to play. It's a nightmare to place bubbles within the world. You've got a moving camera, and you're trying to make pinpoint accuracy with a moving camera. It's not a good time. And quite often the game would misinterpret what you're trying to do. In this image, you can see I'm clicking on a bubble at the same time I want to jump over the spikes, and yeah, no. Another big con is that you can't play with a controller with this design. And obviously that's hugely important for supporting things like bespoke controller setups, such as the Xbox adaptive controller. So let's quickly review the accessibility pillars. Simple controls, nope. You require way too much accuracy. It's not even remotely accessible. Pick up and play gameplay, not really. People were struggling to understand what would happen if they clicked on different parts of the screen. They didn't understand how to make Bubbles the cat jump. They didn't know how to interact with the environment. It's not really going anywhere. But on the upside, customizable assist, so 1 out of 3 ain't bad. My first attempt to fix this was to improve the hitboxes around all the player and interactable objects. So these would be the invisible zones that would detect you making clicks or taps with them. So clicking near the player instead snapped a bubble directly under them to make it much easier to set up jump parks. And similarly, if you clicked on fireballs, it would scoop them up without the need to be quite so accurate. Now, how do we think this did? Spoiler alert. It's not so good. It still requires way too much precision inputs, so I've effectively made no further progress on the pillars with this iteration. But I did start getting the feedback, why don't you just make it so you can just tap under, tap so that it places bubbles anywhere. And I was that would meant that I'd lose the interaction with the world, but I thought it was the right decision to make in terms of making an accessible platformer. So clicking, tapping, or pressing an action button places a bubble, collective noun, anywhere. And it means that controller supports are now possible, so that's really, really opened up my accessibility options. To quickly overview the gameplay, if you bounce off bubbles now, you trigger their special ability. So in this image, you can see bubbles bouncing around near all these weak walls and causing them to explode. And this was making really, really good progress in terms of my accessibility pillars. So we've now got mostly one-button game, with one exception I'll come on to shortly. The game's way, way easier to pick up. When I took the game to shows, the general instruction I gave was, you just need the A button, off you go, and most players were able to intuit what was required pretty quickly. And, of course, customizable assists. But I did lose some gameplay with this new system, such as being able to absorb fireballs, and with a controller in the mix, how was I going to do that? Would I have to assign a separate button? It's not a 2-button game anymore. So how do we fix this? Well, the answer is to lean into this design and embrace it further. So here's the wall power-up. Whenever you bounce off this bubble, it blocks fireballs, effectively recreating the functionality that I'd lost. It also allows you to turn around on command, and it creates cool vertical gameplay options. So my accessibility pillars are giving rise to cool new game design options. It also meant that I was able to include new bubble types that wouldn't have worked at all with the previous iteration. So this is the bob up bubble, and you just tap to bob upwards. Might remind you of a certain game involving birds that flap. But it really took advantage of the single button controls. So coming back to that, the accessibility pillars earlier, there was a question mark around one of them. So this is the launch bubble in the prototype. In this iteration, you collect the power-up, you jump into a bubble, and after a few seconds, it would follow the set bubbles, bubbles, the cat, proper noun, flying in the direction indicated by the arrow. One thing you can't capture here is that it's kind of a nightmare to control on touchscreen devices because you're not even getting this feedback of where the mouse cursor is. So my first attempt to fix this was to try and make it controllable with the analog stick and lock it to 8 directions. So I think you can immediately see the problem here. It's not improved the accuracy anymore on touchscreen devices. You're not getting that feedback. But crucially, it's not a one-button game. So this isn't really an appropriate solution. My next attempt to fix this was to have it auto-rotate clockwise through each of the 8 directions every quarter of a second. So it is very easy to miss your cue here, as you might be able to see from the GIF here. And when you do, it's a really frustrating wait for it to get back to the same point. No, this isn't really pick up and play. It's kind of a nightmare to interact with. So my third attempt was to massively slow down the direction change, lock it to the 3 directions, so forward, diagonal forwards, and upwards. And yeah, this did the trick. The feedback I was getting was that this is far easier to control, and I'd kind of already designed the levels around this, so works out fine. There's quite a lot of interactions you can get out of just one button. I thought I'd try and make a list of all the stuff you could do with just the bubble power-ups alone, and there's over 40 on here. So to have a look at what went well, the game's good. It got good reviews on iOS and Steam. Players didn't seem to feel frustrated at a lack of control. A couple of hardcore speedrunners played the game and they're pleasantly surprised at what you were able to do. And the accessibility was a big success. I met with Harry Nelson, one of the R&D wizards at Special Effects, who came up to me at Insomnia 65 and said that the game had made a huge difference for someone who was suffering from cerebral palsy and wasn't able to play Mario, but was able to play Bubbles. So that was, immensely rewarding. Just quickly, there were weaknesses with visual accessibility. As you might be able to see here, there's a pink laser chasing Bubbles, the cat, proper noun, against a sort of reddish background. There's a lot of background detail as well, which could prove distracting. So I included options to fix that. Something I might do for the next game is to have a visual accessibility pillar so that I deal with this up front. I also, the boosts that I have in the game are kind of a bit all or nothing. It would have been nice to have a slow time as a medium option. I think the biggest problem is the game's too difficult and frustrating. There's a bit of a difficulty spike after World 3. It becomes very punishing. There's no checkpoints in the game, the idea being that the levels would be quite short because it also was designed for mobile devices in mind. But maybe I could have done more with making the levels a little shorter. So, quick rundown of the takeaways. Determine what your accessibility goals are from the game's inception. As stated earlier, the earlier you identify these things, the easier it is to implement. Keep these in mind as you keep prototyping and developing the game, and please put assists in your game. Thank you very much for listening. If you want to come and grab me, I'm on Team Cats and Bears on Twitter, and just come and say hello after the talk. Thank you. GA Conf.
I love the cat proper name, or Bubbles proper name, Bubbles, the object, collective noun. It's a fun side effect of development. But how many of us have been working on a game where we gave something an internal name and then it got changed in the public, but something else now has the name that had a different debug name internally, and so now players and the public, or players and devs can't talk because you're speaking a different language? You just cut everyone out and did it to yourself. It's amazing in a terrible way. So again, thank you so much. Again, you can find Bubbles the Cat on Steam and iOS, correct?
And Android.
And Android. So if you're looking to pick it up, that's where you guys can go ahead and get it. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and after a short break, we will be back with our last mini talk of the day before we go back to the full-size sessions. All right. So, the next speaker that we're going to have is one of my good friends, Barry Ellis. So, fun fact, so today the IGDA Game Accessibility Special Interest Group website just relaunched, today brand new. The original writers, constructors, people who were frantically writing to get anything published, to get that up, originally 7 years ago? 8 years ago?
Yeah, 2010.
Yeah. We made the original website, and it only just got replaced.
Yeah, it was pretty rough.
It was, that is being very polite. Rough indeed. But Barry's been working in accessibility for years. Many of you probably know him as OneSwitch, creating marvelous hybrid devices to allow more to game. And Barry's not here to talk about himself today. He's actually going to be talking a lot about someone else who's been very influential in gaming. And I believe there's a poem at the end as well.
There is, yes.
So.
I didn't write it, so that would have been brave.
But everyone, let's give a warm welcome to Barry.
Thank you. Yeah, this is a revised chapter from OneSwitch 100. And it's about Reg Malling and some of the teams and people he influenced. I'm just going to read it straight. Stoke Mandeville Hospital in the UK is famous as the birthplace of the Paralympic movement in 1948. It's less well known as being a massive part of the most influential era in electronic assistive and communication technology. Riding upon a surge of 20th century medical innovation and refinements, people were increasingly surviving accidents, illnesses and conditions that previously would have killed them. Two priorities followed survival: improving independence and improving quality of life. Ideally, this led to people freeing bed space, going home, being with loved ones, and finding meaningful occupation and making their way in the world again. Possum, the patient-operated selector mechanism, was a revolutionary invention that made this possible for some of the world's most disabled people. It began in August 1960 at Stoke Mandeville's National Spinal Injuries Centre, when a 33-year-old patient, an ex-soldier, Ian Pritchard, met 32-year-old hospital volunteer, engineer, and ex-soldier, Reginald Malling. Ian arrived at the hospital from southern Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe, paralysed from the neck down after a water skiing accident. From the confines of his hospital bed, a police whistle suspended by a piece of string just above his lips was his main method of summoning help. For the first time since being a baby, he could do little himself. He spoke of his wish to record his experiences during the Mau Mau uprising in Kenya for a book. Reg wondered if there could be a way for him to operate a dictating machine independently, rather than relying upon the sporadic help of visitors and ever-busy hospital staff. Reg's epiphany was in realising that if a patient could control the air in their mouth to blow a whistle, then the same process might be used to operate electrical switches and relays. This could bring control over lights, tape recorders, and almost any number of electrical appliances. Reg was an industrial chemist by trade, but had long been tinkering with electronics. Aged 5, he was said to have built an electric fence to stop other children from getting at his toys and breaking them. He was known for his inventiveness, single-mindedness, good heart, grin, and dancing eyebrows when an idea was flourishing. Needing extra help to take his ideas further, he teamed up with fellow hospital volunteer and engineer Derek Clarkson, later Dorothy Clarkson. Derek's background included servicing Type X cipher machines in World War II, which was an unbreakable British enigma used to encrypt secret messages. When Derek paired up with Reg in 1960, he was working at General Precision Systems in Aylesbury on computer-aided flight simulators. Working Saturday mornings in the flight simulator lab and spare evenings on Reg's mother's sitting room floor, the first prototype possums took shape. The resulting tape recorder system was a breath-controlled dictating machine using a liquid mercury manometer. This was the first electronic sit-puff assistive technology, and with this, Ian swiftly gained independent control to record and organise his thoughts. The second wave of possums were far more powerful. The Environmental Control Unit, ECU, built from parts donated by General Precision Systems, enabled scan and select control over 10 items. And scan and select's where you can manually or automatically have your choices selected, and then you hit another switch, or puff perhaps, and you can select them. These would go on to include control over alarms, lights, heaters, radios, door mechanisms, page turners, projectors, telephones, televisions and typewriters, all in the 1960s. The earliest of these environmental control units made use of uniselectors, relays, and switch control to cycle through the available choices illuminated by light bulbs. The similarities between this and a Jameson's electro dart machine make me wonder if Reg or Derek ever played one at a fun fair and took inspiration. And this was a wall game where you held a single switch and it would spin lights around a dartboard display, and hopefully if you got hit a number over 12, you'd win some money, a shilling upwards. Only you'd be very lucky to do so. Reg and Derek's experiments were so successful that upon demonstration to Sir Ludwig Guttmann in the Occupational Therapy Department, his vital approval for further development was given. Funding was found from the Polio Research Fund, and work continued in earnest. A small team grew to include Joy Wakefield and Roger Jeffcoat, who would undertake much of the early assessment work. Possum transformed into Possum Controls Limited as a self-contained business, moving out from the hospital electromechanical laboratory into their own premises, secured at mates' rates. In 1966, pivotal to their ultimate survival, Possum were awarded an NHS, National Health Service contract by the Ministry of Health. This was to supply their systems and support free at the point of need to patients around the UK. One of the most powerful Possum accessories was the typewriter control system, TWC. One or more switches were enough to scan and select from a grid of letters and symbols to print out via an electric typewriter. And here, a single switch was enough to convey ideas, wants, and needs. Some users memorised the grid, often out of necessity, if unable to reliably look at the card. Others would use an animated box of lights, transferring between the smaller ECU box and the typewriter control as needed. Bespoke methods of control were developed to match each user's needs, including a 4-switch SIP-PUF device with a word store system, enabling much faster typing speeds for some. Throughout, Reg and his team travelled the world to promote the benefits of the Possum systems. Often Reg would fly small borrowed planes and not always getting full air clearance en route. He was said to have caused a diplomatic incident in Israel on one supply flight and was buzzed and escorted by angry military jets. Alternatively, he'd squeeze Possum gear into his sports car to take wherever needed, which was safer that way. In 1968, the Possum User Association, which is now called Sequel, was formed by Elizabeth Beeston, the head of OT at Southport Spinal Injuries Hospital, and Roger Jeffcoat. The PUA was a support group and magazine set up to support and empower Possum users. Most importantly, it was run by Possum users themselves. Rebranded Possibility in 1969, it had subscribers across Europe, Scandinavia, Israel, North America, Canada, Singapore, Australia, and New Zealand. Possum users blazed a trail with their enabling technology. One user, Dick Boydell, programmed computers at Ford in the early 70s. Hilary Pohl, described in newspapers as the most disabled person in the world at the time, had poems published. Joy Wakefield's Sequel 25 Years booklet details many more life stories. Reg was ousted from Possum in 1973 after disagreements with the trustees, and with Sir Ludwig Gutmann. In solidarity and protest, key members of the team left too. Despite this, by 1974, the National Health Service had supported over 500 Possum installations around the UK, enabling many people to live more independent and enriched lives. An entire industry formed, inspired by the original Possum devices, as can be seen in the Aids for Severely Handicapped by Keith Copeland. And this 1974 book features a dozen or so different environmental control and what's now known as AAC, augmentative and alternative communication systems. Rival companies brought innovations of their own to the field, as with Essex-based Zambet Electronics System 7 and 8. Options from Zambet included a proximity switch, enabling non-touch control with minimal strength, toy control, and reportedly a wall-protected typewriter. Zambet would later be absorbed by Possum. From Reg's and Derek's early work, a cross-pollination of ideas and practices were bursting into vivid life. Reg went on to form Malling Rehabilitation Systems and later Telemachus, which ran the UK's first online disability information resource in 1979 using Prestel. He also gave advice on the cutting-edge Mavis computer, microprocessor audiovisual information system project. But without an NHS contract, it was difficult for Reg to make as much of an impact, leaving him somewhat cast adrift. Roger Jeffcoat left Possum with Reg, going a separate way to form the ADIS Trust in 1975. This was perhaps the first charity to support people needing a wide range of electronic assistive technology. Roger also co-founded AbilityNet in 1997 to provide advice on making computer technology more accessible to all. AbilityNet, the ADIS Trust, Now Everyone Can, Sequel and Possum all continue to make the world a better and fairer place for disabled people to this day. The following is some photos I did just to show some of the thread that runs through Possum to the current day. This is an early Possum system with SIP-PUF at National Star College, and this is a system in 1973 where a standard arcade pinball machine's been adapted to play with SIP-PUF. This is a newspaper article, 1978 to 1981, these were going on. Gary and Robbie Marintz were adapting arcade and pinball machines. Space Invaders, looks like Phoenix there, to play with SIP-Puff and other controls. Very early esports, really. This is a SIP-Puff controller for home consoles. This is an Atari VCS playing Space Invaders with someone playing with their mouth. This by Ken Yankelevitz, who's another amazing pioneer in accessible game. Well, Reg less so in accessible gaming, Ken 100% in accessible gaming. 1987, Nintendo's hand-free controller came from Nintendo America using SIP-Puff and a chin controller. Coming up to date with the quad stick, which comes straight on from Ken Yankelevitz's work. It's a brilliant device. And a game control mixer set up here with SIP-Puff 2, which is something I do with my other hat on at One Switch with Celtic Magic. Scan and select, really important threads here. This is early 1960s pictures. And you'll see a similarity with the typewriter, Bell light radio device, and NASA coming up with an idea, possibly for astronauts, but also showing for disabled people that maybe a wheelchair could be controlled with eye gaze. These were eye switches. It was an experimental system, and NASA gave it away. That was early, very early eye gaze. This is miniaturization. This is the Tufts interactive communicator with things getting smaller. And this is Rick Hoyt using the same machine. And he has a brilliant book called One Letter at a Time. I really recommend reading. And this is the commercialization of reduced communicators, scan and select communicators, where you can get at anything. This is a very early Prentke Romich, and they got involved with bliss symbols and all sorts of things for people who couldn't use the basic alphabet. Loads of people created these. Interesting, Namco used to make communicators as well, quite similar to this. This is the Mavis system. This is Joanne using it, and she's using a word processor with her mum here. This was a British-funded, it was a UK government-funded project from about 1977, 78 to about 81 when the government said the money's run out and they didn't want to run with this project. But it was a wonderful thing for this very small number of people who use this portable suitcase computer, and it had a word processor. You could create music with it, art, games. And there were games for people who couldn't cope with scan and select, and there was understanding not everyone can cope with that sort of level of complexity. And that's a mock-up of the ability to play the Blue Peter tune, which you may or may not know, with a single switch. This is what replaced that line of thinking, and this was the 8-bit computers coming in and ways to control it with scan and select here. This is a BBC Micro on the right and Apple computer on the left. This was the amazing adaptive firmware card in use where you could play Ms. Pac-Man, you hit a switch, the whole game stops, and then it scans through up, down, left, right, hit your switch, the game restarts and moves in that direction. It's a wonderful thing with its origins in Possum and Reg Malling. Stephen Hawkins playing chess using this scan and select communicator. He wrote A Brief History of Time using this technology. Apple integrated it into all of the mobile devices with iOS 7, which is a wonderful thing, really. And you'll find it in Microsoft. It's built into systems thanks to the Trace Center, pushing people like Microsoft and Apple to integrate accessibility features into the computers. This is One Switch Pulse system. This is a system that I've built that enables someone with a single switch to scan through options. And this is on a PlayStation 3 in this picture, where they can navigate all the menus and then play the game, and certain switches will bring up certain macros and just mash buttons. And Colin enjoyed destroying people with that. It was quite brutal. This is Special Effects iMine, which although is eye gaze controlled, the grid has got origins back to Possum, and that's a wonderful system too. Versatile interface. This is Possum's push to allow people to use the equipment that they need. So SIP-Puff, a gated joystick here with a foot. It could have been anywhere. light pressure switches, and you'll see a line straight through all of the Switch adaptive controllers up to the Xbox adaptive controller, and the game control mixer, again, Celtic Magic on one switch. A bit cheeky of me. Communication technology for those without a voice, environmental control, NHS free at the point of need, supported around the world, online in 1979, influenced, inspired others to carry the baton ever onwards, whether they know it or not. So thank you, Reg Malling. And this is a quote from Reg many years ago. That's his 1979 system there, actually, for sharing disability information. He said, "Our work has received tremendous assistance from a wide range of individuals, firms and corporate bodies, but it is to the severely disabled themselves that the major thanks must go. It was their courage in adversity which provided the determination to start and continue the project. I remember one lady who had literally only a flicker of movement in one toe. She went on to write a beautiful book of poems. It was quite extraordinary. We made a difference." Reg Malling. And I'll read that poem from Hilary Pohl. My world. I have a world that's mine alone, a world where no one else can roam. Of books I've read and plays I've seen, an opera, a ballet theme. Of roads I've walked and hills I've climbed, woods and fields stored in mind. So if at night I cannot sleep, I do not end up counting sheep. Instead I think of days gone by, of picnics 'neath a clear blue sky. The thrill of watching unawares a pair of boxing Mad March hares. I wander down Lapel Lane again. I find a nest, I see a wren. The fields are full of ripening wheat, the banks are white with meadow sweet. And searching closer to the ground, bashful violets I have found. I squelch along the bridle path, thus awakening mother's wrath. I tear my coat, I cut my knee, but there's a squirrel stray to see. The landscape blurs, light fades fast. I smile and fall asleep at last. Hilary Pohl. That's it.
Do you want to see what your time was?
Yeah, go on.
You are 16:50, 52.
Not too shabby.
Not too bad.
Thank you.
Not too bad. So one of my favorite things to do in the world is make fun of Barry for one time very much going over on a talk and purposefully ignoring the 3-minute warning 7 times. I don't know. Just a little bit. What I really like about this presentation is that it reminds everyone here that we've gotten to the point where we are in accessibility in our products or just in the world around us by people going forward and learning and us building off of it. I think a lot of times when people think of game accessibility, a lot of people start thinking of recent things, but even in the presentation that we just saw, there was a puff and sip controller made by Nintendo in the 80s. So it also shows in a way that sometimes we regress as an industry, and by looking back, we can see where maybe we've done better and know that we can get there again because we've literally already done it. And so with that, we are getting ready to go into our next break, which I believe we return at look, guys, Ian's the schedule manager. I just talk up here. All right. So you do not have to come back until 4 o'clock, so please use the restroom, get some tea, coffee, and we will see you back then. Thank you. You good? Hello. Yes, you have your clicker. All right, everyone. We are in the final stretch. Just a few more presentations in between you and our lovely reception this evening. Yes, I'm ready for the reception. You guys are fine. I'm just kidding. You guys are great. Thank you for being here. So one of the glories of being an afternoon speaker is that as you are watching the presentations, you remember things. Someone says something you were planning on saying, and next thing you know, all day you've been repeatedly updating your talk to make it the best version ever, which is what...
It's now the most disjointed. I can't say that again. They've already said it brilliantly.
But...
Repetition is teaching.
Ah, see?
Where were you this morning? I'm taking it all out now.
Yeah, see?
You can pay me in cookies.
There you go. So everyone heard it. If you need a pep talk, Cherry does accept cookies as currency. You can find them in the first row. So anyway, I don't even know what your talk's about anymore. You've changed it so much, so you know what?
Neither do I.
Everyone, welcome. I'm Gareth from the BBC. You are a lead designer. You're an important designer, man.
The head of design.
Yeah, see? I told you, important designer, man.
There's more than one. There are other heads of design, but yeah, it's a big design department.
But yes, I will let you kick it off. Thank you so much for coming today. And good luck on your rapidly amended talk.
Yeah. Now I've got in my head that I'm between people and beer. And, and there's a lot of you. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm welcome to the Graveyard Shift. And I'm going to hopefully, I'll explain why it's all green screen in a minute. But I'm hopefully give you, talk through a few different things this afternoon. How am I best? Well, I gave myself a list. The problem with me and presentations is I'm also another one that could sit on the cognitive panel. I have a horrendous short-term memory. These slides are for me. They're not for you. Otherwise, I have no idea what it is I'm supposed to be talking about. But I can also talk for England being ADHD, so we could be here for quite a while. So there to keep me on track as well. So I'm going to try and talk. Who am I? I think we've already answered that one. This is good. 1 of 4 done. Why am I here? I could do the rest of the evening on that one. Why? What, a little bit of dyslexic, what am I going to talk about? And am I lost? Probably. So yes, be gentle with me. Give me a prod in the right direction if you think I need to. So yeah, welcome aboard the ADHD Express. I'm going to talk a little bit about my own background and where gaming started in my life. I mean, this is literally was where gaming started in my life, which was Colossal Adventure 1979. I'm now showing my age. And absolutely phenomenal thing. Played on a machine that looked like that. Our school had 2 of them. This is way before BBC Micros and any of that posh stuff. That had colours and stuff like this. These things were fantastic. They took forever to load. Constantly broke down, and there was a crowd of kids around them trying to map an adventure game out, arguing about where the narrative was branching. It was collaborative gaming every single lunchtime around 2 of these machines, and I absolutely loved it. My other experience was Pong, which I had a machine that looked rough. I think it was actually one of these. It was rubbish. It was great fun, though. It was great. So there were 2 experiences, really, of gaming in those days. You were either playing these wonderful branching narrative text adventures, or you were just playing things that were just the arcade machines cut down and stuck in the home. Which also, this was another game that I played a lot around my friend's house because he had the first ever home computer that was ever released, the ZX80. This you bought as a kit, you soldered it together yourself, mostly wrong, and then had to get your dad to fix it. It was his dad, because he was an engineer from Shell, and his dad had one of these, a TRS-80, amazing. It was incredible, 16K. And we would play Space Invaders, and again, go back to the arcades. This was our experience. It was arcade in the home. And eventually I had one of these in Intellivision. Now, there is a point to all of this, and oh yes, and to the Spectrum, where suddenly it all exploded when suddenly in the early 80s we had suddenly all these home computers and the VIC-20 and everything else that suddenly became really, really, really popular, and every kid could access to original gaming rather than just copycat arcade gaming or dreadful sports gaming on a grandstand machine. But the thing that I'm really glad Barry talked about what Barry talked about before, because I was looking at all those and going, hang on a minute, there was speech in and speech out on all of those machines through additional peripherals. And I had 3 of these things. I had the top left, middle, and the bottom right. And there was already accessibility opportunity. Barry's shown us from the physical point of view of input controls and outputs and, and from a speech point of view. So much of this stuff you talk about, and the principles are still the same. We're now contextualizing them better with human beings and being more creative with them. But it's not new. But skip to the end. I kind of went off on one a couple of days ago and started writing an entire history of my experience of video games and then realized that wasn't the talk. So that was it. Thank God he was starting to sound like my dad. So it's probably for most of you. But yes, so the important bits of history. So I set up, in 2005, I set up the accessibility team at the BBC. There wasn't one before. There were lots of people doing all sorts of wonderful and amazing things. I'm going to get to one of them in a minute. But there was no team as such. The interesting bit follows. This was a guy, actually, who's kind of responsible for me being here. I was at the BBC making TV trails, and one of my kids has cerebral palsy. He was about 6 at the time. And there were a couple of Switch games that were on CBeebies, and the rest of it was absolutely rubbish as far as accessibility was concerned. There were bits and pieces that were trying here and there. It was a real mixed bag, but I was just sat there thinking, this is dreadful. He was behind, it was him and Cecilia. I've forgotten Cecilia's second name. Ian, help me out. That's it. And so they were doing some amazing stuff in CBeebies. He was growing out, my son was growing out CBeebies stuff into CBBC. The argument for me went, well, that's great. You've just built up a relationship and thrown it away, by him progressing through your brands. Ian, after leaving the BBC, obviously has done amazing things. He got me involved in the first draft of this. I'm not quite sure why my name's still up there. I don't think I've done anything to help you with this for a while. I'm still quite proud of my involvement in it. And if you don't use the game's accessibility guidelines, you really should. And I also blame Ian for me being here because he set up a breakfast for me and David in March of this year. And it was just supposed to be a very hungover me, probably talking to a very hungover you. About a few things that you wanted to talk through because you are sort of new into the politics of all of this within a large organization. I've been doing this a long time, tried out lots of different things, and yes, if it wasn't for that breakfast, I would not be stood here now. I've actually spent the last, I don't know how long, trying to remember what the hell I said. So if it is all wrong, shout. But really, I mean, where David was at the point, he sort of was going, I understand there are rules, I understand there is gameplay, I understand there's things to do, but none of it seems to, it's like a mashup of insanity. And there are moments where we're getting achievement, we can go up ladders, grab hammers, I don't know why there is a ball going across. And you were just trying to make sense of a large organization with history and complexity. Kind of looked a bit like this. There is stuff going on. There seems to be a path. Everything is being thrown in, and it's trying to find a way through all of this. Actually, it looked more what you saw. It sounded like Jeff Minter had designed the politics of your organization because you were just sitting back going, whoa, whoa. I love Space Giraffe, by the way. As far as if you want cognitive overload, this is my go-to place. I just sit there and go, wow, I don't know what's going on. And I love it so much. I absolutely love that game. If anyone can actually understand the rules to it, please let me know. In fact, don't. Actually, it'll spoil it. So David was a bit like this. He was completely, I'm not quite sure it's brain freeze or just about to shoot himself in the head with his fingers. And our breakfast looked better than blue ice cream. But it was quite an interesting meeting. We went through a few things, and hopefully I'm going to, and I've already said, he knows Ian, which was the big problem at the end of it. It's why I'm here. I forgot I put that slide. There you go. This is the cognitive memory thing. So I kind of boiled it down to 5 things which I think kind of hopefully sum up some of the stuff that you've found useful. And it might be, you all might be doing this sort of stuff already, and I hugely apologize in advance if this is, I'm just saying a lot of obvious stuff for the next 5 minutes. But you seem to find it useful, and I've tried lots of stuff, by the way, I've had 15 years of failure to find my little pinnacles of bits of success within it. And so, and I think that's kind of one of those things is great thing about this room is I think we should share the things that don't work as well as the things that work, because then it stops other people trying them. So it's 5 things: boss fight, brand values, cutscenes, team versus army, achievements, quest and items. The weirdest thing, the first thing I told you was do the boss fight first, but defeat by diplomacy. Every organization has got at least one person in it that I think looks a little bit like this in everyone's mind. Is absolutely terrifying, and everyone is terrified of. They need to be the person that you start with and that you win over. The last thing you want to do is continuously take on the most scary person. Who here is from a large organization? There's a show of hands, quite a lot of you. Small gaming companies, you've probably still got one. You can have a team of 3 people and still have one terrifying one. But they're the one, I've been there, you still, that is the person that you need to turn into your best friend. And everyone else needs to see that, sees the big, scary, terrifying monster, and you need Yoshi in your life. They will take down everything without actually having to do anything. They're the person, when you turn up in a meeting, they sit next to you, and the tone changes because they go, scary person's there. Really, really, really important. And it's not one of those things that you've got to batter them into submission to do this. You've got to get them to embrace that, actually, this is a really good thing to do. And I'm going to talk a little bit how to do that. There are ultimate weapons that you never use, and there are unveiled, there are, sort of little threats. So I've always loved this idea, this concept in my head of what level would you like me to embarrass you at, as a question to ask anyone. Because if you know you've actually won the argument all the way to the top organization, no one is ever going to escalate. And so it gives you a lot of power. And as long as you wield that power with a lot of sort of respect for other people, and you do it correctly, and you do it intelligently, then this is something, then, the notion of this email is mightier than the dubstep gun. It really is. It's also, this is about your brand as an organization, big or small. Storylines are as important as gameplay. And there are so many organizations that seem to get this wrong around accessibility. They start from a legal framework. They start from a worthy framework. They don't realize this is actually around organizational culture. And sometimes an organization forgets that. Domino's forgot this. Now, I found that whole case, it was depressing. But I thought I'll do what I did do with my own organization, the BBC, in the early days, is I'm going to read all their corporate documentation and see what it says. And quite fascinatingly, you suddenly realize that they're making some big mistakes here. So a quote from me is, for our customers, this means transforming everyday moments into something more special, whether it's relaxing at home or gaming with friends or brainstorming at work. Domino's makes the experience 11 out of 10. Now, I see accessibility as part of the experience, and that's certainly not 11 out of 10. Going into their values, and I'm sorry for doing a bit of Domino's bashing, guys, on the internet, but actually it's one of those things I think is quite important. And there's a lot of organizations that get this stuff wrong. They say, our passion is built into the values we share at Domino's. These guide our everyday actions across the business, from our stores through to our supply chain centers to head office. We believe in embracing community, inspiring solutions, uncommon honesty. We promise our customers we will inspire through our actions, give exceptional service at all time. And then at the end, we promise other team members we will make disciplined decisions, champion our customers, respect others. And the last thing that they now can't do because of what happened, they can't celebrate success. If they'd have done all of those other things, they would have come out being incredibly successful, great stories to come out of this. And they've got a lot to climb back, and I'm sure they will. Like a lot of organizations, sometimes going through the pain is the thing that they need to do. Other people, other organizations kind of embrace it and just suddenly realize this is about us, because we've always been saying this. And these two things became disconnected for Domino's, which I think is where their problem lies. It's nice with the BBC because it's, again, you just look at, well, I just look at what there was already there. On the back of all our passes, which is a great thing, we have our values on the back of our security passes. Audiences are at the heart of everything we do, and we respect each other and celebrate our diversity so everyone can give their best. You know, you start tagging everything on and just saying, this is the reason why I'm doing this. Every single Director General has pretty much said the same thing in different ways. And Tony Hall, who's our current DG, just says the BBC is for everyone. And so you can just put, you know, if you're not accessible, it can't be for everyone. By not doing accessibility, we're undermining our own corporate strategy. And as soon as you start putting things in those kind of frameworks, it suddenly becomes well, why wouldn't we do this? It's no longer a question of why would. There are lawyers involved in all of this still. I've already said you don't need to. I find lawyers incredibly useful because I think still you always need to understand, like any organization, like anything that you do that has a legal aspect, sit down, talk to the lawyers and just say, give me a document that actually explains what it is our responsibilities are. Not what the minimum requirements are, just what is the legal thing. And give them a few contexts. Give them some scenarios and say, well, if this happened, how would we deal with this? Lawyers are absolutely incredibly useful because still going back to that first thing of bringing the boss on side, that is one of the questions they're going to ask. And it's more around, law is not just about litigation, it's also reputational risk. It's also about responsibility. There's an Employment Act, and we need to be responsible to our staff, so we have to understand the Employment Act. But the lawyers are incredibly useful on that. They're a great group of people, and they should not be the people that you go to at time of desperation. They're people that you go to for guidance. The other thing is you need allies, and this is one of the things is I wish something like this existed when we started. There was so little out there. You know, there were virtually no accessibility conferences in the world when we set up. There was probably, I think CSUN was still going, but that was on the other side of the world. And I hardly knew anyone. There was a handful of people in the UK that you'd sort of track down and pick the brains of. And these days, not only you've got this amazing community here of people to call upon and have breakfast with who will land you in trouble and get you on stage, but you also need these allies in your organization. I mean, I was lucky. I was able to hire 3 people. We were part of the team that built the first iPlayer. We were given absolute free rein because the exec said to us, we don't get this accessibility thing. You know, we know we're getting it wrong in all sorts of places. Can you go and figure it out on one product? And from what you learn, we can then start making that, you know, the goodness of that spread across the organization. And we spent like 4 years just on one, pretty much on, you know, focusing on one product as a team. To try and understand how to do this. No one had built a VOD service before. You know, we were building the first, you know, large-scale VOD service in the world. And, you know, so there was no precedent. We didn't know. We had television, and we said, we'll make it at least as accessible as TV. So therefore, we had to do audio description, we had to do signing, we had to do subtitling before we'd even decided what the hell we were doing with the product that was going to deliver it. So there was a huge amount. And the other thing is, that's the team, but you need the army. The army is the people across the organization who are interested. So I told David, just reach out and just find anyone that's interested. They don't have to be an expert. If someone feels like this is the right thing to do, is reach out to them. I've got Emma in the audience. Give us a wave, Emma. Emma runs our Accessibility Champions Network. Now, we started off with the Accessibility Group, I think we used to be called, and then that became the Accessibility Champions in about 2012, around the time of the Olympics, well, probably about 2010, 2011. Before the Olympics. And that group helped us write guidelines. They helped us make decisions that we could spread across the entire organization. You know, we ended up creating subgroups out of that. Everyone who was interested in semantics, come along at lunchtime, we'll surprise some sandwiches, and let's all just make a decision of how many headings we have on every page. You know, let's all do things uniformly, and let's make little decisions, uniformly across the organization and just keep moving it and keep moving it. You know, we're in a good position now, But it's taken us 15 years to get there. And each one of those, you did little battles. And we had a small group of us that were looking at gaming and interaction. We did our first little gaming and interaction guidelines around Flash games. And that all kind of spurned all the sort of stuff that we were trying to do. And we were able to then take the stuff out of CBeebies and take it to learning and saying, they've already proven this stuff works. They've done the work for you. Here's something. And then they could apply it, and they didn't have to do the research. You spend a lot of time working in accessibility being a dating agent. This is what I find. And there's someone over there who's got certain interests, and then someone over there who's got certain interests. And you set up a candlelit breakfast. Before you know it, everyone's on stage. And Ian was one of those. I think you turned up to the first meeting. I just sent out an email. I got permission to send out a division-wide email, and most of us were in West London at the time. There was a couple of the teams in other places, but most of us were in West London. And I just said, come along to the boardroom. I don't know. And it was hammered, absolutely packed with people going, right, what's happening? What's going on? I had no plan whatsoever. I wasn't expecting, 2 people, 3 people, and then I found all these amazing people who had loads of areas of expertise. And then we started pulling all of this stuff together. This was the other thing. So where do you start? And with all of these things, that was the biggest problem we had at the time. And this was that, there's so many ways of saying this, but how do you boil an ocean? You boil it one kettle at a time. You've got to pick the things that you do. And there's been so much talked about today. There is so much richness and so much value in what we're doing. And it's really, really hard. And it's really tempting to have a go at everything. And you can find out that sometimes you might make that work. And other times that might be really, really, really difficult to do. And so you have to make some decisions. As I say at the bottom, it's a campaign, it's not a battle. And you can lose lots of battles in your campaign. That's okay as long as the campaign continues. I'm going to pick 4 and plug our guidelines. But it's one of these things where pick a few. And these are just 4 examples of ways that I would go about doing them. And we've got many that we focus on. And go and get an agreed list, get a strategy together and take it to the person who's the big scary person. And get them, or people, and get them to buy into it. Get the organization to understand that, you know what we can do. We can add an enormous amount of value. We can bring so much richness into what we do. And, I'm not, don't ask for the earth. We've still only got a team of 6, 7 people head count. Well, we're down on the head count in a minute, but we've got very, very small head count. And the champions scale us to, I've kind of an army of 200 people run by, a small team of 5, I think, at the minute. But, if you were looking at captioning or subtitling, you look at all of the opportunities that this brings. You don't sell in the worthy, sell in the worthwhile. And again, there's a lot of people, or don't sell in the legal requirements for it. There are so many opportunities. We know, in children's, just on children's iPlayer, there's 40% of the programs, the subtitles are switched on. Kids are using it as, parents are using it as a reading aid. Kids are learning to read along with what they're listening to. It's a great way of learning language. Or kids who've grown up and, English is their second language. They're learning their second language through this. And you get a lot of adults that are doing that as well. There are so many opportunities. When we start talking to our users, they're accessing our stuff in public spaces, while they're with friends. It does reduce cognitive load. It makes so you get longer engagement times. There are all sorts of reasons why to do this. And by the way, I will plug our subtitle guidelines. 47 years of research has gone into them. We've been doing this research since 1972, and we launched the first service in 1979. There is bucket. You want to know how big subtitles should be on any screen size, on any viewing distance? It's all in there. If you want to know how to convey humor, it's in there. What if someone's not on the screen? It's in there. And really, there's a language that's already been invested in by the audience. They've learnt this. Don't reinvent the wheel. This is something else where the wheel is pretty much established. Go and pull from this, and you'll find stuff in all sorts of subject areas in different places. Remappable controls. It was quite interesting. I've heard this sort of talked about, and I was like, hang on a minute. There's about half my ZX Spectrum games you could do that. And if you could do that in a 48K game, why can't we do that on everything now? You know, and it's that whole thing of muscle memory is something that a lot of people invest a lot of their life in. And every time you give them another schema, they have to reinvest a whole load of time learning a new load of muscle memory. And it's just simply, okay, give them something that you think will work for your game, or even, you know, comply to something that you think is a standard way of doing it, but give the users the choice, because they go, no, that doesn't work for me. This will make me enjoy the game. I won't, my learning experience of how to play the game will be less less complicated, less strenuous, and I'll get into the enjoyment of the game quicker. And that's for everyone. Color contrast is, I mean, again, this gets covered so many times here. Who's involved in mobile gaming here? There's a few of you. I mean, really, this should be like #1 thing for you guys as far as you know, the amount of young people who turn the brightness controls down on their mobile phones to save battery, and they still want to play games, they still want to go on social media. And the one thing you do, if your contrast isn't right, they can't use your game in a low brightness mode. So, you know, get them out in ambient lighting, bright sunshine, get them to turn the brightness right down. Can they still play your game? That's where you need to test this stuff. It's really, really, really useful. Audio design as well is an enormous side of stuff. There's so many really beautiful examples of this where people can actually almost tell the story from what's going on and learn from the movies. You know, everyone, whoa, there's a hole there. That would have been a good exit. Health and safety. Where was I? Yeah, Darth Vader's theme. Everyone knows it, and they always play it before he arrives. You build up dramatic expectation through music. You let people know that you're in a large hall or a small. Have footsteps changing depending on your environment. Give people all sorts of information. You know, the sound effects in TV and film have been doing this stuff for decades. And it is really good in a lot of places in games. You know, in Zelda, it's phenomenal. The messages they give through, the different characters are appearing, the storyline is suddenly turning into something dangerous, and the mood of the music changes. All of these wonderful clues. Actually, I've just remembered one that Jamie spotted, actually to do with captions, which I really like, which was a cognitive thing. Totally unrelated. Brain's just gone off, and one says, tell them about that. Is when we put out the Avengers films. I didn't realize this had happened. He went, oh, that was brilliant. I said, what? He said, well, all the Hulk subtitles were in green, and all of Iron Man's were in red, and Captain America's were in blue, so I knew who was talking, because they're color coordinated. It was actually the subtitler just did it totally randomly and thought it was a good idea, and no one had asked them to do it, and he was like, that is absolutely phenomenal. And it gave him that, because he has a real problem if sometimes following who is speaking at that point. And that's one of the things, it will tell you, the subtitle by changing color will tell you it's a different person, they won't necessarily tell you which. And this is, remember, this is an open world quest. I mean, what we do at the BBC is perfectly good for the BBC. You know, it's like many things. There's a lot of organizations that do things that are really good because they're built around the way that organization is doing. Learn from them and draw from them what's relevant to you, but you've all got to kind of make this up as you're going along in your own space, because every organization has a slightly different culture, has a different audience, has a different take on what they're doing as a product, a different thing that they want to convey, a different way they want to engage. And so contextualize this always in what you're doing. And then you'll end up with, this is the Colossal Adventure, by the way, as a map. I didn't draw this. We never got this far. Arguments probably started out about where they were, and people were talking over the top of it, and it never went well. But this was kind of the thing that we quested. You will find that your quest will have a map around these things, and you'll start pulling this together over time. Particularly in larger organizations, there is a political map to dealing with this. And everyone is going to experience something different. By the way, this is another, I haven't played this for too long now, but we all played this at home. I absolutely love Animal Crossing. There is actually, is there a purpose to Animal Crossing, apart from it's just pure joy and fun? And it's like, I don't know what I'm doing. It's great. I'm catching bugs and running around and giving presents to unicorns. I don't know why. And you know, there's weird things you can learn in there when you get into the feng shui in it, and the way that you can improve luck in the game by the way that you arrange your furniture. And stuff like that. It's an extraordinary. But the thing is, no one has the same experience of the game. This is going to be the same with accessibility for you. It's all of your own stories. But they're really, really important to share, and there's loads of commonality between it, and there's loads of stuff that you can come together, and you can visit each other's worlds like you can here. I love going, we used to go to each other's towns and mess things up. And no, we used to have fun, and it was really good, and you go and do little adventures together, and I used to like it. I really haven't played this for too long, and it was a real thief of time for me. It's like, where's today gone? And, it's been, a fishing challenge day, and there goes Saturday. But you'd walk down the street and you walk past with someone else with a 3DS, and the 3DS, they would shake hands and they'd come and visit your town. And it's someone you've never met before. I just loved it. It's an amazing game. And you're also going to be in Pac-Man as well, because you'll be like, how many times have I been through this conversation? And it will go over and over and over again, and the ghosts will move in a slightly different way, but you're still munching pills against electronic music in a darkened room like the 1980s. But it's that repetitive thing is something that you have to take on board. It gets frustrating, but you meet people that you're talking to them for the first time about this stuff, or it just didn't land like next time, and you have to be really, really, really kind, and and then go outside and chew your own trousers in frustration, and then come back with a smile on your face. But you have to learn the politics, but it does feel like this sometimes. And sometimes it's just bloody weird. Goat Simulator. No one understands what's going on. And just go with it. This seems to be working. I don't know why there's a giraffe in the room, but we're okay. And you need as well, this is one of the things I forgot to make the point earlier, and I'm going to use this slide to do it, is the whole thing about winning is actually a currency. And so when you're dealing with people who are product owners, or dealing with people who are heads of design, or dealing with people whoever, is support them to own this. Don't own it yourself. The organization has to own it, because it literally, from a kind of cruel point of view, if you got hit by a bus tomorrow, then it's over for the organization. It all has to be about them. And let them, all our product owners in the BBC own accessibility. We just support them in owning it. And when it goes really, really well, they take the credit because they delivered it, and we'll stand alongside them and help them achieve the next thing and help them achieve the next thing. So you kind of become a consultant in your own organization, a coach, all sorts of things that you have to do. But don't try and do it on your own. But credit is a great way of dealing with stuff. Thank you very much.
Hey, you acted like it was going to be like
I've
terrible.
totally forgotten to tell everyone why I did it in green screen.
Oh.
Absolutely brilliant. One of the things I forgot, Stephen mentioned it earlier on the cognitive panel about green. Now, there's a syndrome called Irlen syndrome, which is around, some people call it visual dyslexia, or there's all sorts of odd names for it, but it has a name. Not everyone with dyslexia has it. A lot of people with dyslexia have it. It means that you get real heavy visual stress. You don't have to have dyslexia to have it. But people who get real trouble and see things moving, and when it's really high contrast, it'd be really a problem. I loved green screens. They're great. I get quite a bit of it. Not horrendous. It's, a lot of people get it worse than me. Green screens. Green is right bang in the middle of the color spectrum. It's the easiest color for your brain to deal with. Red and blue are at either end. And this was great. And then we lost it because someone decided on colored monitors were a good thing. But it's amazing what you lose in the goodness. But there was research that said this makes people look at monitors for longer. And this is why they were green and not black and white. But we lose things. It's another thing that's been lost in history. And bring them back, green screens.
Look,
Sorry, Tara.
It's the first step in the journey of bringing it back. I also do want to say, you do have to worry about any time Ian sets you up for any sort of breakfast meeting. Definitely if David's there, because one day you're just going to be like, oh, I'm so glad that GA-Conf is done and I don't have to worry about it. And then he's going to text you in the morning and he's going to be like, do you have time for breakfast? And next thing you know, you're planning a conference in Paris with less than a year's notice. Look, do an angry hand gesture in their direction. So we're going to take another short break while we get our next talk set up. thank you again so much. It was, I learned a lot, and again, go after the big baddie first. All right. Hello, everyone. So I'm very excited today to have Dr. Amy Kaminoff to come and talk to us. I've actually tried several times to work with you previously, and it was just, the universe did not want it to work out.
No.
So, but I'm glad we are able to finally do it here, because you know what? I love the Game Accessibility Conference, so it's a great place for you to come. Obviously, you were going to be talking about being a blind button masher and that whole adventure. And so without further ado, I'll leave it to you. Thank you so much, Dr. Amy.
Hi, everyone. So unlike the overwhelming majority of people here, I'm just a blind girl that plays video games. I am the blind button masher. That's kind of a little name I've given to myself. Today, I'm going to talk about the importance of gaming to me as a disabled person, and specifically as a visually impaired person. I'm going to talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly of gaming accessibility as a low vision player, and a few top tips to help you design your future games with me in mind. A little bit about me. I was born visually impaired. Wasn't I adorable and squinty? I'm going to give you a brief summary of my vision, because people usually want to understand that, because, you know, when I'm in the pub and people say, oh, what are your hobbies? And I'm like, I enjoy video games, and I'm holding a white cane, and people are just like, So I am registered partially sighted. I have a condition called ocular albinism. It's basically being an albino. There's like a spectrum of different types of the genetic condition. I've got it where it mainly affects my eyesight, but it also gives me my gorgeous blonde hair. It means that I have detailed vision up to a couple of meters. I can see a face. I can read fairly large print close to my face most of the time, but my vision varies a lot. I can go from that little bit of detail to like 5 centimeters, barely seeing anything but blurs and shapes and colors. So when I was about 9, my ophthalmologist, or eye doctor, said to my parents, Amy's hand-eye coordination needs to improve. And so he recommended video games. I am one of the only children in the history of the world to be told to play more video games. And here I am, imminently about to have a fight with my sister over a video game. So quite quickly, my babysitter, who was a teenage boy, was given the task. He was designated as an appropriate person who would know about these things. He promptly ignored all of the age-appropriate stickers and brought me Tomb Raider. And my love of gaming was born. And bless him, lovely Tim, who turned up every time with a different game for me to play. He would painstakingly go and search internet forums in like 1999 and find all the walkthroughs and the cheats for me and print them all off and turn up. He was a great guy. So gradually through my childhood, I enjoyed. So this is kind of, we've had the talk. This is like the millennial version of my history of gaming. There's no like Pong or stuff. This is millennial gaming. So yeah, I enjoyed Mario and Pokemon Blue on the Color Game Boy. Spent hours slaving over Roller Coaster Tycoon. I built and destroyed worlds on The Sims. I squinted at a tiny TV split screen for GoldenEye on an N64. And on my beloved second-hand PlayStation 1, I played all the Disney games that my mum would buy for me, and I would struggle through the Tomb Raider games that I bought for myself. She did not approve. For me, gaming very much became like a sport. As a visually impaired child in a mainstream school, sport was something I was almost entirely excluded from. And being able to play a game gave me opportunities to feel a little bit competitive that I couldn't access in real life. It was also a great way to make friends with boys. There was a camping holiday in Wales where I was the Game Boy goddess. Unfortunately, my wallet and student lifestyle meant that I kind of fell out of gaming a bit until quite recently, when I met this lovely guy here. This is his other half. He loves his gaming, but he has a chronic inability to finish any games. So when I was having a bit of a hard time writing my PhD, I would be typing away or pretending, mostly on Twitter. And he'd be in the other room playing games, and I got more and more interested in what he was playing and gradually started to pick up the control a little bit more often. And actually, it became quite an important part of my life because other half bought me the Tomb Raider reboot when it came out, and I was like, well, I loved this game when I was younger, I might as well give it a go. And during my PhD, I had some serious mental health issues, as most people with PhDs do. And I ended up with very severe depression and anxiety. And once again, medical intervention. Doctor said, well, why don't you use your gaming as a reward? And that way you can motivate yourself through your day. So that was how I did it. I could work through the real-life grind of my PhD with the promise of a distracting and rewarding virtual world at 5 p.m. On another adventure with Lara, or Geralt, or Nathan Drake, or the Assassins, my mind was occupied, and it was a blessed relief from the often dark and difficult thoughts I'd had during the day. So a little bit more about me as a gamer now. That's my gaming setup. I'm blind. I have to sit really close to the TV. Yes, my legs can barely fit in. I am like an arm's length from the telly. Sometimes I have to lean in so close, my nose touches the screen. I have to like wipe my nose up and down the screen. Promise I clean it afterwards. So I'm a typical kind of hobby, casual gamer. I play maybe one evening a week, and on the weekends. We are a more consoles than people household. I mainly play on the PlayStation, other half plays on the Xbox. We also have a Switch. He PC games a bit, I don't really. We usually play a few blockbuster games and a couple of indie ones. So what kind of games do I like? These ones. So my vision does limit the kind of games I can play. I find first-person shooters impossible. I also can't really do racing games, although Sightless Combat has told me we can change that. I love a third-person action-adventure. I love a great narrative. I love complex characters, plenty of puzzles, just a little bit of combat. I like the recent influence of RPG and open-world on action-adventure games. So these are a few of the games I've played recently. For those of you that can't see the slides, Witcher 3, Tomb Raider Reboot Trilogy, Assassin's Creed, Syndicate Origins and Odyssey, Uncharted 1 to 4, Horizon Zero Dawn, Last of Us, you get it. So, there are a few key issues that will make a game a success for me or not. So, I'm going to go through them. First, maps and menus. Second, wayfinding. Third, scenery and lighting. Fourth, button mashing and puzzles. And fifth, gameplay. Did I get lost with my numbers there? Because I was also checking my timing. Okay, so first, maps and menus. One of the biggest challenges in gaming comes from the tiny, tiny text on maps and menus. Anything overly cluttered, anything I can't increase the text size of, it excludes me from the game. And as nice as other half is, he cannot come and sit down and read a whole menu to me every single time I want to change a skill set. That's the reason I couldn't play God of War. I couldn't play it. The text is too tiny. The parchment vibe, couldn't play it. So, what will help me play with? So here's a few examples. I've got some examples from Tomb Raider, Assassin's Creed, Tomb Raider again, Assassin's Creed again. This is mainly because I only just discovered this whole like share function on my PlayStation, so I don't have a huge amount of images. What would help me play? Stuff we've already talked about, dynamic text, being able to increase the font size. On my iPad and iPhone, I have a dynamic text function where I say, this is the size I can read, and then apps pick it up. If I could do the same with my console, that would be amazing. Having a zoom and pan function, yes, the PlayStation technically has the zoom and pan function. Does it work with most games? No, it does not. Having a screen reader is coming, and having it in more games will make a huge difference to me. And hearing some of the examples today, I've started to think, oh, that's a game I could play, that's cool. So another thing is wayfinding. Wayfinding can be a really big issue. It's kind of related to maps. If the map is too tiny small and I can't read the map, then sometimes I just get really lost in a game. Even a structured narrative, something like Uncharted, kept getting lost. So I had to watch a walkthrough, not because I can't play the game, but I just can't find my way around it. So games getting this right. Assassin's Creed has a good zoom and pan function on the map. It has that kind of level setting for labeling, And that meant that I could have quite a detailed level of labeling, which really helped me find my way around. And it also had that, I mean, I'm not from the industry, I don't know what this term is, but you got on the horse and you were like, go here, horse, and the horse was like, let's go. More of that would be great. So, here's a little clip of me doing some wayfinding. It's from Spider-Man. I just started playing the game, so it's a bit rubbish. So hopefully it works. Please work. There we go.
So this giant beam of light, right? That, ladies and gentlemen, is good signposting for accessibility reasons. That I can find, okay? It's great.
So now you'll watch me embarrassingly badly jump around because I've been playing this game for like 2 hours and was like, how the hell do I get from there? Now I'm lost and I'm like, oh God, I've run up this wall. Excuse me, sorry, coming through. So then I lose it.
Come on. And then it disappears. There you are. I can hear you beeping.
So I can hear it beeping, which is a crucial part of wayfinding for me, is when you add auditory clues. And I love the beeping backpacks in Spider-Man. I do find it, I promise. There you go.
Beeping.
Nearly got it.
Gotcha.
Woo. So, having auditory cues, having wayfinding that is built into the game really helps me just, get my way around. I know lots of people want difficulty settings in open worlds that make it more of a challenge to get around, but can we just toggle that on and off? I want to be able to enjoy an open world without getting so frustrated that I'm constantly lost in it. Having labeling and having good wayfinding makes a really good change for me. So again, related to this is scenery and lighting. So obviously we have some gorgeous new cinematic scenery in games like Horizon Zero Dawn. I found The Last of Us is beautiful, but it can create challenges. Obviously, we can all auto-adjust the brightness in games to a preference. This doesn't resolve issues with contrast or just the general palette of the game. So, for example, Kingdom of Hearts was given rave reviews for its visual accessibility, and I was like, I can't see anything in this. It's just like a balloon factory vomited, and I can't find anything in this screen, and I tried turning off the animations. It was still too busy for me. So a really important tip is to think about the weather, because in Horizon, beautiful sunsets and sunrises, but it casts the world into like glare and shadow. So for me, as someone who's light sensitive, I just had to go and sit in a forest and be like, okay, wait until this is done. It's gonna be nighttime already. Hurry up. So that was really frustrating. Here's an example of an old Uncharted game. I'm not quite sure which one, but I mean, that palette is like a hot mess of grey. My recommendation, have different lighting options. If you can turn weather on or off, so you could just have constant day or constant night in an open world setting, that would be fantastic. Think about being able to turn on and off weather features like rain or really bright sun. And just as everyone's already said, think about high contrast, think about your color palette. It's good for me, it's good for other people. So next, button mashing and puzzles. So obviously this is a great area where the sector has made huge progress, especially for the QuickTime events. Now, my understanding is the QuickTime event skip was designed for people with fine motor function challenges, but for me as a visually impaired person, it works really well. I can't see quickly enough to guess which button. So he's upstairs playing Destiny, and I'm like, honey, it's a QuickTime button event. Can you help me? And he has to log off Destiny, annoys the clan. He has to come downstairs, and then he sat behind me going, square, triangle, circle, square, triangle, circle. So being able to skip those has made our relationship a lot happier. So obviously having that in Spider-Man has been really great. So I'm just going to show you a little clip of a particularly bad example. So this is from The Last of Us. It's like a cutscene button mashing with Joel falling into water. Batty, he pushes Joel in the water. Oh no, Joel. and there's like a teeny tiny little square, and it's moving around because you know it's dramatic. But what that means is I'm trying to track it over the screen. I'm like, oh, I think that's a square. How many times do I hit it? Where's it gone? Oh, how do I hit it? And that's really challenging. Why can't that just be bigger on the screen? You know, Ellie sorts it out, she shoots him, it's fine. Sorry, hashtag spoilers for that really old game. If you could also not just think about your font size, but think about your button cue size. If I could, there's so much of that screen that is not being used. Like, why can't I have a big old corner bash button? That's what I want. So more generally, keeping that list of the button combos in Spider-Man that I think Cherry was talking about, that's really useful. And always can we just make building in the puzzle skipping and the quick time events and the button bashing, having that as a skip as standard is great. So next, on to gameplay. So unsurprisingly, I am not the most accurate shot. And now I'm going to play you me being bad at video games, basically. So this is again from The Last of Us. So there's a zombie in the back here. And I'd played through this scenario several times. I'd taken everyone else out using stealth, and I'd realised that if I came any further forward on this raised platform, that they'd see me. So I was trying to hit them with this bow and arrow. And I'm turning on the spidey senses to find where they are, but I'm really struggling to make this shot. I mess it up repeatedly. There'd been about 5 minutes of this, so be grateful that this is the only bit that you've got. So for someone like me, any part of a game that relies on these kind of like accurate shots can be very frustrating. So you'll watch, I do several attempts, I can't find it, I can't see it, the lighting isn't great, the palette isn't great. I keep using the spidey senses to try and track and locate where the zombie is. Last of Us had good auditory mapping. I mean, you may hear that was a clicker, very scary. So if we just watch through, basically I get a bit frustrated. I'm like, ugh, can't do this. Really annoyed. So I go to my default. I use a kind of area of effect weapon. It's about to go boom, guys. Kaboom. So this is then how I often have to play games. The big guy's not happy. So there's a massive zombie that's going to come over and be like, what's going on over here? And I have to use a resource. So very much of my gameplay, I can be stuck crafting. It's very expensive as a gameplay to constantly have to use melee weapons and area of effect weapons because I can't do the accurate shots. So it's about to get a bit loud. There you go. Got him. So for me, there are several things that can make that a bit easier. So first, spidey senses. I'm sure it has like a gamey term, I don't know what it is. So here's another clip where it's kind of a better example of spidey senses. There is a jump scare. If you're unfamiliar with the game, I'm going to say when it is. So she crawls through the hole, and then their wolf kind of pops out.
The walls are porous. The oil must be seeping through.
She's chatting about the walls being porous, I'm sorry. The subtitles haven't come in. Okay, jump scare coming in any minute. Here it comes. Angry. So this is a kind of typical experience for me when I'm using the spidey senses. So turn it on. Oh look, everything's nice and bright and yellow. That's really helpful. I can pick that out in the environment. And the other good thing is that it lingers. So the yellow kind of stays in the environment so I can continue to pick something out. Now there's an auditory cue. Something bad is coming, scary bad music. Again, there's going to be, I've got my gun out, it's going to be a disaster. I'm a bit scared.
Here they come.
So now I'm getting attacked, as you can see. Rubbish. Keep getting bitten. Nightmare. Okay, quick time event. Other half's behind me shouting, triangle, triangle. Get that guy. You can see for me, my aiming is really difficult because it takes me so long to see an object. I'm like, hey, where is it? Eventually I do get them all, I promise. But this kind of scene, without aim assist, can take me 6, 7, 8 attempts. There's no option for me to kind of sneak that about. and it can be really frustrating. But then that aftershock glow, those nice bright spidey senses can really help me. So, make those spidey senses fixed. Let me toggle it on so I can turn objects and enemies bright colours all the time. Or if I know I'm going into a combat scenario, I can click it on, there they are, all lovely, bright and highlighted, and then I can take them out. So, next. Aim assist, which obviously would have helped in that situation. Horizon Zero Dawn. There is a trick shot that is part of the narrative that I had to get other half to do because I simply couldn't progress in the game because I couldn't do the trick shot. And like I said, it means I have to rely on melee weapons, on area of effect weapons. It takes a long time and it frustrates my gameplay. The aim assist in Assassin's Creed was great. I turned it on when I wanted to fight a boss, turned it off again later on. And if we could implement that across all games, that would be brilliant. So, stealth. Stealth is my modus operandi. I am a sneaky lady. And finally, I'm going to show you that I actually can play video games and I can do it well, all right? So this is me being sneaky in Assassin's Creed. So, jumping off the wall to go take out some soldiers. I'm being my girl Cassandra, we love her. Stealthy games allow me to plan, they allow me to position myself. It means I can lay traps, I can dispel an enemy with one tap. It's much easier for me than the panicked aiming of a firefight. I can take my time, and actually having more stealth options in gameplay. If I come up against a firefight that I cannot get past, I will stop playing your game. It's not a very dignified death, that one. Basically, he gets stabbed and then he falls backwards in his little pants show. I loved having stealthy characters. In Assassin's Creed Syndicate, there's the female character, I forget her name, but she was the stealth character and I played her a lot because then it meant that the scenarios were more tailored to her as a character. So if we could switch up a firefight, if I enter that scenario in your game, in a narrative sequence, and I have the option of puzzle, firefight, stealth, I would love that, because then I can choose a puzzle or stealth, and I don't have to panicked aim, get attacked by wolves, etc. So finally, there's something that makes my gameplay a lot easier, and it's really fun for us both. It's two-player. Here's me, another half, posing in front of our lovely house in Minecraft. It's beautiful. It's very basic. We're very new to it. We can play together on a split screen, and other half can guide me through a game. My amazing puzzle-solving skills, his shoot 'em up, we're a dream team. But increasingly, as we've already heard today, split screen isn't available. I'm very excited to hear about some of this co-piloting, and I think that's definitely something we'd explore. But we love a split screen. For example, we're playing Prison Break at the moment. It's like an indie, very narrative game, two-player. It's really fun. We're playing it together. It's more sociable and cooperative. So please make more games like this, or just put a split screen in for us. Because, of course, it makes things a lot more fun. So, obviously, we've got to talk about Minecraft. And here is other half and I playing together. There's a swear, I apologise. So we're going into the Nether.
Why not?
This is our first trip into the Nether.
Bullshit.
So I've set myself on fire. I always do. So I'm taking on the blazes. It's not going well.
Are we going to just try and pick them off?
So we're trying to pick them off. I've set myself on fire again. So other half sorts it out. He does the combat.
How was that? What was that?
I don't know. I don't know what that was.
Kill it?
I'm just healing. I'm healing. What is it? What is it? It's like a stackable burning. Oh, you killed it.
Whoa!
Where are you? Oh my god, there's like mini ones. You need me? I'm coming in. I'm gonna get him. got them. They're like the silverfish, but I think I got it. That's terrifying.
So that's Amy does Leroy Jenkins, basically. Simple graphics make Minecraft a joyful play for me. We were talking about the game you can play when you're a bit low on spoons. Well, when I'm a bit low on vision, I can play Minecraft because I can play it with him and he can help me. And we can defeat the scary, stackable lava monsters of the world. So, in conclusion, for many disabled people, gaming is an opportunity to share a community, an identity, and an experience often denied to us in life by an inaccessible society. I can win a video game. I can be competitive. I can race. I can solve the puzzle first. I can be faster or a higher level or more accurate than a non-disabled person. I can experience the adrenaline of beating a boss, the satisfaction of leveling up after hours of combat, the relief of reaching the cutscene. I'm even making baby steps into the world of streaming, and I'm finding an even bigger, more welcoming community of gamers online. I don't know if I'm going to lose more vision in the future, but depending on the choices that the people in this room make, I might only get a few more years of gaming. I hope some of the points that I've made you'll take back, and I hope they've helped you reflect on how you can make games more accessible to low vision players like me. But my biggest piece of advice is to involve disabled people in your game design. Events like this are great. These design sprints sound fantastic, but make sure that you involve disabled people and also pay disabled people for their time and their expertise. Because we've got a lot to offer, and we're 20% of your customers. And if you design a good game, I'm going to come back to your studio again and again and again. But if you exclude me, I'm not going to look next at your next option. So thank you very much. I've been the Blind Button Masher.
Thank you so much for your talk. I think two things that really stood out to me while you were presenting was, number one, the entire time you were talking, you would say, this would be great for me, this would really help me. And Cherry and Shell were like, yes, yes, yes. And so it's just a great example of, solving for one will help other people. And so many of the things that you called out were things that would have helped other people. The other thing that stood out was you were talking about the QuickTime events. So you may have seen Max running around. He's on staff. He's also my husband. He's my other half. And he is dyslexic, and QuickTime events are very, very, very hard for him. We once tried to play Resident Evil 5 co-op together. We almost didn't date. So for the sake of my marriage, please let him bypass QuickTime events in your games. But thank you so much. And everyone, let's give Amy a round of applause. Thank you, Dr. Kavanaugh. All right, we're going to have another quick break, and then we will be back with the last talk of the day before some closing words. Where is...
the young man standing over there? Everybody can?
Yes, everyone can. Oh, my mic's on. Hello.
Heat transfer ratios of different coolants in the nuclear reactor. Oh, right. Because he was playing models. Would you like to pop that for your jumper? Yeah, absolutely. That's off.
Like a teeny tiny mini bin bag, like a little black bin bag. A little tiny bag. Yeah.
What are you guys talking about?
Gum. Gum should come with like a little black bin bag attached to it, so you can get rid of it.
Okay. Were you guys told that you swallow when you were a kid?
Yes,
you swallow
7 years.
gum? 7
Yes. Oh, your mic.
My mic is still on.
You want to talk about you'll never move it out again.
Here, can you?
You'll never.
I swallowed many gums. Oh, but I also have really severe giant I think all this shit's made up.
My phone's somewhere.
My dad.
I'll find it. I think it's up on the stand. No. How are you doing?
Good. Warm in here, but yeah.
Yeah.
That's good.
Can you open the curtain back up?
Am I best using your laptop or just setting up some of my own stuff?
Do you have any audio in your presentation?
I have a video, yeah.
Then we should try to put it on
Yours?
this. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, this is another. Actually, trying to get audio working on another computer. Well, we could try with yours really quick.
I spent quite a bit just putting the subtitles back onto the video because I remember it was on there and then I got the download from our server and it was like, okay, that's great. It's not the subtitles on there. What? So I spent like half my time that I should have been preparing slides just like fixing the subtitles.
So we can try with yours really quickly, and then if it doesn't work, we'll just move it over. How about that?
I mean, I've got it on 2 thumbsticks as well. I'm super panicky, so I put it on pen drive. So if it's easier to just use yours, I'm happy.
Okay, we can do that. So you do have a few minutes before you have to get started.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I just wanted to be ready so the shaking can start, you know?
Not speak very often.
I've never spoken in front of a group this big. I do give talks all the time, but it's normally like a room of like 10 to 15 people where I can single people out and ask questions and kind of like mosey around and do my own thing. And I take over that space, and that's great. And like on Wednesday, I was given 30 minutes, and I went on for 45, just telling people how to use their smartphone for various things. I'm meant to be writing a speech where I stay on stage, and I'm struggling to get to my 30 minutes.
It's okay. Not everyone. Everyone has their own strengths, their own weaknesses. We are ready. If you do end early, totally fine.
Okay.
We had them prep the catering ahead of time. Basically, as soon as you're done, Ian will come up. Really, the only recommendation I have. So I'm a nervous talker, which is great for filling time. But it also means that if I'm anxious, I'll start speaking faster. So if you get a little nervous, just be sure to pause every once in a while to collect your thoughts.
I have the problem of when I'm nervous, I will just make my sentences so concise that it's like I could do an entire talk in about 4 sentences if I'm nervous enough.
Well, it'll make it easier for our interpreters then.
I actually had a battle with my girlfriend because I'm there like, I don't want to put my job title on there. She's like, no, put your job title. It's like, it's really complicated. So like, you know, it's like just 4 really long words.
We've never been that family that has done a lot of going out because of
All right. It is time for the last talk of the day. No pressure. You're obviously not stressed about it. No, he was just telling me earlier about his fun drive trying to get here when the M6 was closed. You know, no issues, it's fine. Everyone loves being in a car for 7 hours. I mean, I know I do. Not. That's a lot. That's exhausting. And then again, having to wait until the end of the day. But here we are, our final talk before closing words. So this talk is included by adaption or design. And Andrew Bromelo is going to get up here and chat with us about things that he's learned and tips that really is part of working with the charity Everyone Can, who is a charity that works to, I believe, get all gamers to the next level. They've been working and learning these tips, and we're lucky enough to have Andrew come and tell us about that today. So everyone, please give a warm welcome to Andrew.
Hello, thank you everyone. I'm absolutely shaking at the moment to be on stage in front of so many people, many of which I follow on Twitter, so hello. You don't know me. Unfortunately, for the first section of the talk, you will then get to know me. I apologize for that. I've not connected my screen. Let's start there. Ta-da! So, to start off, this is me. It's on my business cards. Everyone that works for the charity has their own little ident. If you compare business cards, if you manage to collect the full set, very sadly, we are all in height proportioned order. It's completely accurate. Paul, our gaming manager, put us all on a height chart. And you can see I am the tallest in our charity. This is my Twitter. If any of you here don't follow me, or I don't follow you, more importantly, message me. I will follow you all at the end of the event. Grab me. If you're watching the video after it gets uploaded, same rules apply. If you're doing anything interesting, let me know. I want to follow you. If you want to get in touch with the charity in any way, shape, or form, contact information is going to be on one of the following slides. contact@everyonecan.org.uk. Okay. So the charity I work for is Everyone Can. My name is Andrew Bromelow. I'm an electronic assistive technology technician for the charity. I'm really sorry my job title is so long. It's a pain to say. It must be even worse to sign. The charity's remit is, through training in assistive technology, we help disabled people speak, live independently, control their environment, and have fun. This talk will be about the work we do and the difference gaming can make when it's accessible. In my role at Everyone Can, I provide assistive technology assessments, training and workshops to help improve the lives of disabled people. In our one-to-one assessments, I can recommend adaptations for equipment for anything from communication to environmental control. Gaming assessments are always the most fun to do, as you can all imagine. But even when I'm not covering gaming, I will try and sneak games in here and there just to make the process a little better. An example of this that I'm going to give you first is we do assessments for typing aids and other things that can help you do work, whether it's at school, in your business, or just general day-to-day life. So especially when I'm dealing with children, I will try and get them to play a typing game to test the new keyboards out. It encourages them to actually want to use the new device, take part, as well as just make the process less boring than typing their name repeatedly or the quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog, so on and so forth. If they have a cause of engagement, it's so much more meaningful seeing the people excited that they can then type and do these functions. The next thing that I also am quite known for doing is we do assessments for switch placements. So if you have limited mobility and need to interact with your computer through a switch, we will come out and we will help find where's the best position for you in your environment. I quite often will use gaming to do this. We have a game that I'm going to show you in a moment that I'm often using. We use the game because it just increases the engagement and motivation, as well as helps measure fatigue. As people play, they're invested. And you can tell if they get burnt out, then this isn't the best placement for them. You need to move it, try it, move it again, try it. Okay, maybe that first one was best, and keep going. The game that I'm going to be talking about just for this example is called Ding Dong XL. It's by a developer that has a whole range of simple one-switch games. He's made them all himself. He's teaching himself how to code. The game really just lends itself to these functions. The color scheme is dark with bright, vibrant shapes, so it's easy to pick out the obstacles, and you control it from one switch. Whenever you press the button, or more accurately, release the button, you move from either the top or the bottom to the screen to the other side. You have to avoid the obstacles as you go across. The difficulty scales with what score you get. You get a point every time you make it to the other side, and the only objective of the game is do better than last time. So it doesn't matter if you're only able to reach 5, or 10, or 20, or 175, which is the current high score of the center, not set by a staff member. We all got beat. So again, it stays engaging. As you go up through the difficulty or get a higher score, more objects come. They start rotating, they become more complex shapes, or they split. The graphics are colorful, there is a upbeat music to help people engaged. And it just works for these kind of purposes. The other benefit of it is it
accepts multiple input methods. So you could be playing with the keyboard, you could play with a mouse, which means if you're using a large format mouse, we can set it for the switches you would be using to use your computer. It works for controller, things like that. Yeah, so last time I was in Scotland, I was actually visiting a specialist care home, and we broke this game out for a couple of the residents. What we did is we had them play, we tested the locations that we thought would work for them, head switches, macro switches for their fingers, foot switches, things like that. And then what we did is we translated that information to the communicators that we were trying to set them for. So we directly took the controls they would have been using to play a video game just moments earlier into communication. So some of you here or watching eventually online may actually use a communication aid through one-switch scanning, but if you're not familiar with it, it's a long and slow process. You press the button on the switch, there is a grid of different words prepared for you. It will then start searching through them in a row-by-row basis. You press again. It will then go through each option in that row. You press again. You've selected your first word. Start again and choose the next word. Once you've finished your sentence, start again and find the command speak. The computer will then say that for you. It's an amazing way that can get people with very little movement and no communication, talking, having sentences, interacting with other people. But it's not a quick process to learn, and it's not a fun process to learn. And being able to build up the skills that you need to do that through playing a game first just helps break up that process and make it enjoyable. While we were in Scotland, we had one resident that would come back to us every single day we were there just to try and beat his high score at this game and put a little bit more practice in. Interestingly enough, the developer also added a new mode after having a chat with us, whether we thought it was a good idea. You can now play this two-player, which is a great way of testing you against your friend or your support worker or your carer. You'd be amazed how many disabled gamers we get in our center that get utterly frustrated that they brought the wrong caseworker with them, and this one just can't keep up. So that moves us on to the next thing that we do. When we aren't traveling the country doing these assessments and workshops, we have a gaming center. Just quickly to run down for those that aren't able to see, I've got some photos up on the screen of the kids playing in the center. The one that's probably attracting the most attention at the moment is from one of our events, Game Together, where we have stormtroopers in our center. They're from the, I think it's the 501st Squadron or Legion. They are one of the proper reputable organizations that go around in the full kit. Yeah, they were amazing. They will not play Beat Saber because a rule is they're not allowed to touch lightsabers of any kind. I'll come back to Beat Saber later. I have plans for that. So we do sessions for children and we do sessions for adults. We do closed sessions for schools and other organizations. We do homeschool groups, and we try and get as many kids in our center as possible, as well as adults. Just this week alone, it will see over 100 disabled gamers playing on its screens. It has 150-inch 4K screens with VR stations that have just been fitted with vibration feedback. Just making the virtual reality roller coasters we put some of these kids on just a little bit scarier. But even though, just like reading a book, sorry. Single-player games always have a place. Just like reading a book, though, part of the experience is sharing the story that you found with others. So we encourage people communicating, talking about the games that they're playing, swapping advice and encouragement. But ultimately, we focus on cooperative experiences, multiplayer games, couch co-op. And on screens that big, it's very easy to split a game into 4 screens and have everyone able to see what they're doing. included by adaptation or design. That's the title I gave this talk. And the reason for that is when we have a new volunteer come in and join our center, that's what I split the two categories of the tools we use into. There are design tools. These are tools that many of you in this room, being game developers, have had a hand in. These are functions or options in the game that can mean we can get people playing this game. And then don't necessarily have to be obvious ones. But you all should know by this point, if you don't, what are you doing? About captioning, about color options, about contrast, and things like that. So I'm going to shy away from talking about them because if I need to say it by this point, it's irrelevant. You're not getting that. Enough people have told you today. But most importantly, these are all functions that were part of the intended design of the game and how the game was meant to be played. One of the examples I was going to give was Mario Kart, but I'm going to come back to that later on for another purpose. But I have got round to Beat Saber, as I threatened I would. Beat Saber is a virtual reality rhythm game. You hold a lightsaber in each hand, and you have to cut through the colored blocks that come towards you in the direction shown on the block. You have to do it in time with the music, and if you make a few mistakes, you'll get kicked out of the game. It's, on paper, not the most accessible game out there, and that's pretty much how it came when it came out. But very quickly, the developers added new functions. It has now a no-fail mode, so you don't actually have to meet a minimum score. You don't have to hit any of the blocks to get through the entire song. You can just play and have the most fun that you can. You can choose to turn off obstacles, which means you don't have to move. You can turn off bombs, so there's no trick blocks or things that you have to avoid hitting. You can just hit anything. You can slow down the song if you're having problems recognizing the fact that something's coming towards you too quickly. We have kids playing in our center on these kind of games, competing against people getting the same similar kind of scores that they are, so much so that we use it for tournaments when we do events and things like that, and it's incredibly popular. Another big benefit as well of it is you can set the height in the game. So if you're in a wheelchair or seated, you just lower the game down, and then, hey, everything's within reach again. Adaptation, software or equipment that allows someone to play in a manner that was not provided in the base experience. So equipment under this category would be the Xbox Adaptive Controller, the eye tracking cameras that we will use in our center, things like that, anything that would not be included. It could even be specialist software that we then bring in. So I'm going to talk about iGaze Racing for a moment. It's something that we take around with us because it's very easy to play, it's very quick to set up, and if you've never played a video game with just eye tracking before, you can sit down, you can get around the track, and even if you struggle, you're going to leave knowing that, hey, this is possible, we can do this, we can work with this. So we're using a program like Project Iris or Alt Controller. We create areas of interaction on the screen. Forwards, backwards, left, right. We then map them to the inputs that the game is expecting. So that could be buttons on the controller, that could be your keyboard WSD keys. Whatever the game is wanting, we then give. And then we use an eye tracking camera like the Tobii 4C. That's what we use in our center because that can actually take up to a 27-inch monitor. So we stick it on a big arm, move it nice and close to you. You can just play by looking in the right section of the screen. The boxes are always set to overlap. So if you want to turn right, if you're looking in the top half of the screen, you're going forward and you're going right. It's really that simple. It's not the most efficient way of doing things like this, but it's a way to guarantee success very quickly, which is great when you're dealing with a group of individuals that aren't going to be able to comprehend an instruction manual of how the game is going to work or what the controls are going to be. They can just position themselves in front of the screen, look at where they want to go, and the game will take them in that direction. It's created so much joy in our center. I wish I had some photos that I had permission to show you of the kids that were playing this game, but we've been able to successfully use this technique to have them playing multiplayer against their family, where their family is either also using iGaze, because that works, or they're using keyboard, mouse, or they're using a controller. It doesn't matter. Design and adaptation together. Obviously, for the best results, we need a game that's been designed with inclusivity features built in, with the right adaptations that are bespoke and needed by the individual. So I can't say his name. Unfortunately, I can't say the name of any of the kids that I'm going to be talking about today. But this gentleman in our center came in with his granddad, and we set him up with the Xbox Adaptive Controller playing Mario Kart. Again, I said I'd come back to Mario Kart. He is steering with a large arcade-style joystick, specifically the Ultra Stick 360. Yeah, that's the one. And a large switch button to launch items as well as get through the menus. Interestingly enough, there was a little aside I have about this kid, that when he came in, the first time he came, his granddad sat in this picture, arm around his shoulder, helping him through the menus, because he hadn't played a game like this before. And there was this nice moment when he'd selected the character he wanted to play as. And his granddad saw on the screen what it was and was like, no, you don't want to play as the girl. You want to be Mario. Here you go, I'll help you. And shuffled the controller over to Mario. And the kid just slowly turned around and just gave him a death stare before hitting back and just moving back to Princess Peach. And the granddad just kind of took a step back in genuine surprise, like, oh, okay, sure, right. Yeah, absolutely. And he just immediately was supportive and brought it on. I think he's now played as pretty much every character on there. And in fact, when they come into the center now, they play against each other and the other kids and carers that come in. This is me and him. I'm unfortunately going to appear on the screen fairly regularly. So the design choices in this game were the features in Mario Kart that mean you don't have to hold a button down to go forward. The game will handle that for you. That's one less job you need to do. In other games that don't have this feature, I have seriously had to just set up a button on the Xbox Adaptive Controller and just put a weight on it, or turn it upside down and put a weight on it. It's cheap, but it works. Having a feature in the game means they don't have to do that. They can navigate to it themselves and just play. We also used Stay on Track, which just reduced the demand on him to steer, but still gave him full control. I already went through the adaptations. It was the Xbox Adaptive Controller. It was plugged in through a Titan stick because the adaptive controller doesn't work with a Switch directly, so you have to trick it to work. Large joystick, large switch for the menus and items. It's quite a simple setup, but it works. The Xbox Adaptive Controller is a brilliant device. We use it every day in our center. I always ask for more of them. Let's talk about, for a moment, the benefits of gaming. Often, our assessments are referred to us by an individual's family or their occupational therapists. I have a special soft part in my heart for when I do any assessment that's been referred to by a stroke organization or the stroke organization for personal reasons. So I will always try and go the extra mile for them. 3 of these photos are from those kind of assessments. In these, you can see a kid trying to play, or an adult, he's my age. So he's 27 at the moment. I still cast myself as a kid. I'm sorry about that. He's trying to play a console game. It's actually, I believe, Dead Space, because he's scrolled through our catalog and he'd never played the original Dead Space. But he's playing it now with one hand after having a head injury. So he's doing that through the Xbox Adaptive Controller. When we work with his occupational therapist, we were able to map out what would be the best controls for him, what would be the easiest for him to use. And then we didn't do that. Instead, what we did is we mapped the games out so he could play in the most efficient manner he could. We gave him that instructions and we wrote that down. And then we set it up for, well, what's the next best thing? And we added certain functions that he would need to use, but could never lose the game from not being able to find those buttons. And then we placed them on his weakened side, so that in an average playtime of around 30 minutes, he's going to have to 4 or 5 times reach over and press that button. And his physiotherapist nearly punched the air because that's physio that she can't get him to do normally on a day-to-day basis. But for a game, he will. And so we use this kind of technique to improve people's recovery, help people better themselves through gaming. A lot of the games that we enjoy, going back to Beat Saber again, you play against yourself. It's a cooperative experience that you share, but you're just trying to beat whatever you did last time. It is all about providing an opportunity for self-improvement. We've also started working with a couple of others to help develop a new adaptation for one-handed play. There's very little I can talk about that unless you know someone who might be interested, and we can try and liaise with some information. But hopefully we can release something soon that will be as cheap as possible or free, that will just give you an entry level into gaming. Here's an embarrassing photo of myself. So for this next section, we actually have a specific family that I want to talk about. And the kid I'm showing on the screen is currently laughing at me in the photos. I am wearing a giant Pikachu outfit, if you can't see it, which I actually got because, believe it or not, I run a half marathon in that. I will do an awful lot of silly things for fundraising and for the good of children. I'm a sucker for punishment. So he comes into our center. He's been coming since it opened. He's now 12 years old, and he's been diagnosed with cerebral palsy. The kid we mentioned earlier also has the same condition. His 2 brothers also have disabilities, but they're different. He also has another brother with no disabilities. They all come to our center to play games, and they do so together. Though, admittedly, they quite often will then have an argument, splinter out, and play at different sides of the center. That's fine, too. The point is they all came together, and they leave together. His mum has told us that gaming is the only activity all of her children can enjoy. The reason for that is with the nature of his conditions, he can't take part in some of the activities the others want to go on. He would go and sit at the sidelines, or they would go for him, and they would sit on the sidelines. The same as for each of her children. Gaming, everybody likes gaming. If there is someone that tells you that there is no point in gaming or gaming isn't fun, they've not found the right game. And if you point me at them, I will track down that game, and I will harass them until they like gaming. So in the photos, he is currently playing, I believe this was Super Smash Bros. On the Nintendo. 2 of his brothers are sat on the sofa next to him playing. One is just a friend from the center that decided to jump in when I was about to take a photo, and I decided, yeah, that's fine. So he's happy enough playing with all them. That's the takeaway. It's included. He's playing the same game as his brothers. I'd like to show you a quick video that his mum recorded for us. The video was an interview that she made that was recorded by a third party when they wanted to create us as their charity for the year. So we had very little to do with it. And it's quite, to me, because I know him, it's quite emotional. I've edited out his name. I really hope I haven't said his name at any point during the speech, because under safeguarding, I've been told not to. If you watch this video on YouTube, because it's there, his name's there. But again, safeguarding, I'm not allowed to say it myself. I've cut that bit out. Hopefully it's not too noticeable for you. The video's only about 40 seconds long to a minute.
We've never been that family that has done a lot of going out because of the needs of the children. Who's got cerebral palsy. He has had quite a rough year. He's realised now that he's not going to drive a car when he's older. I think his disability has sort of dawned on him at the age of 11. It really was around the time that this place opened that he really started to smile again.
Again, I'd like to add that we didn't actually create that video. So the fact that I feature heavily in it is purely coincidental. I didn't actually realize until after I started editing it down that, oh man, that's just me. But what I'd like to repeat is a line that she says in that video. He's realized now that he's not going to drive a car when he's older. That, and along with a few other comments that were made, struck the staff in our center quite hard. There was definitely a quiet moment when we watched the video go live and heard how she felt. The next time she came into the center, I talked to him, and then I pulled him over to the driving rig, where we hastily threw together some very basic adaptions. We Velcroed switches to our Logitech racing wheel and had him drive around the Crew 2. His mum came over to watch because she was amazed. And his brothers that would normally come over and just help him around the track just sat back and saw that he could do it on his own. After about half an hour of playing, he turned to me and said, "Can I use this to drive a real car?" Being me, I said no. This is just switches and Velcro. But absolutely, there are adapted cars out there, and when you're a little bit older, if you want to, I will track them down, and I promise I will put you in touch with the people that can make a car that you can drive. Who knows, he might be a terrible driver. I didn't promise he'll pass his test. But at the very least, round a track while I'm far away, I will make sure he gets to control a car. And that's the big takeaway of gaming, is this is a young gamer that had given up hope on something. He decided that no, he would not be able to have independence in this area. Thanks to a video game, just the open world game, The Crew 2, a steering wheel, literally just Velcro and a switch. We also used a mag arm to give him a reverse and a brake, and I also eventually threw turbo on there because why not? I'm terrible, and I get told off for this. When I'm mapping for eye gaze, I'll always try and sneak in the horn, because the horn is the most important button in any racing game. If you can't be blasting the horn as you overtake people, you are not playing, in my opinion. Style points. Before I close off this speech, I just wanted to talk for a moment about collaboration. The fact that all of you are here, have I spelt this wrong? Have I? Yes, awesome. I caught about 3 spelling mistakes while I was just in this room, and then quickly went out and fixed them. If you've engaged this far in just this day, or any of the videos that you've watched online, clearly you're invested, and that's great to see. I don't think I've been in a room with so many people that are interested in making games accessible before. And that's all thanks to Ian Hamilton and the rest of the team. Hello, Tara. If there's any way that the work that we do can help you guys, if you're game developers, we're happy to talk about demoing your game in front of the audiences you need to target what adaptations are necessary. If you ever want to sit down and talk about, well, how would you get this game to be played? What would you plug in? We'll show you the hardware that we would use. We're quite happy to do that. If there's anything that you could do for us, take the typing game that I showed at the start. I use that for testing, but realistically, during a testing process, you can only get so far through that game before you hit a wall. I know that. It would be great if there was one that there wasn't a barrier, that the kids could take home and complete whenever we assess them and go, hey, this is the keyboard for you. If they had a game to take home that they could then play on it, you know, everyone here knows that they would be so much better when it came for them going into school the next day. Other things that we desperately need, there are loads of tools out there to help adults which have severe disabilities to learn how to read and other functions like that. Almost every single one of them is almost demeaningly childish. Like, what we really need is more AAA developed titles that can engage an adult that has cognitive difficulties without using cartoons, without being babyish. Because the number of times I can go to someone and be like, hey, there's this service called Look to Learn. And it's brilliant. When you look on the screen, it will show you what it says. But certain adults will not do that, because that's designed for a younger audience. It's a great software, don't get me wrong, we use it, but not everyone will. So that kind of engagement, you are the people that will be able to make those kind of things. And if you ever have a free time or ever have a room for a project that you want to do just to help the community, there are many charities in this country that you can reach out to. And trust me, we all have a shopping list of things that you guys could make in a day. But more importantly than that, I think what's amazing is the fact that so many people in this room are technically directly competing against other teams also in this room, yet we're all here because we all care. And at the end of the day, as long as the people that are playing games benefit, we're all prepared to share those secrets. We're all prepared to help the opposition if it helps everyone. And you guys are amazing. Thank you. Just one more slide. And ta-da, I told you I did the run. Thank you.
I run half marathons, but I want to state for the record, I'm not going to do it in a Pikachu outfit. Maybe
I still have it.
Well, you're not going to loan it to me. I don't want it.
Well, not now.
I guess I just don't love other people as much because I wouldn't do it for charity. But thank you so much, Andrew. It was an amazing presentation, and now it's towards the end of the day. So I'm going to hand it off to Ian.
Yes, thank you. So you got me again. I'm just here quickly, and we do actually still have one more person to come up and say a few words.
Are you mic'd, Ian?
Am I mic'd? No. I'm not even wearing one.
You can't be trusted. There was a handheld.
Stand really close to him.
Just speaking to the ruffle on my shirt, Ian.
It's on? It's on? Okay, cool. All right, I'll try this again. Okay, so I'm back again. We do still have one person who's going to come up and say a few words. But first, I'm just here to say a few thanks. Firstly, to all of our speakers for making the day what it is. And also, the speakers are up here because they want to share their knowledge, their experience, their expertise with you. They also want to go and share their expertise at other places as well. So any of the speakers here, if you like what you've seen, get in touch with them, get them into your companies, get them into your events as well. Don't feel shy about asking. So first off, thank you to our speakers. And also on that note of getting people in, our suppliers for our interpreting, Love Language, and also our captioning, MyClearText, they've both been awesome to work with, so I'd highly recommend getting them in for your own events as well. So thank you to you as well. And our staff as well who've been putting on today, Tara, Max, Shane, Michael, and Sean. And last but definitely not least, our sponsors. Because the event is relying entirely on sponsors. The sponsors cover about 2/3 of the cost of what it takes to put this on. So there literally would be no event at all without our sponsors. Not just today, but have helped with other events as well. So we have our gold sponsors, Microsoft, silver, Sony, Epic, Ubisoft, and EA. And also our bronze sponsors as well, Splash Damage and Shara. So thank you to our sponsors. So that is it for the thanks. And like I said, we still have one person to come up and say a few words, and that is Joe Twist, CEO of Yuki.
Thanks. I have to do one-handed note shuffling now because I didn't realise I'd have a handheld mic. Thank you very much for inviting me, Ian and others. It's been really amazing. We arrived at about 2:00. I'm sorry we couldn't come earlier. We were dealing with yet another press story about games, which is quite disappointing. Because actually, if the press were here, and I know that there are some, they'd really realize what an incredible industry we are. We really are. Over the past couple of years, we at Yuki is trade body for games, in case you don't know us, in the UK. We've been thinking a lot about who's in our industry, as well as who plays our games. I think we've got quite a lot of good information about who plays games and why they play them. We don't really have that much about who we are as makers, who make these experiences for people. This year, earlier in September, we launched the industry's first proper census to try and understand exactly who we are. And we made sure that it included quite a few questions on different abilities, because this part of diversity and inclusion, for me, is one of the most important parts. And again, we don't have that much data necessarily about who we are in this industry, especially in the UK. We just closed that census, and we'll be sharing the stats and some of the insights into that bit of work over the next couple of months. And thank you for everyone who did take part, and all the studios and businesses who launched with us, because it's really important. Because there's been a lot of attention on games. There seems to be some considerable moral panic about the joy that we give people, particularly in political and press circles, which just puzzles me no end. Because all I can see, that's what happens when I don't have two hands that on one thing. It really puzzles me because we know that the press stories and some of the politicians really ignore the really positive stories that we hear all the time when we are in the industry. We hear about the incredible impact games can have, whether you're playing them or even making them, on people's sense of self. We've heard a lot of that today. On their ability to have social connections, to have lives which are fulfilling, full of friendships and meaning and fun. And sometimes to play games that deal with difficult topics, because we're increasingly mature as a medium and able to do that in different ways. But we know really that we're getting this attention from policy people, from the press people, mostly because we are in so many people's lives. We are an everyday fact for many people. We are huge. We're successful. We're bigger than TV, film, and music combined. We bring this joy and delight to billions of people around the world. But everybody has the right to play, yet everybody doesn't or can't. Not everyone can play. Not everyone can join in the industry in making games in the way that we want to and in a way that is meaningful. And I think the work that I've seen today and the work that I know that Ian and lots of other people in this room do is incredible. I look at the games industry, and compared to many other sectors, we are way ahead of the curve. And seeing Barry's talk, I can't wait to buy that book, seeing Barry's talk about how far or how long we've been ahead of the curve and how come we're still not way ahead now was really, really fascinating to me. Increasingly, accessibility is now built into everyday practice of making games, but we do know that there is more that we can do. We know that 1 in 3 people play games regularly in the UK, but with 8% of children, 19% of working-age adults, and 45% of pension-age adults experiencing some sort of accessibility challenge, we know we have to do more. We know that this is fulfilling when we do open up all our games to everyone and anyone. Now, games businesses themselves are changing all the time, and then we're all learning about new challenges of being an incredibly influential and important part of an inclusive world and an inclusive future, not just an inclusive present. And this includes what our responsibilities are as inclusive and diverse workplaces, places that can get the best out of people, as well as what we need to do in order to make games that include the widest range of skills and people, everyday people. Everyone wins when games are designed from the ground up with the most inclusive design principles possible. Innovation that was not planned for happens too when that happens. We need to look at the history of innovation to see dozens of examples of when that has happened. And when actually we've got it wrong, sometimes it's had really quite life-changing effects. This is what diversity and inclusive design is truly about. When you have different people with different abilities, having experienced the world in different ways, they are the ones who are shaping different kinds of games. From the start of the design process, if that is included, everyone wins, especially our creativity, especially our innovation. And it's fantastic to see such a great representation here from the industry, from the smallest to bigger studios, doing some incredible work. And we should be proud in the UK of the work that we do as a sector. But we do have some way to go to ensure that there is truly a game for everyone, which I truly believe, that is playable by everyone and anyone, because that is our right as humans, not just as people who play. As humans, we need to continue to see innovation from people who make games in voice recognition, to audio description, to low vision, and neurodiversity and hidden disabilities. So I have great hope that we are going to continue to lead the way, because our innovation, when we have this practice absolutely as a must, will affect other industries, and hopefully will mean that we enhance everybody's lives, that these technologies and these ways that we help people enjoy and experience the worlds that we create, this will affect people in every other sector, in every other kind of product design techniques that I think will make a big difference to everyone's lives. So thank you very much for hearing my silly words and me throwing my cards around. I think it's really important that we do go and have some drinks and network, because I know that I've got a number of people that I'd like to speak to in the room. I know that Luke, who's my colleague over there, wave your hand, he's working on our new website, which is going to include something that I'm very excited about, that I'm not allowed to talk about, apparently. He tells me I'm not allowed to talk about it. But if there are, what we want to do is to be able to have as many resources just signposted on the Ukie website as much as possible for best practice, for guidance, for links to great organizations, great projects, because we need to start sharing this knowledge as a trade body, as your trade body, and I hope we do a better job of doing that. Thank you very much, everyone. Enjoy the evening.
All right, so a few logistics, and then you can begin the reception. So, because the staff have worked very hard, we also are going to be enjoying the reception and having drinks, which means if for some reason you decide to walk outside, you have to tell one of the staff first, otherwise you will not be able to get back in, because we are closing the gate, and we don't want to lock any of you outside. There are beer, wine, I think we also have soda, pop, I don't know what you guys call fizzy drinks over here. Something. We call them like 6 different things in the US as it is. How am I supposed to learn all of them? But again, thank you so much from all of the staff and to all of the staff for their time and their work. Thanks again to all of our amazing speakers and all of the work that you guys put in. And thanks to all of you for coming here today and joining us. So please, go enjoy the reception.